Chapter 1301. Beneath the colossal shadow of the tower, Robin casually made his way to the main entrance, a calm and pleasant smile on his face. His gaze rose up for a brief moment, admiring the enormous silver structure that pierced the skies like a divine needle. Then he looked forward and asked politely, "Excuse me, is this the headquarters of the Soul Society?" The being guarding the entrance was nothing short of alien, so utterly foreign that even Robin, who had seen more than his share of oddities across planets, paused for a moment in intrigue. The creature possessed 8 eyes, each of them constantly shifting positions across its face like tiles in a mystical puzzle. Its forearms were folded behind its back in eerie stillness, and it had no visible ears, nor any discernible nose or typical facial structure. It was clear from the start that this being was not humanoid in the slightest. Not even close. Yet, Robin did not feel uncomfortable. He had grown used to the unpredictable diversity of the cosmos. In the age of interplanetary openness, language barriers were a thing of the past. Advanced translation technologies, some built into the air itself, others woven into the spiritual matrix of the universe, made sure everyone could communicate, no matter their origin. As long as the will to speak existed, understanding would follow. As expected, the creature responded in a strange, layered voice that vibrated slightly in the air. "Do you wish to collect a package, or are you seeking entry into the society?" "I want to access the society," Robin responded immediately, without pause or thought. The creature's 8 eyes scanned Robin from head to toe in slow, deliberate motions. It was like being examined by a sentient surveillance system. "Is this your first time visiting?" "Yes," Robin nodded confidently, without hesitation. There was no point in pretending otherwise. The gatekeeper gave a slow nod and extended one of its arms, pointing toward a smaller, slightly recessed side door. "Proceed to registration through that entrance." Robin turned to look, his eyes narrowing at the small, modestly designed door. It was not at all what he expected for an organization so renowned. Still, he made his way toward it. As he stepped inside, the atmosphere changed, becoming quieter and more focused. Instead of lines or crowds, there was only one attendant behind a smooth, minimalistic desk. The woman was unusual, to say the least. Her head was bulbous and round, resembling a large onion, and her mouth stretched unnaturally wide across her lower face. She did not lift her gaze immediately, but when she finally did, it was slow and deliberate. "Welcome," she said in a slow, slightly monotone voice. "Please step into that circle. Do not move, and do not worry. Your personal information will remain confidential, under the direct protection of Dreamer Morpheus himself." "Oh, this one." Robin noticed the rune-covered circle etched into the ground in front of her and stepped into it with casual confidence. He did not even pause to consider what confidentiality might mean in such a place. The moment both feet touched the circle, a luminous ring rose from the floor and began scanning his body. It moved slowly, as if savoring every detail, reading his composition not just physically, but spiritually and metaphysically. It passed over his arms, his chest, his face, his hair, then vanished. Moments later, a pen on the woman's desk floated into the air, as if drawn by an invisible hand, and began scribbling quickly on a parchment scroll. When it finished, it dropped back onto the table with a soft click. Without looking at the scroll or touching it with any kind of spiritual sense, the woman picked it up, slid it forward toward Robin, and said, "Here. This is your identification number. With it, you may access the Spirit Society and collect any personal deliveries. The Society is not responsible for any damage, loss, or consequences resulting from this number being leaked. You are advised to memorize it in your own way and destroy the scroll afterward. Is that clear?" Robin accepted the parchment with his right hand. His expression shifted slightly as his eyes scanned its contents. It contained not only his exact physical age, but also his accurate soul age, his species and gender, a general illustration of his body, and, most alarming of all, a statement confirming that he was a practitioner of the law of truth. And beneath all that, a colossal numerical identifier, a 16-digit code, completely unique. Still, Robin did not even blink. A single glance was all it took. Shuela. The number was burned into his mind with perfect clarity. Without delay, he raised his hand and destroyed the scroll with a small pulse of spiritual fire. Understood. Robin was not even slightly bothered by the fact that the scanning device had extracted so much from him, perhaps even far more than what had appeared on the scroll. He was well aware that the attendant had not even read it. The real analysis had already happened elsewhere. That information had likely been transmitted to some deeply protected data center within the Soul Society's system. They probably knew more about his body now than he knew about himself. But really, what could he do about it? He was in the mid-belt planetary region. If he wanted access to the network, if he wanted to use their services, then he had to abide by their rules. It was their game in the end. Very well. At this point, all that's left is to pay the operational fee for the access chamber. "Once that's done, you may proceed inside," the onion-faced woman said, her voice calm and measured. She gestured lazily toward a specific zone off to the side, before returning to her slow, deliberate task of arranging the pen and scrolls on her desk. Each movement she made was methodical, almost ceremonial, as if the simple act of tidying her station carried some unseen weight. "Thank you," Robin replied courteously with a smile, giving her a polite nod before making his way toward the area she had indicated. He stepped into a massive hall, circular in shape and utterly colossal, its sheer size enough to make one feel insignificant. The room extended so far in every direction that it seemed to challenge his perception of scale. The entire circumference of the chamber's curved walls was covered with rows upon rows of sealed doors, placed evenly and precisely. With just a casual sweep of his eyes, Robin could estimate that there were several hundred identical entryways, each one closed and silent, their purposes hidden behind uniform exteriors. At the very heart of this massive, glowing room stood a modest reception counter, small when compared to the scale of the hall but noticeable due to the warm presence of its attendants. For young employees, 2 males and 2 females, each from clearly different species, stood behind the desk, wearing coordinated uniforms. Their postures were upright, their smiles bright and rehearsed, giving the impression of warm efficiency. "Hello there." Robin greeted them with a wave and a friendly tone. "I'd like to rent an access chamber." "Of course, sir," one of the women responded immediately, stepping forward with the air of someone who had repeated these exact words 1,000 times. "The standard activation fee is 70 liters of sealed energy essence per day." Robin let out a quiet, impressed whistle, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Just moments earlier, he had been mildly puzzled as to why there was no charge for the initial registration. Now he understood. That part had been complimentary only because the real cost came later. 70 liters? That was more than a casual fee, that was a statement. A show of exclusivity. A price tag that said only serious cultivators, scholars, or the truly wealthy were welcome here. To put it in perspective, even the entire floor of a high-end hotel, complete with personal service, luxurious meals, cultivation resources, and advanced security, usually did not cost more than 10 liters per day. Robin muttered, tapping the ring on his finger. Instantly, a large amount of raw energy essence swirled out of the ring and floated in front of him, suspended in a glowing orb. "Will this do?" he asked casually, as if he were offering pocket change. "I'm sorry, sir," the receptionist said kindly but firmly, her smile unwavering. "We only accept sealed energy essence, certified by the Interplanetary Council or any other recognized universal authority. If you like, you can visit the Galactic Council's official banking branch just down the corridor and have your essence converted into valid currency." Robin blinked, then let out a sigh of mild exasperation. "Sealed currency? Oh, you mean those blue vials?" He recalled the scene back at the Seven Spirits clan examination, where the mustached man had used those exact crystal blue containers to pay the proctors. They were sleek, compact, and clearly standardized, ready for interstellar trade. Robin scratched his head. He really did not want to walk away now, not when he was standing at the very gates of the Soul Society, something he had dreamed about for a long time. So, with a quick motion, he withdrew the floating essence and returned it to his spatial ring, then pulled out a small, glowing energy pearl. "How about this?" "Of course, sir," the receptionist said, her eyes lighting up as both of her hands extended forward. "An energy pearl is equivalent to 100 liters of certified energy essence." "Perfect," Robin grinned. "Keep the change." He gently tossed the power pearl into her hands. The moment he said that, Robin could feel the subtle shift in the air, the flash of envy from the other 3 attendants behind the desk, who tried to keep smiling despite the tension in their auras. "What's next?" Robin asked, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulder. "Thank you very much, sir," the receptionist said with a formal nod. "Please proceed to access chamber 707. It has now been reserved for you and will remain active for a full planetary cycle, 1 complete day." She gestured toward a specific door on the chamber's far side. Robin turned to look. At first glance, it was just another one of the many closed doors. Nothing distinguished it. But then, with a grinding sound, the door began to lower slowly into the floor, as though sinking into an unseen mechanism. A second panel descended from above, sliding down smoothly into place. A low hiss echoed across the hall as the panel clicked into position and then partially opened, just enough for one person to enter. "Whoa," Robin exhaled softly, entranced by the smooth mechanical ballet. Not wasting another second, he strode forward, eagerness in every step. Click! As soon as he stepped inside, the door closed silently behind him, sealing the room with a quiet finality. He did not bother looking back, because what he saw next claimed all of his attention. The chamber before him was indescribable. It felt like stepping into the core of a star, a realm of endless radiance. The walls were so white, so blindingly bright, that they erased all sense of distance. There were no visible edges, no ceiling, no corners, nothing to give context or scale. One could not tell whether the room was as small as a closet or extended to infinity. It was as if space itself had been overwritten. And in the center of it all stood a single object, a chair, plain and silent, waiting only a few steps away. Robin stood still for a moment, absorbing the surreal atmosphere. Then, calmly, he approached the chair, sat down, and closed his eyes. Chapter 1302. After several seconds, and the passing of that peculiar sensation that had gripped his entire being, a feeling like freefalling from a towering, unseen height, Robin slowly opened his eyes once more. He muttered with a hint of caution. What he saw in front of him was not drastically different from what he had expected. The same glowing white chamber encased him from all sides, unchanged and otherworldly. Its walls shimmered faintly, void of any shadows or edges. He glanced down at himself, half expecting some bizarre transformation, but what he saw was normal. His body appeared just as it always had, the same clothes, the same texture of skin, the familiar contours of his limbs. It was all far too realistic, eerily so. But despite how convincing it all looked, he knew without a shred of doubt that he was no longer in the real world. "Welcome, new user." "Ha!" Robin turned sharply, instinctively scanning for the source of the voice. It did not take long to find it. Floating gracefully into his view was a strange being, delicate, radiant, and undeniably ethereal. It looked like a tiny fairy with 4 translucent wings and a semi-humanoid figure. Despite the almost human proportions, its diminutive size, no more than a few centimeters tall, made it feel surreal, like something out of a child's dream or an ancient tale. constructed from pure soul energy. Robin whispered in awe, stepping closer. He began to circle the creature slowly, studying it from every angle. Every motion it made, every faint shimmer along its outline, screamed of high-level energy manipulation. Extraordinary. New user, you are now standing on the threshold of the Soul Society. The tiny entity continued, her voice smooth and oddly mechanical, as if she were reciting a long memorized script. There are a few simple facts that you must know, and remember, before you proceed further. First, know this: the Soul Society, created and maintained by the enigmatic dreamer known only as Morpheus, stretches across most of the inhabited planets of the middle planetary belt. Its influence spans countless sectors. As of this moment, the total number of registered users has reached 88,546,258,753,147,852. That number is your unique identification code within the network. Robin froze. His expression faltered. He had assumed it was a standard ID number, something generic and randomly assigned. But no, that was his actual number, his literal placement among all users in the society. 88 quadrillion and some loose digits at the end. A quadrillion was a million billion. The scale of that number was astronomical, almost absurd. Yet, when he thought more deeply, it was not so unbelievable. The Soul Society extended across the entire middle planetary belt, a zone that spanned countless star systems, all teeming with advanced civilizations. Even so, that number was terrifying. In fact, it was possibly even small if you considered how strict the entry requirements were. Not just anyone could join. It likely represented the total population of the upper middle to elite classes scattered across the belt. Then, a darker thought crept into his mind. If those 88 million billion users paid 70 liters of essence each day for just basic access, how much wealth had Morpheus amassed over the millennia? And that was without counting the fees from these trades, cross-planetary commerce, soul-forging licenses, and other services. Gulp. With your initial registration, you are now granted access to all soul chambers located on participating planets. To enter, simply sit in any array chair, and the system will recognize your imprint automatically. Your ID number, however, will still be essential for retrieving packages, restoring lost data, or validating your identity if your soul imprint becomes corrupted or erased. Keep it safe. Understood. Robin nodded, taking a silent breath. This largely mirrored what the receptionist outside had told him, only this version was more detailed and more official. But, of course, should you prefer not to visit public access centers for reasons such as high social standing, security concerns, or simple personal preference, you may instead opt for a private access link. The fairy fluttered her wings and paused, giving him a moment to consider. The Soul Society offers the implantation of a personalized soul node, a seed of connection embedded deep within your soul domain. With this, you may access the society from any location, at any time, with no need for external devices. The cost for such a seed is 3,000 soul units, or 3,000 energy pearls. The subscription renews every 300 hours of active use. 3,000 pearls. Robin's eyes nearly popped out of his head from sheer shock. He had already been thinking, deep down, that commuting to this place every single day was utterly impractical, especially for people of high status like emperors, council members, or those burdened with endless responsibilities. And just when he had begun to wonder how such individuals might use the Soul Society regularly, this offer was suddenly laid out before him. This was the answer. A private access implant. A system designed specifically for the elite. With it, those who stood at the summit of society, the true powerhouses of the middle planetary belt, could log in anytime, anywhere, without being physically present near a terminal. They could access the network from within their own soul domain, continuing trade, exploration, and research uninterrupted. It was brilliant, a masterstroke of both convenience and profit. With this system in place, commerce within the Soul Society would soar, powered by the spending of the richest and most influential. And meanwhile, the society itself would quietly drain energy wealth from them, day by day, hour by hour. And then another thought hit him. Wait a second. Did you just say 3,000 soul units or 3,000 energy pearls? Robin asked again, eyes narrowing slightly. His tone was incredulous, but tinged with curiosity. The little fairy nodded politely, her wings fluttering gently in place as she responded in her cheerful, melodic voice. That is correct. Soul units are the primary, official currency used within the Soul Society. However, for those who do not possess a sufficient quantity of soul units, they are welcome to use energy pearls instead by depositing them in advance at any of our affiliated centers. You may use either currency type to pay for session access or for optional features, such as the seed implant service. Robin stood still for a moment, his brows furrowing into a deep, thoughtful crease. The idea of using soul units as a form of currency did not sit well with him, not entirely. Soul itself was a vital essence, a foundation of life, cultivation, consciousness. To spend it so casually? That felt dangerous, risky, maybe even sacrilegious. But just as those thoughts formed, they were abruptly interrupted. I don't believe you need to worry about methods of payment, new user, the fairy added with a slight smile. As one chosen by truth, you are in possession of a rather exceptional stream of income. Pardon. Robin blinked in disbelief, caught completely off guard. The fairy's tone remained serene and unshaken. Truth chosens receive special privileges within the Soul Society, she said, as if reciting a law written into the fabric of the system itself. The Dreamer Morpheus holds Truth chosens in exceptionally high regard. He considers you to be a guiding light, a beacon of hope that leads the universe ever forward into its next stage of evolution. Because of that, he has decided to support you, in his own way. With your permission, you will now be granted direct access to a specialized area designated exclusively for Truth Chosens, the Chamber of Truth. The Chamber of Truth. Robin repeated, his voice low with caution. And what exactly is that supposed to be? Something in him resisted the idea. He had not exactly imagined Morpheus as a kind, noble benefactor. But then again, how long had Morpheus existed? How many Chosens had come before him over the centuries, the millennia, the eons? If he had ever intended harm toward people like Robin, he had possessed more than enough time to act on it. Once you're fully inside, the fairy continued gently, these might be questions about cultivation bottlenecks, unstable energy techniques, untested elixirs, ancient martial arts manuals, lost languages, cursed relics, truly any challenge the mind can imagine. Problems are publicly posted on enormous walls spread throughout designated areas of the Soul Society, so all users can view them. Anyone who chooses to resolve a problem receives a reward offered by the original poster. In return, the society itself takes a 25% commission from the total reward value. Robin stood in silence, his face tightening. 25%. That was an enormous cut for simply hosting a list. What did they actually do to justify it? They already charged an outrageous entry fee, and now they took a quarter of every transaction, too? That was practically extortion. And what does any of this have to do with the Chamber of Truth? He asked pointedly. Ah, that's where it gets interesting, the fairy said, her tone gaining the faintest trace of pride. For some individuals, those desperate to find answers or simply pressed for time, there is another option. They may choose to escalate their issue by paying a premium, usually 100 times the original reward value. This extra payment ensures that their challenge is not just posted publicly, but sent directly to a registered Truth Chosen like yourself. When that happens, the challenge is routed to the Chamber of Truth. Inside, you and the other registered seekers will be able to browse these premium cases and select which ones you want to take on. Then, the fairy's eyes seemed to shimmer strangely as she added, and the best part, for any case completed through the Chamber of Truth, our commission drops to just 10%. This drastically reduces the financial burden on you, while still allowing us to maintain system integrity. Chapter 1303. Robin's eyes widened to their absolute limit, and stayed that way ever since he heard the phrase, 100 times the reward. What did that even mean? Instead of the reward being a modest 1,000 pearls, it could be 100,000? There were people out there, somewhere, willing to pay such obscene amounts just to have their problem solved? But his shock quickly gave way to recollection, his absurd registry number. That impossible sequence that branded him as user number 88,546,258,753,147,852. If even a single thousand among those 88 quadrillion users submitted just one request each to the so-called Chamber of Truth, it would remain flooded forever. The chamber would never be empty. And as for the 10% commission instead of 25%, was that supposed to make him feel honored? Respected? Because 10% of a reward multiplied by 100 was still much more than 25% of the usual rate. It was a genius move, efficient exploitation for the Chosens of Truth wrapped in a silk glove. At least they pretended to care. Pretending, sometimes, was enough. But Robin knew better. That so-called special treatment wasn't merely out of respect for his title as a Truth Chosen, it was strategy. He, and those like him, were tools of influence. Living lighthouses. Just by existing within the Soul Society, they added weight, meaning, intrigue. Simply including the option to submit a problem directly to a Truth Chosen gave problem status and prestige. It sent a message. This matter is worthy of higher judgment. It was no different from a man seeking to locate someone, finding only amateur trackers, until he was suddenly offered a chance to employ a practitioner of the master law of causality. That alone would make most people forget the price. When master laws appeared, all discussions of currency became irrelevant. And yet, despite all that, they apparently still had to pay high entry fees like everyone else. Seems like the Dreamer Morpheus is a master when it comes to business, Robin muttered under his breath, a reluctant smile curling on his face, like a blade forced to bend. Running the Soul Society across billions of planets in the vast middle planetary belt is a costly endeavor, the fairy replied with a mysterious glimmer in her crystalline eyes, her smile unervingly serene. Yeah, I bet it is, Robin exhaled, before shifting the subject. Say, is there any way I can conceal my identity when I deal with others in this place? Of course, the sprite nodded, her four wings fluttering in unison. You can retain your full appearance if desired, or you can enter stealth mode, remaining anonymous for the entire duration of your visit. Others will only see a masked avatar, and you'll be asked to select a codename. Robin crossed his arms, eyes lowering. The gears in his mind turned quickly. If he was to gather allies, establish a presence, and spread influence, he'd need to show his face eventually. Let people know his name. But right now, he was a newcomer. Unknown. Vulnerable. Any wrong move could spark conflict, and he didn't yet possess the strength to protect himself. After a brief moment of silence, he nodded several times with firm resolve. Fine, I'll stay hidden. Stealth mode it is. For now. Understood. Your avatar has been shifted to stealth mode. Please select a codename. Robin thought in silence again. A few seconds passed. Then he raised his gaze and looked straight into the sprite's strange, glowing eyes. What about human? He asked. Human. The fairy blinked once, scanning. The name is available. You are now in stealth mode, and your codename is Human. She nodded firmly, wings flicking once in emphasis. Human, would you like to proceed directly to the Chamber of Truth? Straight to work, huh? Robin chuckled and shook his head. You guys really don't waste time, do you? He let out a sigh, then grinned. Not yet. I want to explore this place first. Show me where people gather. A hub, a plaza, something public. As you wish. You may summon me at any time simply by thinking of me. Typically, instantaneous transfers and guidance requests are billed separately, but for Truth Chosens, all services related to me are entirely free. Oh, a free service in this place? Now that's flattering. Robin chuckled, clapped his hands once, and said with playful flair, all right, lead the way. The fairy extended both her delicate arms, her translucent wings fluttering with faint luminescence. We wish you a wondrous experience, human. May the Soul Society be generous with your destiny. Swoosh! Wah! In a blink, the world around Robin twisted and folded in on itself. The infinite white space that had surrounded him vanished like mist under sunlight, revealing a completely new reality. A vast, breathtaking scene unfurled before him. It was as if he had stepped into the celestial heart of an imperial palace, one that stretched beyond horizons and challenged the imagination. Above him loomed a ceiling so tall and majestic it might as well have been the firmament itself. It was carved with ancient runes, gilded patterns, and living murals. Statues rose from the walls, caught in poses of war, wisdom, and worship. All around him, life. Thousands of beings moved with purpose, or without. Some floated midair with magnificent wings of energy or feather. Others walked or sat on chairs that materialized the very moment they needed them. Conversations buzzed in dozens of languages. Magic crackled softly. Laughter, debate, and silence mingled in the air like incense. Robin blinked. Just moments ago he had been standing in a realm of nothingness, and now, he felt as though he were inside the gateway to the multiverse. Out of instinct, he tried sitting down, and just as before, a seat shimmered into existence beneath him, perfectly molded to his form. He sat quietly, observing. The people around him weren't in the millions as he thought, maybe a few hundreds. Yet, what fascinated him most was how no two individuals seemed the same. Some bore the appearances of regular people, smiling, laughing, showing their faces without a care. Others, covered in armor, wearing strange, horned masks, cloaked in shadow or pulsing with a radiant inner glow that made their features unreadable. This place, Robin murmured. What is it, really? In response, the fairy reappeared at his side, serene as ever. It is what you need it to be, she said, her voice soft but certain. This is the Gathering Hall. Most users appear here first upon entry, either to orient themselves, to seek out companions before traveling together, or simply to connect. It's common here to strike up conversations and forge alliances, sometimes even rivalries. Robin looked around again, brow slightly furrowed. But, why are there so few? The fairy chuckled lightly. Because this is only one node, one lobby. It connects users from the planet Zerun exclusively. Every planet across the middle planetary belt has its own local hub. She tilted her head. This eases communication, reduces psychic strain from overcrowding, and frankly, prevents mental collapse from being exposed to too much consciousness at once. She gave him a look. If you could see how many minds are connected to the Soul Society across the belt right now, you would be stunned. Robin exhaled slowly. I doubt walking around and making friends will get me the power I'm looking for, he said with a lopsided grin. So, what if I want to go to one of those specialized halls you mentioned? You may walk, the sprite replied, gesturing upward. Robin followed her hand to see an enormous floating display, a transparent digital screen etched with golden light, filled with arrows and directions written in elegant script. There are signs everywhere to guide you, but walking, of course, takes time. She added smoothly, some choose to purchase wings, soul vehicles, or even instant portals to make navigation easier and faster. Even movement has a price tag. Robin chuckled bitterly. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? The sprite smiled, oddly, as if amused. As I've told you, Truth Chosen, you have privileges. I can transport you instantly, at no cost whatsoever. Her tone became warmer, almost teasing. So, where would you like to go first? Robin paused, deep in thought. His eyes lowered slightly, then he drew a slow breath. Take me to the place where I can purchase planetary-grade equipment. Understood. Whoosh. Reality folded again, this time faster, more violently. Robin felt the ground disappear from beneath him. He spiraled through something that wasn't space and wasn't time, and then, tack, sold. A loud voice rang out from the crowd ahead, and Robin had arrived. Chapter 1304. Clack. Sold. Ha! The sudden and jarring shift in the environment left Robin momentarily disoriented. Just seconds ago, he had been standing in an endless, expansive hallway, one with no visible beginning or end, where every individual present seemed completely absorbed in their own affairs, minding their own business without concern for anyone else. Now, however, he found himself abruptly seated on a cushioned chair within a grand, circular auditorium. At the far end of this auditorium stood a raised platform. Upon it, an elderly man stood motionless. His appearance was striking, featuring a long white beard that extended all the way to the ground, and eyes completely hidden beneath thick, bushy eyebrows. His posture was upright and dignified, and there was something about the stillness of his form that made him appear more like a statue than a living being. Despite how lifelike the old man looked, down to the wrinkles on his hands and the slow rhythm of his breath, Robin quickly sensed that he was not a real person. He was part of the system simulation, just like the fairy he had interacted with earlier. Then, without even moving his lips, the old man's voice echoed through the chamber in a deep, resonant tone that could be heard clearly by all. We will now proceed to display the next item in the planetary equipment category. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of graceful fairies appeared in a sudden burst of shimmering light. They fluttered delicately through the air in synchronized patterns above the platform before flying off together toward the left side of the room. A few moments passed before they returned, now carrying a velvet cushion upon which rested a single shoe. The shoe was a vivid, radiant shade of orange. It had a tall collar that rose to cover the wearer's heel entirely. The outer surface gleamed as if made from polished metal, yet there was an evident softness to it as well, especially from the padded interior that appeared cozy and supportive. Regardless of its simplicity, the shoe held a captivating presence, almost demanding attention. So that's what planetary equipment looks like. Robin muttered under his breath, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. At first glance, it resembled nothing more than a well-made, ordinary boot. What you see here is merely a perfect replica meant to demonstrate the item's visual design. The actual artifact is safely stored in our vaults and will be delivered to the winning bidder using a secure method that we will agree upon later, the fairy's voice whispered directly into Robin's ear, clear and informative. Oh, I see. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly higher, his curiosity deepening. He had genuinely been wondering how they could possibly manifest physical equipment inside a place that clearly was not bound by physical laws. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In that instant, the auditorium's seats began to fill again. Some individuals appeared out of thin air, just like Robin had, while others came rushing in through large doors, either walking briskly or flying through the air. One by one, they all took their places with practiced urgency. The Moonlight Step Boots, first grade. They grant the wearer a 10% increase in speed under all conditions, with that boost rising to 15% during nighttime hours. The old man's voice was calm, but it carried weight. The opening bid is 60,000 energy pearls or its equivalent. Robin gave a faint whistle and leaned forward. That much, just for a 10% boost in speed? Isn't that a little excessive? When you're dealing with planetary-grade equipment, dear human, you should never compare it to ordinary gear, the fairy replied gently, her voice now more serious. When you hear 10% increase in speed, it's not referring to something simple like running faster. This enhancement affects every action your body performs. If you're someone who writes constantly, then your hand will write faster. If you're refining or forging weapons, your energy flow will accelerate. If you're attempting to break through to the next level of the Emperor realm, this speed boost will manifest in how quickly and stably you form your foundational cores. There's really something that incredible? Robin turned to look at the fairy in astonishment. Forgive me if I sound a bit naive, but I thought planetary equipment was just, well, a fancy name for high-level items. Isn't it just the tier above epic? That's correct. Planetary equipment does belong to the tier above epic. But understand this, the peak of the epic tier represents the absolute limits of craftsmanship. That's as far as normal artisans, blacksmiths, or even artificers can go. What do you mean by that, exactly? Robin's expression grew serious as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The greatest achievement that both humans and non-human intelligent creatures can reach with their own craftsmanship is something we call peak epic gear. It represents the absolute limit of what mortal ingenuity and craftsmanship can achieve. However, planetary equipment belongs to an entirely different class. It is not created by tools or hands, but by the planetary spirits themselves. The fairy extended her hand toward the radiant boot on the cushion. Her expression was serene, her voice steady and filled with quiet reverence. She continued, her wings flickering gently behind her. This specific boot you see before you was forged by a planetary soul after its master issued a direct command. The process continued for a period spanning 500 long years. The soul tirelessly scoured its lands, gathering the finest, most potent, and most rare resources it could possibly reach. It did not rest. It did not falter. It shaped the boot with its own energy, embedding it with perfect law patterns. And now, as a consequence of such monumental exertion, it will enter a deep sleep, a hibernation that will last 17,000 years. He voluntarily pushed his planetary soul into a 17,000-year slumber just for this boot. Robin exclaimed, his mind reeling from the revelation. The very idea seemed incomprehensible. Even if the soul was not actively involved in battle or cultivation, it still served as a vital link, a means to monitor the planet and keep tabs on distant events. Losing that connection for such an astronomical duration, was that truly worth it? Not for the boot itself, dear human, but for what you are witnessing at this very moment. The fairy tapped gently beside her ear, then pointed twice toward his own ears, emphasizing what he was meant to pay attention to. 65,000. 65,000 right here. 71,000 energy pearls, another voice echoed. Robin's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes sharpening. The bidding was accelerating with fierce intensity. It had already soared past 77,000, and the numbers continued to climb steadily, each new bid like a spark tossed into a growing blaze. Ah, so this is it, Robin thought. The boot itself was not the goal. The real aim was this auction, this flurry of activity, this sudden river of wealth flowing toward its owner. Whoever commissioned the planetary soul to make the item was not just sacrificing power. They were monetizing their planetary soul's sacrifice, trading decades of planetary potential for riches now. And by the standards of the Middle Belt, one of the most economically dense regions in the known systems, this return was not just acceptable, it was extraordinary. Yet, wasn't it also a dangerous move? Robin's eyes narrowed in concern. A planetary spirit in deep hibernation could not defend its realm. If someone hostile arrived while the soul was asleep and managed to refine it, the original owner would suffer catastrophic loss, perhaps losing half of their soul domain, or worse, facing complete soul collapse and death. What a perilous, but immensely profitable, gamble. Robin murmured, nodding slowly in appreciation. He found himself eyeing the boot again, drawn to the idea. A 10% boost to everything he did, not just running, but every task, every skill, every technique. The more he thought about it, the more it sounded irresistible. Then his eyes snapped open in sudden realization. Something clicked. He clapped his palms together loudly. Hulak's purgatory armor. From the very first moment Robin encountered Hulak, he had taken note of the strange, nearly invisible armor the man wore. It clung to his form like a second skin, as if it were no more than an undergarment. But that was an illusion. It blazed with the flames of purification, possessing a density and resilience that made it seem unbreakable, even mythical. Hulak could channel its power into his fists, amplifying his strength while shielding his body from the destructive backlash of his own overwhelming force. That armor had not been bought, nor looted. It had been forged specially for him, harvesting the scales of Crixus the Great. Then he had ventured into the territories of the giant tribes, ordering them to gather the strongest, most sacred metals their people could offer. And he had entrusted all of that, every rare piece, to Neri. He had not given her blueprints or rigid instructions. He had simply provided his refinement ratio, Nihari-level precision, and told her, make me something that will never break in my hands. What she created was the purgatory armor, sleek, unyielding, almost divine. So it's planetary grade, then, or at least half planetary. Robin muttered, his fingers stroking his chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. If he's wearing that under the armor of the Imperial Guard, even a direct hit from a world cataclysm wouldn't be able to harm him. 81,000 pearls. Whoosh. 82,000. Whoosh. Robin glanced around slowly, observing the chamber with a keen, cautious eye. But to his mild surprise, the atmosphere was not tense at all. It was eerily calm. In fact, every time the bids crossed a certain threshold, a few figures simply disappeared from the room, vanishing without a trace. The remaining participants seemed artificial. Their motions were repetitive. Their voices were eerily similar. Every time they raised a hand to bid, it was in the exact same way, at the same speed. No emotion. No outbursts. No frustration or bravado. Even the old auctioneer on the platform had not said a word since the bidding began. He remained hunched over his staff, eyes half closed, barely moving, like someone on the edge of sleep. What's with this weirdly quiet vibe? Robin asked, raising an eyebrow in bewilderment. The fairy was not offended by his tone. She answered patiently, as if she had been asked this question countless times before. Most of the people you see around you are not real attendees. They are avatars, remote projections, controlled by automated bidding systems. Their original owners sent them here because this auction had been publicly announced weeks in advance, sometimes even years. You, too, can do the same using the control panel interface. You can leave behind an autonomous avatar in your place. Simply set a maximum bid limit, say, 500,000 pearls, and your avatar will participate in the auction accordingly. It will continue to place incremental bids until the limit is reached. If it wins, you will be instantly notified. Your consciousness will then be recalled to complete the purchase. Control panel. Robin frowned, his curiosity piqued. With a soft smile, the fairy gently raised her hand and made a small wave through the air, as if brushing away an invisible veil. Just raise your hand like this. That's all it takes. Chapter 1305. Like this. Robin raised two fingers, pressing them together and holding them in front of his chest, mimicking the gesture the fairy had shown him. Pop. He furrowed his brows in mild confusion as a shimmering window suddenly materialized in the air before him. It hovered silently, glowing faintly. The interface looked like a translucent pane of glass, rectangular in shape with a soft blue hue in the background. Elegant white text floated at its center: Auction Hall, Planetary Gear Division, Moonlight Radiance Boots, estimated time until auction closes, 9 days. 9 days. Robin blinked, astonished. His head tilted slightly as he glanced around the grand auction hall again, trying to reconcile what he saw with what he had just learned. This is standard practice in the major auction arenas, the fairy explained gently, her wings fluttering with a faint, crystalline sound. Events of this scale are never rushed. Whenever planetary grade gear, or any item of rare and exceptional value, enters our registry, we send pre-auction alerts to all interested parties well in advance. That gives them ample time to liquidate assets, gather resources, and mentally prepare for the competition. Once the auction opens, it runs for several days to ensure maximum exposure and to attract even more high-tier bidders. Robin let out a low sound of appreciation, his eyebrows raised as he nodded slowly. So the old trick of swooping in early and snatching the prize before stronger bidders arrive doesn't work here, huh? That's clever. Ruthless, but clever. If you were the seller, Mr. Human, wouldn't you want your item to receive the attention and value it truly deserves? The fairy replied, smiling with a calm professionalism. Would you prefer a chaotic free-for-all where someone snatches it at a fraction of its worth, or a properly managed auction that ensures the highest possible return? We protect the seller's interests above all else. If you ever decide to sell something of value through our platform, you can rest assured it will be handled with the same care. Robin smirked, crossing his arms loosely. I wonder if it's really about the seller's well-being, or just your share of the 25% commission you're so eager to collect. He chuckled softly, but it wasn't malicious, just more impressed than critical. He scanned the crowded seats around him. Still, with this kind of traffic, this kind of visibility, I'd say you do earn your cut. The grand amphitheater surrounding him was packed with avatars and bidders, at least 1,600, if not more, all silently participating in the auction. Their expressions were blank and focused, many resembling mannequins more than people. The bidding gestures were automated, synchronized, almost mechanical. Still, with this level of engagement, Robin wouldn't be surprised if the Moonlight Radiance boots surpassed 1,000,000 essence crystals long before the 9 days ran out. This is nothing, the fairy said with a small shake of her head, her tone modest but clear. The seller only paid for a galactic level auction. That means only those within the same galaxy as Planetzarin are able to view and bid on this item. In addition, a few individuals who had previously submitted targeted requests for such gear were granted invites. Then she gave him a knowing smile. Had the seller opted for a sector-level auction instead, you'd be looking at exponentially larger crowds. And if they had chosen a middle belt level auction, well, let's just say the sheer volume of participants might have made it difficult for even your avatar to get a seat. Why didn't they go for that then? Oh, wait, let me guess. The commission cut. Robin arched a brow, amused. That's one reason, Mr. Human. Hosting an auction at the middle belt scale requires significantly more resources, and in return, we claim 75% of the final sale price. It's not something we do for just any item either. We carefully vet each submission for value, uniqueness, and market demand. This particular pair of boots, while rare, would never qualify for such a prestigious level. However, had the seller chosen a sector-level auction, we would have taken only 50% instead. Only, she says. Robin sighed heavily and laughed, clearly exasperated but also impressed. He shook his head, trying to smother his rising frustration. The Spirit Network really was a finely tuned machine designed for wealth extraction. With dreamforgers like Morpheus at the helm of such a monstrous enterprise, it was no wonder no one else in the universe could rival his economic reach. Not even someone as fearsome and tyrannical as Indiris could challenge him when it came to financial influence. So, how do I check what the next planetary gear item on the auction block is? Robin exhaled, rubbing his temples. Just thinking about all those percentages, numbers, and rules was starting to wear him out. Over there, Mr. Human. The fairy pointed gracefully toward a luminous corner of the wide blue control panel that floated beside him like a magical artifact from ancient ages. That section contains access to all our sub-auction halls, each one dedicated to a specific type of treasure. You'll find halls of pills and elixirs, where centuries-old concoctions and soul-refining brews are sold. Halls of armors and epic weapons, forged from the bones of stars and flames of dying worlds. Halls of techniques and forbidden arts, some of which are older than time itself. Then there are the halls of exotic relics and bizarre treasures, items that defy understanding and reason. And more. Her tone held a melodic rhythm, like someone reciting a sacred chant. Once you enter any of those halls, a curated list of our available treasures will appear. Each listing includes a starting price, detailed description, and a precise timeline of when the item will be revealed and made available for bidding. That way, all participants have equal opportunity to prepare. She rested her hands neatly in front of her again and continued with an elegant smile. If one of the items captures your interest, you may assign a programmed avatar to appear in your stead on the day of the auction. You may give it clear instructions and set a bidding cap, maximum limits it cannot exceed. Then she leaned forward ever so slightly. But these caps must fall within a confirmed range, based on our official soul scan. For example, your spiritual domain currently holds 473,000 refined soul units. That means your avatar's maximum cap must be within that range. This tab here. Robin muttered as he tapped on the planetary gear category. A new interface unfolded like an ancient scroll, revealing lines of glowing items. He began scrolling slowly through the list, eyes narrowing with growing concern. Everything here is outrageously priced. So if I choose to pay with soul units, how exactly do you take them from me? The small fairy didn't flinch. She brought her hands together in a respectful gesture, her wings fluttering softly behind her. We have perfected techniques, developed over millions of years, to extract spiritual units safely and precisely. For smaller quantities, the process is almost imperceptible. We advise staying below 200,000 units for first-time contributors. That's the industry standard. But if you truly wish to use your full amount, all 473,000 units, you can. The Dreamer Morpheus himself developed an advanced, pain-free method of soul excision. You won't feel anything. And more importantly, your cultivation potential will remain unaffected. Wait, excision. Robin's voice rose a pitch, his eyes widening. You mean you people actually cut pieces of the soul domain itself? You don't just extract energy, you remove part of the soul. That's correct, the fairy replied without hesitation, as if it were no more significant than drawing a breath. It is the only known method to preserve the refinement and integrity of soul units. A soul unit, detached from its domain, loses its structure, like a pomegranate without the skin. It becomes useless, just stray ambient energy. But when it's encased in a shell of its original domain, it becomes valuable, tradable, and potent. Her calm explanation only deepened Robin's horror. No, thank you, he said firmly, crossing his arms. I'll stick with energy pearls, thank you very much. To extract chunks of one's soul domain just to make a purchase, even if painless, was revolting. No wonder the Spirit Society was so feared across galaxies. Their power wasn't just in their wealth, it was in their ability to redefine the rules of reality. Of course, you may use energy pearls as currency. The fairy bowed her head slightly. Simply bring the pearls to one of the Soul Society's official towers. Once processed, the equivalent value will be transferred to your internal balance. After that, you may use it to buy anything offered in the auction network. Tap, tap. Robin continued scrolling upward through the interface, his expression hardening. More gear and weapons emerged with each flick, each item etched with detailed auction timelines. Some were scheduled to appear in a month, others a year, others not until entire decades had passed. The longer he stared at them, the more something unsettling began to twist in his chest. It wasn't just the prices. It was the scale of everything. The fact that the Lord of the Soul Society could casually extract fragments of soul domains like they were coins in a fountain, that was terrifying. Robin suddenly felt small, like an ant looking up at a god who could crush him without noticing. Alright, he muttered under his breath. No point lingering in here anymore. Let's see what other parts of this cursed soul society I can take advantage of before. He was just about to close the auction panel when something glimmered in the corner of his vision. His eyes locked on it instinctively. 4th grade planetary displacement gear. Robin froze, his breath catching in his throat. Chapter 1306. Is that a grade 4 planet displacement tool? Robin muttered in disbelief, his voice nearly cracking from the sheer shock. Description: an artifact capable of relocating an entire planet to any random or specific location within the same sector. Enters a dormant state for 6 months following each usage. His heart skipped a beat. His pupils dilated. This was no ordinary item, it was the treasure he had been dreaming of, yearning for, and planning around for decades. It's real? It actually exists? And it's for sale? Impossible. Since when? His fingers danced across the control panel like a man possessed, rushing into the auction listing with the urgency of someone discovering a lost heirloom. Data loaded instantly. It was posted 130 years ago. Bam! The sharp crack of his hand striking the armrest echoed throughout the platform. What the hell is Renara doing? He roared, eyes blazing with a mix of betrayal and confusion. How could she keep this from me? This isn't a trivial detail, this changes everything. A century ago, he had ascended to the imperial throne. It had been a monumental moment, one that solidified his rule over the empire and began a new era of celestial dominance. In those early days, he had forged a personal pact with Renara, entrusting her, his closest spiritual advisor and resource overseer, with a single mission: find me a tier 3 planet displacement tool. That was his request, loud and clear. And yet, this listing predated even that moment. It had been available 30 years before he even took the throne, and she had said nothing. Even if, by some wild twist of fate, she had missed it then, how could she have failed to notice it for the next entire century? Just 2 days ago, he had asked her again, and her reply had been a clueless, dismissive, "There's nothing available right now." "I'm not sure who this Lady Renara you're referring to is, Mr. Human," the fairy interrupted gently, her voice light yet respectful. "But perhaps, you may want to scroll down and review the rest of the details." Robin pulled his mind back from the storm of frustration and allowed himself to glance back at the floating control panel. With a breath held in his lungs, he read further. His eyes locked on a line that made him freeze. 170 years remaining until the auction begins. "That's correct," the fairy replied smoothly, her tone carrying the weight of reverence. "Tier 4 planetary gear is not merely valuable, it is legendary. It stands among the rarest and most precious S-class treasures known to civilized existence. Tier 5 and Tier 6 artifacts have transcended monetary valuation, they are cosmic anomalies, beyond commerce. So when a Tier 4 item emerges, protocols must be enacted. Long-term promotion, interstellar awareness campaigns, and cosmic-level screening processes are set in motion." "I see." Robin exhaled a long, heavy breath as his eyes moved to a glowing label on the interface: auction scope, the middle planetary belt. He leaned back into his seat with a defeated slump. It made perfect sense now. This current auction he was participating in, just a small, local galactic affair for a Tier 1 item, had already attracted over 1,600 bidders, all of them wealthy, influential, and ruthless. The price had risen from 60,000 to 370,000 energy pearls in mere minutes. Now imagine, what would happen when an item of Tier 4 caliber was unveiled across the entire mid-celestial belt? A region with countless worlds, empires, and ancient forces? With a 3-century-long marketing campaign preparing the battlefield? Then came the final blow, one that made his chest feel hollow. Starting bid, 70 million energy pearls. The number glared back at him, tauntingly. Back before his departure, while waiting for the elites he had summoned to arrive, Robin had made a request to Emily. He had joked to her with a sly grin, "Prepare me a space ring fit for an emperor." And she had gone above and beyond. Days later, she delivered not just a ring, but a multidimensional treasury. A single space ring that held tens of other rings within it, and those rings each contained samples, or in many cases, full stockpiles, of everything the Empire had accumulated across generations. Minerals, alloys, energy stones, enchanted goods. It was the lifeblood of a galactic power. And the most important part? 50 rings, each one packed with 1 million energy pearls. They once had nearly 1 billion pearls in reserve. A fortune. But Robin had given Emily full permission to use it all. "Don't hold back," he had said. She used it into armor development, fleet upgrades, military matrices. And she had. For a century, the Empire had advanced like never before. But that progress had drained the vaults. Now their reserves were down to barely a quarter of what they once were. The fact that she still managed to hand him 50 million worth of pearls was a miracle, a gesture that tore at her heart as she placed the ring in his hand. There was no way, no universe, where he could return and ask for even a single ring more. And the problem was, Robin simply couldn't justify borrowing another 20 million from the Empire, not in its current state. The 70 million was only the opening bid, after all. It wouldn't be even slightly surprising if the final price soared to 200, maybe even 300 million energy pearls. No wonder Renara had completely ignored the listing, as if it never existed in the first place. With her empire hanging on by a thread, there was no realistic way she could muster such a staggering amount of wealth just to bid on a single artifact. Most likely, she was still clinging to her old plan, trying to hunt down a grade 3 displacement artifact from some obscure recluse, pressuring him into a trade, or simply eliminating him and taking it by force. Robin exhaled deeply, his brows furrowed as he slowly pinched the bridge of his nose, the pressure building behind his eyes. I came here seeking alliances, to uncover the mysteries of the 5th stages of the laws, to strengthen myself and ascend to the level of a world cataclysm. And yet, why do I feel the path is veering off, leading me toward wealth and trade instead? It was then that the fairy reappeared, her glowing figure shimmering faintly in the dim surroundings. Acquiring wealth may be a monumental task for most living beings, but not for one chosen by truth, she said gently. Human sir, are you ready to ascend once more into the chamber of truth? Or would you prefer to continue browsing through the remaining halls of the spirit society? Robin tilted his head back and chuckled quietly, voice laced with determination. Heh, why not? He stretched his arms to either side, as if embracing the weight of his destiny. That artifact, it's no mere luxury, it's a critical part of the mission. I must acquire it, no matter the price. Then he clapped his hands once. Take me there. As you wish, the fairy replied with a radiant smile spreading across her delicate face. Swoosh. Once more, the world tilted and spiraled, but this time, it wasn't just a change of scenery or the shifting of avatars. No, this time darkness overtook everything. The light in Robin's eyes dimmed, and then vanished. When the world finally stabilized and his senses caught up, Robin found himself standing in a narrow, sealed room, a chamber cloaked in shadows. There were no windows, no doors, no breeze, no scent, no sound, only the faint flicker of a solitary candle, its flame the sole source of light, casting long shadows across stone walls. Robin could only judge the room's size by the faint glow that reached the surrounding furniture, minimalist, almost Spartan, a handful of scattered chairs and a few small, plain tables. A bit gloomy, isn't it? Robin muttered, breaking the silence with a dry observation. This is the exact environment previous Truth Chosens requested, the fairy explained softly. A secluded, silent place, devoid of excessive lighting or sound. A sanctuary for contemplation. Does it not suit your tastes? Robin paused, then offered a faint smile as his gaze traveled upward. Feels like the cave at night, in a way. Not something I haven't grown used to. But then his eyes widened. Though the chamber was cramped in width, it soared vertically, an immense height stretching upward. And then, he saw the reason why. The walls were buried in documents. Sheets of paper stacked from floor to ceiling, some bound, others folded, sealed, or pinned with delicate symbols. Every surface was covered. All of these are requests for Truth Chosens. Robin walked toward one of the 4 towering walls, his hands clasped behind his back. The wall before him was dense with hundreds, no, perhaps thousands, of sealed scrolls, slips, and handwritten forms. That's right, Mr. Human, the fairy said. This room does not serve just Planet Zarin, or even Sector 100. The requests here come from across the entire mid-planetary belt. As you may already understand, Mr. Human, the number of Truth Chosens is far too limited to assign a dedicated chamber in every single sector. Robin nodded slowly, already reaching for the first scroll. He read the title aloud. Makes sense, but why don't you? Would you shut your mouth for a damn minute? The sudden voice cut through the still air like a sharp blade. Some of us are actually trying to concentrate in here. Chapter 1307. Would you shut your mouth for a damn minute? Some of us are trying to focus here, you know. Robin's mind was struck like a thunderbolt. His eyes, which had been locked onto the wall with unwavering intensity, slowly, almost reluctantly, began to drift away from it. He turned his head gradually, a sense of unease crawling over him. The room remained shrouded in darkness. The only source of illumination was a solitary candle, its faint flame casting just enough light to form vague, dancing shadows that clung to the edges of furniture and walls. When Robin had first entered the room, his brain had instinctively registered it as empty, devoid of any presence. He had glimpsed, out of the corner of his eye, a few obscure shapes that could have been tables or chairs, but they hadn't seemed important. His focus had gone immediately to the walls, searching eagerly for the targets he believed were hidden there. But now, things felt different. Now, he looked more carefully. Under the dim, trembling glow of the candle, a shadow stirred behind one of the old chairs. Robin couldn't make out much, only a patch of wild, spiky hair poking above the backrest. That was all. The fact that someone was here, someone he hadn't noticed before, that could only mean one thing. His breath caught in his throat. The implications hit him hard. With effort, he parted his lips to say something, anything. But before he could, a voice reached his ears. Ha ha. So full of energy, you young people. When you walked in, you rushed straight to the wall, didn't you? Just like I did all those eons ago. Robin whipped his head in another direction. There, barely visible, he caught sight of a thin, weathered leg, old and frail, hanging down from a chair. The voice, heavy with age and memory, belonged to someone clearly nearing the end of his long life. Tisk, muttered the spiky-haired figure. From behind the chair, a hand emerged, lazily pointing toward an empty seat nearby. Hey, pull up a paper, sit down, and get to work. But don't expect me to offer you a helping hand. Ha ha. Don't mind him, brother, the old man chuckled again, his tone warmer this time. When he first got here, he used to ask for help constantly. Still does, from time to time, from me and from the others. The others. Robin's voice rose in curiosity as he took a cautious step forward. There are more Truth Chosen here. Ha ha, of course. Ever since I first stepped into this place, about 985,000 years ago, give or take, I've met 9 others like you. That one over there, with the hair like a porcupine, he's one of them. Then there's another one who comes and goes every once in a while. As for the remaining 7, well, they stopped showing up a long time ago. So, including me, that makes 4 active chosen of truth who use this place. Robin frowned slightly, thinking aloud. That's more than I expected, considering I've never encountered a single one until now. But at the same time, it feels like far too few, given the sheer size of the universe. From what I understand, this chamber gathers chosen from the entire Middle Belt, not just Sector 100. The moment Robin uttered those last few words, he felt it, an immediate, sharp shift in the room's atmosphere. Eyes were on him. Intense eyes. The spiky-haired man's gaze in particular turned fierce, even hostile. That idiot, he has no idea what he's saying, the man growled, rising abruptly to his feet. He just gave away his location with a single careless statement. I'm out of here. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished, gone like smoke in the wind. What was that all about? Robin pointed in disbelief at the now empty chair. A long silence followed. Then, at last, the old man's voice echoed again through the gloom. Tell me, young man, did you acquire your eyes lately, or perhaps recently ascend from the young belt? I did ascend recently, Robin answered honestly. I know I'm still new to all this, I've got a lot to learn. But seriously, what's the big deal with saying I'm from Sector 100? That sector alone has a countless number of planets. You could even say it's a universe in its own right. Robin's brow tightened, frustration seeping into his tone. Come, sit down, the old truth chosen gestured toward the nearest chair with a slow, deliberate hand. There are a few things I need to say to you, as someone who has, against all odds, managed to survive far longer than most. Robin's brow tensed sharply, a flicker of caution and curiosity stirring within him. His instincts warned him to stay back, yet his legs betrayed that warning. Without realizing it, he found himself stepping forward, slowly closing the distance between them. I noticed you've decided to conceal your identity. That alone tells me you may not be entirely hopeless, the old man said with a low, dry chuckle. He then leaned forward, pushing his frail form further into the glow of the flickering candlelight, revealing himself fully to Robin for the first time. Robin's breath caught in his throat, and he reflexively stepped back, disturbed by what he saw. The elder's head resembled that of a dark, weathered hound. Large, drooping ears hung on either side of his skull, and his face was a grotesque canvas of aged, sagging flesh. Layers of leathery, wrinkled skin folded over themselves, obscuring one eye entirely, and giving him the appearance of something neither fully human nor beast. Yet the rest of his body remained unmistakably human, thin, worn, but unmistakably humanoid. You look quite charming today, Robin muttered awkwardly, unsure whether it was sarcasm or a subconscious attempt to ease the tension. The old man waved a bony hand with casual amusement. Ha ha. No need to flatter or restrain yourself, boy. I'm well aware this avatar is hideous by most standards, but it suits me just fine. It represents who I am, in ways words cannot. It's a mask, much like the one you're wearing now. Though, to be entirely honest, my true form might be even more grotesque. So don't get any wild fantasies trying to imagine a nobler version of me, ha. A mask, like mine? Robin repeated, intrigued. He lowered himself into the chair and called forth his status window. With a few gestures, he swiped through various panes until reaching a blank one, effectively turning it into a makeshift mirror. There, his reflection stared back. His face was covered by a metallic silver mask, seamless and cold, adorned at the edges with small, menacing rivets. He tried to raise his eyebrows or even part his lips, but the mask didn't respond in the slightest. It remained completely rigid, immovable, as if bolted into his very bones. Listen carefully now, young man. The old truth chosen began again, this time with a gravity that made Robin sit up straighter. Do you recall the 7 I mentioned earlier? The ones who stopped coming? Robin asked, his tone now more serious, his expression darkening slightly. Most likely, they're dead, the elder said bluntly, slapping his thigh as if to punctuate the grim truth. That's the only explanation that makes any sense. No truth chosen, regardless of age or disposition, would willingly abandon the truth chamber for hundreds of thousands of years. Even someone like me, an old fossil who has renounced nearly everything, still finds his way back here from time to time. I come to earn a bit of sustenance, to maintain a place in the order of things, and perhaps, to offer something to this vast universe before I finally breathe my last. I understand, Robin nodded slightly, absorbing the weight of the words. But, why tell me all of this? Because you're making the same mistakes they did, the old man said, his voice sharpening with sudden intensity. We, the truth chosen, were not meant to be in the spotlight. Our path is one of shadows, not glory. Whether you live as a hidden civilian, quietly carrying out your work in the background, or whether you find a powerful figure to champion your cause and reveal your findings to the world on your behalf, either way, subtlety is the key. He paused, letting the words settle. Some choose to join mighty factions or empires, aligning themselves with power in exchange for protection and resources. They act in silence, shielded from prying eyes. I'm certain you, too, have been faced with these choices, just as the rest of us have. He leaned back slightly, then sighed, shaking his head slowly. But then there are those few chosen, let's not call them fools outright, let's just say they were, too ambitious for their own good. They believed they could walk the path alone, that their master law made them invincible, that they were independent, above the system. But that's not how the universe works, my boy, not at all. His voice darkened. When someone raises a blade to your throat, you won't scare them off with your proud green eyes or fancy words. Strength alone doesn't protect you, especially not when you flaunt it carelessly. He leaned forward once again, his gaze piercing. I won't ask you what form of protection you've chosen, or who backs you, if anyone. That's your business. But remember this, and remember it well, as a truth chosen, silence is your greatest ally. Even if you have aligned yourself with an empire or a mighty organization, keep your mouth shut. Always. Because in this universe, there's always a greater empire out there, stronger, hungrier. And if word gets out that such a power has a truth chosen within its ranks, it won't end well. A war will erupt, either to take you for themselves, or to destroy you before you can tip the scales. His voice grew colder. None of them, none of the great powers, want their enemies to have a truth master at their side. Then, leaning in so closely Robin could see the lines etched into the folds of his monstrous face, he whispered, those seven, they spoke too freely. They trusted each other far more than they should have. And we believe, one of them, maybe all of them, betrayed the others. Their voices, their truths, became their downfall. And in the end, their silence came too late. Chapter 1308. They caused each other's deaths. Robin's voice cracked with shock, his mind spinning. The old truth chosen with the hound-shaped head simply gave a long, resigned sigh and raised his withered shoulders in a slow shrug. That's what we believe, yes. Toward the end of their time here, tension had built up between them like a storm waiting to break. One of them accused the other, said he would be the reason for his death, swore vengeance beyond the grave. After that bitter exchange, he vanished into silence. We never saw him again. He paused, then continued with a haunted look in his half-hidden eyes. Not long after, the one he had accused also disappeared without a trace. We suspect, no, we are almost certain, that he betrayed the other before his own end came. He might have exposed his location to someone dangerous, sealing both of their fates in one terrible decision. The elder's tone dropped further, sadness thick in his voice. The spiky-haired one? He arrived during those final, chaotic days. What he witnessed left him broken in a way that even time couldn't fully heal. He disappeared for centuries, maybe trying to forget, or maybe trying to survive in solitude. When he came back, he looked like someone who had seen too much. He exhaled slowly. He told me that from now on, every one of us should keep to himself. That no one should speak to or trust anyone else. That it was better that way. He made me promise not to ask him questions, and he wouldn't ask any of me. And that unspoken pact has held firm between us for tens of thousands of years. Robin stared at the ground, a deep furrow forming between his brows. But isn't that too much? He asked softly, his voice heavy with uncertainty. Even mentioning the sector I am from? That's not some hidden secret, it's barely even personal. It's public knowledge, just a general detail, not some classified intel. The old man slowly turned his wrinkled face toward him, his lips curling with something between pity and reproach. Do you truly not understand what it means to be a truth chosen, child? He asked, his voice low but firm. You've already sold yourself with that one careless sentence. If even one of us has ill intent in our heart, your fate could be sealed right now, and you would never even know who dealt the blow. He leaned closer, the firelight casting grotesque shadows across his hound-like face. Whenever an empire gains the support of a truth chosen, the effects are unmistakable. They don't come subtly, they arrive like a tidal wave. New breakthroughs emerge. Ancient formations are restored, weapons of legend are reforged, and new elixirs with unthinkable effects are brewed. Within mere centuries, everyone around them notices that something has changed. They begin to ask, where did this come from? Who gave them this edge? He pointed a crooked, bony finger directly at Robin's chest. If we truly wanted to find you, all we would have to do is monitor the dominant powers in Sector 100 of the Middle Belt for the next few hundred years. We would watch for sudden advancements, strange surges in technology, and unexpected rise in dominance, and we would know. Eventually, we would know. Robin's eyes went wide with realization, stretched open in disbelief. Perhaps this wasn't an exaggeration after all. He had already witnessed it firsthand. The Nine Paths Empire had begun manifesting new kinds of war dominance arrays unlike anything seen in that region for hundreds of millennia. Their equipment had undergone a metamorphosis. And soon they might even unveil a merged law. Maybe it was obvious. Maybe anyone looking closely would realize that someone with the law of truth was backing them from the shadows. The old man released a long, tired sigh that carried the weight of many lifetimes. So don't be too hard on the spiky-haired one. He's here for a reason, to work, to earn the resources he needs to support the power he has allied himself with. And he wants to do it without distraction, without interference. He wants to keep his hands clean and his mind clear. He's not looking to make friends. Neither am I, really. He leaned back again, folding his arms across his frail chest. Until the day comes when the force protecting me collapses, until the planet spirit that sustains me is taken away. I want no trouble, no enemies, no risks. Robin's gaze dropped again, his fists clenching tightly at his sides. These troubles you're speaking of, he said slowly, his voice tense. Are they what led to the fall of all the truth chosen in the Middle Belt? A bitter silence followed. The truth was undeniable. Truth chosen were weak. The law itself didn't grant direct power. It was a path, a method, a dangerous opportunity. And not everyone had the knowledge or aptitude to walk that path to its end. The first and second chosen in Nihari had died because of it. Jabba had been sealed, left to be covered in dust and isolation like a discarded tool, waiting to be rescued or work as a slave to monsters like Helen. But to be hunted, targeted, or murdered, not because of what you've done, but for what you could do, for who you might help? That was something Robin had never imagined. Not in the Middle Belt. Whoever said that all the truth chosen in the Middle Belt have been wiped out? The old man, whose head resembled that of a dark hound with long, drooping ears hanging at either side, let out a slow, deliberate chuckle. His voice carried a mix of amusement and something more subtle, bitterness, perhaps, or quiet defiance. There are plenty of us still around, far more than most realize. It's just that many of us aren't willing to take the risk of exposing ourselves. They stay hidden, out of sight, beneath layers of ordinary identities and simple facades. He leaned forward, his voice lowering into something more confidential. If you look closely, you'll find them among the crowds over in the regular request halls, blending in with the other applicants. They act just like everyone else. Most of them have built their foundations using some other law entirely, fire, earth, wind, you name it. They use that path as a cover, a smokescreen, so no one ever suspects their true alignment. They've made a choice to keep the law of truth buried deep within. Then, as if recounting a memory, his eyes drifted slightly. And there are others still. Truth-chosens who've aligned themselves with behemoths, or perhaps the great stellar academies scattered across the sectors. They don't concern themselves with wealth or this market's conveniences. No. Some are working behind the scenes to develop something for their masters. Others are buried deep in research, investigating the fundamental questions of the universe, the kinds of problems few dare to even contemplate. He gave a dry laugh, raising his bony shoulders in a resigned shrug. To people like them, the rest of us, me, you, even the ones with talent, we're just drifters. Wanderers wasting time on shallow puzzles. But that's fine. I've carved out a little space here, solved some difficult problems, and made my mark in my own modest way. No regrets. A long silence followed, heavy with thought. Robin's gaze had dropped to the floor, but something in the old man's words caught his attention. A small thread of truth, subtle but undeniable. You and the spiky-haired one, Robin said suddenly, his tone curious but careful. Did you both build your foundations on the law of truth? The old man leaned back and let out a deep, belly-shaking laugh, staring at the cracked ceiling above him. Ho ho! We've just finished talking about how even mentioning one sector is taboo, and now you're asking about personal secrets. Robin gave an awkward smile, brushing his fingers against his mask. Curiosity is what made me a truth chosen to begin with. But if that question crosses the line, feel free to ignore it. The old man waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. That kind of information doesn't amount to much anyway, and in time, you'll notice the difference in the kinds of tasks we're willing to accept. It will all become clear. He shifted in his seat, his tone a bit more direct. I did build my pillars using the law of truth, but I've been stuck at the second stage for a long time. As for the spiky-haired one, he's reached the third stage already. His eyes flicked up toward Robin, gauging his reaction. And you, young man? What's your story? Robin almost flinched. If his silver, spike-edged mask hadn't been covering his face, the shock on his features would have been impossible to miss. A second-stage truth chosen, stuck for nearly 1,000,000 years? And the other, who had lived at least tens of thousands of years, had only just reached the third stage? It made Robin question everything about his own progress. He had only lived for around 300 years, and yet, the old man's hound-like eyes narrowed, a sharpness rising in his expression that hadn't been there before. Well, what level have you reached? Don't tell me you built your foundation using a different law. If that's the case, then everything we've discussed would have been a waste of breath. And to be perfectly honest, your entire presence here would be pointless as well. Robin hesitated. His heart beat faster. He had reached the fourth stage already. But if he admitted that here and now, would the old man even believe him? Would he think him a liar, or worse, a threat? After a few seconds of mental debate, he scratched the back of his head and said, I've recently reached the second stage. The old man peered at him for a moment, then snorted. Ho ho! And why the long pause before answering? Boy, did you think I'd be jealous that you hit the second stage with just one little job under your belt? He waved his hand again, almost mockingly. I know my limits. My talent is what it is. I'm content with where I've gotten. Then, with a faint smirk beneath the drooping folds of skin on his face, he added, Still, I'm glad the spiky-haired one finally has some competition. You're young. If you play your cards right, and more importantly, if you protect yourself and stay alive, you'll no doubt reach the third stage before long. The elder leaned back into his chair again, his mask of shadows reclaiming his features. Then he pointed lazily toward a nearby wall filled with glowing task screens. All right, that's enough talking. I won't waste any more of your time. Go choose a task. Who knows? You might end up addicted to this place, just like I did. Robin gave a silent nod, took a deep breath, and turned toward the glowing wall. Lines of shimmering text scrolled past his eyes, listing tasks of varying difficulty and reward. Then, one caught his attention: complete a missing page from a second-degree martial technique. Reward upon completion, 300,000 energy shards. He paused, and then, without hesitation, reached for it. Chapter 1309. Completing just one page of a second-stage martial art and the reward is 300,000 energy pearls. Robin exclaimed in an audible voice, clearly astonished. But after a brief moment, he nodded slowly, starting to understand the logic behind the seemingly outrageous offer. A martial art technique is usually a predefined offensive or defensive move that activates under certain conditions, through the manipulation of internal patterns. What makes these techniques versatile is that, even if someone has built their cultivation foundation on the fire path, they could still, without any issue, make use of a martial art technique based on ice. Compatibility, in this case, is more flexible than people often assume. So even if the technique is only labeled as second grade, which classifies it as a formidable weapon for cultivators at the saint level, but more like a child's toy for those above that, it may still hold significant auxiliary value for the one who posted the request. If that individual happens to be a clan leader or a head of a powerful family, and they plan to distribute the completed technique among their members, then the collective combat effectiveness of all those individuals would rise. This would lead to the entire clan or family ascending by several power grades. In such a scenario, the price of 300,000 energy pearls wouldn't be considered high at all. In fact, it might even be a bargain. So, while at first glance the price might seem heavily inflated, it ultimately depends on who submitted the request and what their intentions are. Ho ho ho! What do you mean by one page, child? A raspy, mocking voice came from behind. It was the old man with a canine head, who chuckled as he continued. It's not just a few missing words, it's a full page, written on both the front and the back. Not only that, but it's a central, pivotal page as well. The request is more like trying to restore a painting that's been burned in the middle. That task has been sitting untouched for nearly 5,000 years. If you ask me, the one who posted that request is simply delusional. Oh. Robin looked over his shoulder, offered 2 polite nods, and muttered, "You're probably right." But then he turned back toward the task request, gesturing twice toward it. "Still, I'd like to take a look at that martial arts scroll." "You got it." The fairy's voice was short and formal. Immediately, Robin felt a surge of information rushing past his mind's eye, an enormous flood of words, characters, and intricate patterns. Several minutes passed as Robin reviewed the contents. He finally nodded multiple times, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "I can see your point, old man. The missing section really is vital. Don't let me stop you." The elder's weak, cracked voice returned. "I'm not trying to discourage you. Perhaps your type is different from ours, maybe you're the one this task has been waiting for all these years. But my advice is not to rush. Take your time, browse the other tasks too. You might stumble upon one that suits your strengths even better." "Thanks for the advice," Robin replied with a respectful nod, then began casually walking around the spacious room, glancing at the various task scrolls and requests posted on the surrounding walls. 3 days later, top floor of the Blue Ostrich Inn, BZZZZ. Through the shattered window on the topmost floor, a large fly buzzed its way inside. It was an unusually big insect, about the length of a human finger, with a dark brown exoskeleton. Several tiny, twitching antennae adorned its head, constantly scanning its surroundings like sensory probes. From its face extended a long, narrow trunk-like snout in place of a nose. Upon entering, the giant fly buzzed freely across the dusty, abandoned room. It flitted around, inspecting everything out of instinct and hunger. It dipped its trunk into a glass of leftover wine, sucked up a mouthful, then swallowed an entire white grape whole. It paused for a moment. BZZZZ? Something had caught its eye. Over on a tall coat rack was a torn pair of pants, hanging carelessly, as though thrown there in haste. Curious, the fly zoomed toward them, hoping to find something valuable, perhaps a spirit stone or even a remnant of cultivator energy that could help in its transformation. BZZZZ. The massive insect landed delicately on the fabric. It began using its elongated snout to prod and explore the surface, slowly crawling back and forth across the cloth, searching meticulously. Suddenly, BZZZZ, its trunk touched something strange, something warm, something alive. The fly recoiled in sudden terror, her wings nearly taking her into flight. But the complete and eerie lack of reaction from the figure below made her hesitate. Emboldened by the stillness, she cautiously descended further until, without realizing it, she found herself standing atop a human face. Or what appeared to be one. The man's mouth hung agape, frozen in a silent scream. His eyes were stretched wide, glassy and unblinking, locked in an eternal expression of shock. Yet he did not twitch, did not breathe, did not blink. To the fly, it was simply a strange surface to explore. Curious and hungry, she began to examine the unmoving figure, this peculiar human who had become little more than a glorified coat rack. She extended her long, flexible trunk and inserted it into his open mouth, gently probing around for organic traces. Then, dissatisfied, she skittered across his cheek and moved toward his eye, poking at the glossy surface and sampling the faint salty fluid that pooled there. She didn't expect what came next. Thwack! A sudden, crushing blow struck her from above like the wrath of a thunder god. Her tiny body exploded in a splatter of membrane and wings, smeared across the eyeball of the unmoving man statue. Ugh! Pisu, seriously? Why are you letting flies crawl all over your face like that? Do you have unusual tastes or something? Robin's voice came casually from the side as he stepped into view, wiping his hand disdainfully on the man's face. His tone was both annoyed and mildly amused. You know those things carry all kinds of diseases, right? And in case you didn't notice, there's fly gunk on your eye. Clean it off when you get the chance. Then, with the ease of long practice, Robin gave the man a few affectionate pats on the neck, as if speaking to a misbehaving pet. Without another word, Robin unbuckled his belt and kicked off his shoes. The shoes landed unceremoniously on top of Pisu's head, while the belt was looped securely around the man's motionless arm. I've got a lot to get done today. I'd prefer not to hear a single noise. Understood. Good. Robin exhaled deeply and sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. He pulled out a massive scroll-like board and unfurled it, revealing a complex web of diagrams and energy patterns that covered half the mattress in front of him. Now, let's finally finish reconstructing that martial technique. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the archive hall. From the void itself, the outline of a man began to form, first as a shimmer of light, then flesh, then cloth. He wore a long, tattered cloak that draped his frame like a shroud of mystery. His face was concealed by a wooden mask, crude yet intimidating, its surface carved with ancient runes. From his head, sharp strands of hair jutted outward like obsidian stakes, giving him the appearance of a walking weapon. He appeared silently, then slowly turned his head to scan the room. Finally, he spoke in a deep, calm voice that barely masked its irritation. Has the metal-faced youth departed? Ho ho ho. I thought you'd vanish for at least a few more weeks this time, the old man with the head of a dog replied, his laughter like dry rustling leaves. Yes, he's gone. I had a brief talk with him. He's not as bad as you think. I didn't ask for your opinion about him. The spiked-haired man moved to his favorite corner and sat, his presence dark and deliberate. And you'd do well to remember the agreement. No talk. No gossip. We don't need another tragedy. Ho ho ho. The dog-headed elder wheezed again, his grotesque face twitching into a sinister grin. But I think this time, you should be interested. I seriously doubt that. The masked man opened a thin black booklet and started reading, already tuning the old man out. Oh, but I strongly believe otherwise. The elder leaned forward into the dim light, his grotesque features catching the golden glow. That boy claimed he reached the second stage in the law of truth, but from the way he speaks, from the subtle implications in his questions, I suspect he's already reached the third. He paused for effect, his grin widening. And you know what that means, don't you? Third stage. In only a few centuries. I fear, he might be closer to the fifth stage than you are. I fear, you now have a real rival for the title of the Great Chosen of Truth for this era. Crack! The pen in the spiked-haired man's hand shattered instantly, splintering into pure, formless soul energy that evaporated into the air. For an entire minute, silence reigned. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. A new pen materialized, sleek, sharp, glowing faintly with concentrated power. He resumed writing, his voice low but intense. Reaching the fifth stage isn't a matter of talent alone. It takes absolute, unshakable will. Do you know how many geniuses have come and gone through the ages? He looked up, eyes blazing behind the mask. And how many among them reached the fifth stage? How many became great truth chosen? The ones whose legacies are etched into the foundation of all existence. He clenched his new pen tight. You can count them on a single hand. Then, with a grim smile under his mask, he whispered, it doesn't matter if that boy's talent outshines mine. In the end, we'll see who reaches the fifth stage first. Chapter 1310. 5 days later. Hey ah. Robin stretched his arms skyward, arching his back with a satisfying crack as he twisted his neck from side to side. A long exhale followed, as if he had just set down the weight of a mountain. Finally. As much fun as it was, it took too long, he muttered, almost in disbelief. With pride swelling in his chest, he lifted the large board in both hands, raising it toward the ceiling as though it were a divine artifact. A wide, self-satisfied grin spread across his face. Damn, this is absolutely magnificent, he exclaimed, admiring the elegant complexity of what he had drawn. I would bet my hair that this solution is 10 times better than the original, maybe even more. Turning the board slightly, he angled it so Pisu, still frozen beside the bed, could see it too. You are no stranger to this process, right? Robin chuckled. You have been silently watching every stroke of the brush for days, so come on, take a good look. Feast your eyes on what I have created. He pointed to the dense interweaving of sigils, calligraphy, and pattern-based logic etched across the board. This martial art was originally designed as a fusion of two minor laws of the water and wind paths, he explained, his voice filled with scholarly excitement. When activated, it would generate high-speed liquid blades, perfect for cutting off fleeing targets or raining chaos during wide-area battles. He paused, eyes gleaming with pride. But the missing page held the core link between the two elements, the key that made them work in harmony. And I did not just patch that key, I reinvented it from scratch. I went a step further and infused a third law of frost. By layering intense cold into the water flow, the blades now freeze mid-flight into dense shards of ice. That increases their penetration power dramatically. What was once just a cutting technique is now a devastating piercing strike that can reach deep into the enemy's core. He stepped back and gave the board one final look, almost reverently. I did not just repair this technique, I elevated its value several-fold. Robin's triumphant expression faded as silence lingered like a wet cloth. He glanced sideways. Okay, that's enough. I will release you now. Talking to a frozen audience kind of kills the vibe. He placed his hand flat against Pisu's unmoving chest. A focused stream of soul energy flowed from Robin's palm into the body. Moments later, the flow reversed, and a portion of soul force began returning to Robin. And then, the scream that erupted was less human and more like the sound of a soul being torn apart. A shriek only a master of the law of sound could produce. It was thunderous, agonizing, raw. But Robin did not flinch. He stood there, eyes calm, listening carefully. Because he knew this was not an attack. No, this was something far worse. This was the wail of sheer, mind-breaking terror. The howl of a prisoner finally released from days of sensory deprivation, locked in darkness, unable to scream, unable to blink, unable to breathe. Slap. Robin's hand moved fast, delivering a sharp, open palm strike to the side of Pisu's face. Get a grip, he snapped. Thud. Pisu dropped to the floor like a rag doll. The strike was not even strong. Robin was not nearly powerful enough to cause harm, but it felt appropriate. The shock alone was enough to make Pisu collapse. Even lying there, he did not question it. His body agreed with the reaction. Ah, ha, ha. Pisu began crawling backward on the floor, limbs trembling violently. His face was frozen in a contorted mask of terror. The mischief that usually danced in his eyes was gone, replaced with raw panic. He did not think of the dried guts of the fly still smeared in his eye. He did not notice that he had stopped breathing. He did not notice anything. Why are you running? Why are you running? Robin took 3 quick steps forward. Stop acting like a scared rabbit, or I swear I will pin you down myself. The moment the direct command registered, Pisu's body went stiff. He froze flat on the ground, limbs locking up like a puppet caught in mid-step. Robin stared at him, then sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Calm down, he said gently, waving a hand in a soothing motion. Just breathe, alright? In, out, yeah, that's better. He knelt slightly, bringing himself closer to Pisu's level. Listen, don't look at me like I am some monster. You are the one who tried to steal from me, remember? All I did was lock your soul inside your body for a few days. No pain, no damage, no tricks. Just a timeout. Pisu's eyes widened even further at those words. A few tears, long suppressed, began to form and tremble at the edges of his vision. The silence hung heavy for a moment, like the breath before a storm. Seeing the twisted expression of fear and confusion on Pisu's face, Robin exhaled long and slow. His eyes softened for just a heartbeat, then he crouched down fluidly, like a predator deciding whether to pounce or not. With both hands, he began massaging his scalp, fingers digging through his own hair, as though trying to knead out the tension that had coiled inside his skull. Alright, maybe I went a little too far with the whole shoe thing, he muttered, his voice lower now, almost contemplative. But seriously, what is the big deal with a bit of intimidation? You were planning to rob me, weren't you? His gaze flicked upward toward Pisu, and a lopsided smile formed at the edge of his mouth. The smile of a man who had stared too long into chaos, and found it amusing. Do you even know how much I restrained myself from dealing with you properly? He let out a dark chuckle, dry, cold, like gravel sliding across bone. Then, slowly, he raised his arm and pointed directly at Pisu, his finger like the tip of a loaded weapon. The last poor soul who tried to rob me in a cave. I tested one of my newer techniques on him, fixed molecule distortion. You should have seen it. He spent 12 hours feeling like shattered glass was running through his veins. Robin's smile widened slightly, his eyes alight with an unsettling joy. He died screaming. Not from blood loss. Not from any injury. Just, pure, unfiltered pain. Ack! Pisu screamed, unable to stop himself. Instinct took over and he began crawling backward in a panicked frenzy, as though distance could somehow shield him from this madman's words. But it did not last long. Stop! Robin's voice came out sharp and commanding, laced with a quiet, unspoken authority that snapped against the air like a whip. And Pisu froze. His muscles locked up. His body disobeyed his own will. Robin straightened with a sigh, brushing off imaginary dust from his jacket as if to regain composure. The theatrics faded from his tone. Alright, maybe you don't think any of this is funny. That's fair. He took a step forward, his boots echoing ominously on the floor. But I was not joking. It is the truth. He began pacing, slow and deliberate, like a judge issuing a final verdict. I ran through hundreds of possible scenarios for you. Hundreds. You see, you were my first world calamity prisoner. You don't know how rare that is for someone like me. I had plans, elaborate ones. Robin paused, then tilted his head with a crooked grin. I even considered dissecting you, just enough to peek inside and see what makes your peculiar little body tick. He took another step forward, his expression hardening. But I resisted. I showed restraint. Do you even know what that cost me? He raised a single finger, one digit representing a mountain of sacrifice. 10,000 units. Gone. Every single day I kept you like that. 10,000 a day. That's not some minor inconvenience. That's a strategic sacrifice. That's me putting morality, or something like it, ahead of profit, power, and curiosity. He leaned in, his face now just a few feet from Pisu's. So tell me, how exactly do you plan to repay me? How do you intend to thank me for not breaking you down into data and dust? Ki-ee-ee. Pisu's face contorted into an expression of sheer terror. He looked as if he wanted to burrow through the very floor, to disappear entirely from the world. Every molecule in his body quivered with belief. He knew Robin was telling the truth. He felt it. But still, he did not move. The command still held him like chains of iron and fire. Tisk. Robin clicked his tongue, looking down at him with a strange mixture of disgust, disappointment, and maybe, just maybe, a sliver of reluctant mercy. I was going to untie you, toy with you for a bit. You know, loosen things up. Put you back in for a few more days of fun. He shrugged casually. But, it seems that's not necessary anymore. Turning his back, Robin waved the conversation away like smoke. Even if you are older than me, you're still just a child. And I don't kill children. Not with my own hands, at least. KRK. With practiced precision, he rolled up the floating diagram that had hovered in the air, compressed it, and slipped it into his spatial ring with a flick of his fingers. Without another glance, Robin walked toward the front door, each step calm, unhurried. And then he was gone, leaving Pisu alone. Still, silent, trembling in the aftermath of madness. Inside the Soul Society branch, planets are in. Within an enormous white chamber, its surfaces so polished they seemed to glow, Robin stood motionless. His eyes closed, his posture tall, his aura unreadable. Then, a soft, artificial voice echoed all around him, as if whispered directly into his mind. Welcome back, Mr. Human. Would you like to proceed to the main hall? Or the Chamber of Truth perhaps? Robin lifted a hand slowly, deliberately, his tone formal but heavy with intention. Before I proceed, there's something I need to ask first. Of course, Mr. Human, how may I assist you? The fairy's voice was smooth, flawless, but distinctly artificial. It smiled the way a program was designed to, precise, polite, sterile. I intend to spend a significant amount of time in the Chamber of Truth, Robin said, his voice low, controlled. I'll be handling an enormous number of requests. Dozens. Hundreds, maybe. A pause. A flicker of hesitation. What I need to know is, can I leave completed requests visible, even after I am done with them? A few seconds passed. Then the sprite replied, carefully, requests are binding declarations. The poster pledges payment in return for a solution. However, we routinely remove listings if the poster becomes insolvent. If we left all solved requests hanging around, another chosen might accidentally accept one. That would disrupt protocol. Robin's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not back down. Just leave them for now. If anyone tries to accept one, then remove it. That's all I am asking. He crossed his arms. These requests have been floating in that system for millennia, tens of thousands of years, even. No one is touching them. They all go after the flashy, new ones. His voice dropped, darkening like a storm on the horizon. Truth is, I need this. If the others saw how fast I am completing papers, how deep I can go, they might turn on me. I need a cover. He looked directly at the sprite projection. Help me with this, or I will be forced to limit myself. And that won't just hold me back. It will weaken your whole system, too. Silence. The fairy's eyes closed, calculating, simulating probabilities, processing potential consequences. Then, softly, very well. Complete one of those old requests first. Based on your performance, we will determine whether to authorize your proposal. Robin smirked, the tension breaking. Oh, that'll be easy. He flicked his wrist, and a glowing interface expanded into the air before him, its contents shifting like code. Chapter 13:11. Somewhere within the vast expanse of Midsector 402. Step. A weathered man, appearing to be in his late 40s, walked through the wide open doors of the great hall. At first glance, he resembled a human, but his ashen gray skin hinted at something else, something not quite of Earth. His nose was nothing more than two narrow slits etched into his face. His steps were measured and deliberate, but his eyes were heavy with defeat, fractured by fear. And when he finally came to stand before the only other person present in the hall, he opened his dry, trembling lips and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. We have lost the northern fields, father. The man he addressed bore a striking resemblance to him, clearly his father, but age had ravaged the elder's body. By the standards of mortal men, he seemed well past 90, though the weight in his posture told of a soul far older and wearier than his physical shell. He sat hunched forward on the cold throne-like seat, resting his forehead heavily upon both palms, as if trying to hide his own shame behind the cage of his fingers. Before his son's grim announcement, he did not utter a single word. When no reply came, the son simply turned around, silent as the grave, and exited the hall. But the silence didn't last. Moments later, another voice cut through the air. We have also lost the last of the Western Energy Stone mines, father. The old man stirred, finally. His voice rasped from his throat like dry wine through ancient ruins. Stop it. He slowly raised his head, revealing eyes sunken and rimmed with despair. Stop bringing me these cursed reports and let us perish in silence. The second son turned his back and left, wordless. No bow, no farewell, no plea for guidance, just silence. Once, not so long ago, they were the proud rulers of a flourishing planetary kingdom. Their father, the very man who now sat in ruins, had united the planet 30,000 years ago through valor, vision, and the refinement of his soul. Though the planet they ruled was small in the grand scale, it had offered them safety, prestige, legacy. But every dream, no matter how vivid, must eventually meet its dusk. Their planet had been invaded. Over 60% of its surface was under enemy control. The very soul of the planet, once their mighty guardian, had been pushed past its limits. Now, exhausted and drained of power, it slumbered in a dormant state, unable to lift a finger in defense. Their armies, defeated across every front. Their once proud legions scattered like ash in the wind. Against the invading force, a mighty empire of 3 interconnected planets, the fall was inevitable. The noose was tightening. Genocide was no longer a question of if, but of when. Step. Once more, footsteps echoed through the cold stone hall. At the sound, the old man's fury boiled over. His voice roared across the chamber. Did I not say I wanted no more cursed reports? Oh, it is me, father. The newcomer was a girl, no older than her early 20s, her face calm despite the chaos. She held a small, elegant box in her hands. A rush delivery has arrived for you, from the Soul Society. They sent a personal vessel to bring it all the way here. A package? From the Spirit Society. The old man blinked, his anger giving way to confusion. I haven't had dealings with them in centuries. Curiosity overtaking despair, he gestured for his daughter to come closer. Click, crack. With a simple brush of his spiritual imprint, the box unlocked. Its top slid open, revealing its contents. What is this? Nestled inside was a panel, ancient-looking, covered in unfamiliar runes and glowing with a faint energy. The old man's eyes widened. This is. What is it, father? The girl stepped closer, now standing by his side, her eyes falling upon the strange patterns etched into the panel. She inhaled sharply. Those symbols, those strange, flowing marks. Could this be? No. Is this what I think it is? Ha ha ha. After thousands upon thousands of years, my investment has finally borne fruit. The old man erupted into laughter, a raw, unhinged sound that filled the vast, silent hall like a storm breaking after an eternity of drought. I told you, you little bastards. That martial art was real. That ancient technique wasn't just some myth buried in dusty scrolls, it was real. I told you it could be restored. Ha ha ha. In an instant, he leapt from his chair with the energy of a man a quarter, his age. His eyes gleamed with a manic light, like twin stars reigniting after eons of dormancy. A wave of vitality surged through his aged limbs, as if half his soul had just returned from the grave. Summon the generals. Call all of my children. Wake the reserves, rally the outer legions, mobilize every last soul who can hold a blade or channel a law. The time for a counterattack has finally come. Yes, father. The girl gave a sharp salute, her voice resolute, her face alight with purpose. Without wasting another second, she turned and dashed out of the hall like a comet on a mission. The old man, now alone again, turned his attention back to the panel with trembling fingers and reverent breath. Unbelievable. It is beyond even my most delusional expectations. His voice had softened now, filled not with madness, but wonder. Could this truly be a third law? Has the truth chosen actually succeeded in fusing a third heavenly law, using only a single page? He staggered slightly, clutching his chest. The sheer magnitude of what he was witnessing was almost too much for his aging heart to bear. With shaking hands, he reached back into the delivery box and searched carefully until his fingers brushed against a small slip of paper. He held it up and read, "Your work has been completed by human." Human. Meanwhile, somewhere within the realm of the Soul Society, Robin leaned back in his chair, a tired but deeply satisfied smile playing on his lips. Before him on the display panel, numbers had changed. In the balance column now shimmered a new total, 270,000 energy pearls. Unreal. The client already received the panel and sent the payment. His voice was filled with cautious optimism, the kind that only comes when hard work finally yields its first true reward. He chuckled to himself, a boyish joy lighting up his features. That's the first real profit, and it feels damn good. But before the moment could settle, a melodic synthetic voice responded calmly, correcting him. Negative. When an order is placed, the corresponding amount of pearls is immediately deducted from the client's account, or more accurately, the amount is frozen. The client cannot touch those funds unless the order is cancelled or fulfilled. This mechanism ensures financial security and prevents any attempt at fraud or evasion. The voice paused briefly, then continued with clinical precision. As for the delivery process, regardless of the client's physical location, no matter the realm, range, or planetary sector, the package will arrive within a month. The panel is currently being transmitted in spiritual encoding to the nearest Spirit Society branch within range. It will be printed there using sacred duplication techniques, and from that point, either shipped or the client will be summoned for direct retrieval. The package will contain the completed panel along with a certified note giving full credit to the craftsman. In this case, the note will read, completed by human. Robin's smile faltered. His expression tensed. They will receive a message saying human completed the work. His voice was low but sharp with displeasure. That is, not ideal. The fairy nodded slowly. Indeed. You have chosen not to even display an alias, Mr. Human. If you wish, I can fabricate a fictitious identity, a completely fictional persona. We could assign the credit to this constructed figure, giving you an additional layer of anonymity. Of course, that offer comes under the condition that you continue completing commissions at your current pace, or better. Robin sighed and turned his back on the display. With slow, deliberate steps, he walked to the far wall, his hands behind his back. Then he stopped, and massaged the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. It pains me to know that the works I have poured my soul into will bear the name of a shadow, a mask. He chuckled bitterly. And now you are suggesting I build an entire fake persona? He turned again, and there was steel in his eyes now. No matter. I made the choice to keep my head down, for now. I can't stamp my real name on anything just yet. I don't have anyone strong enough to protect me from the consequences of what I'm capable of creating. Then, with a half smile, he added, keep the name human for the time being. But mark my words, the day will come when the entire cosmos will know that human is Robin Burton. And I promise that this day isn't far off. Ah, and one more thing, Robin said, turning sharply and pointing at the display. I want to buy unrestricted access to the Soul Society from any location. No more traveling to branches, no more wasted time booking rooms and hopping gates. Deduct the cost from my balance immediately. I can't afford to waste a single moment for the incoming days. Chapter 13:12. Whistle. Whistle. Ascending the staircase slowly, one step at a time, Robin let out a soft, almost melancholic whistle, crafting a subtle melody that drifted through the silence of the hall. His eyes, however, were distant and unfocused, lost somewhere between thoughts. In that moment, he didn't know whether to feel joy or sadness, or perhaps something in between. When he truly thought about it, today marked a strange milestone in his long, chaotic life. It was the first time he had ever earned money by using his own abilities, willingly. 200 years ago, when he dealt with the Bradley family, he did so under pressure, forced by the need to survive, to seek protection from threats he couldn't face alone. He worked with them not out of choice, but out of desperation. But now, this time was different. He received a mission. He accepted it. He completed it. He got paid. No intimidation, no ulterior motives, no manipulation. Just honest, straightforward work, and it paid well, too. Yet somehow, despite that, someone else ended up receiving the credit. Ha! Robin sighed and gave his head a slow shake. No matter. It's only temporary. One day, Robin, when I finally hold real power in my hands, I'll make sure the world knows, without a shred of doubt, that Robin Burton was the one who. He cut himself off mid-sentence as his gaze caught a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. Ha! Kee-ee. Piso flinched backward in alarm, stumbling until his back slammed against the wall. Hey, why the hell are you still here? Robin took a few swift steps forward, grabbing the boy by the hair. His voice turned sharp, cold, threatening. Did you come to settle the score? You betting that I won't bash your head into the floor right here and now? You wanna test that? Kee. Back from where? I didn't leave. I never left. You never told me to leave, the boy yelped, raising both hands in panic, his voice cracking with fear. Robin's expression twisted into something between confusion and irritation. He furrowed his brow, trying to remember what exactly he had said after unchaining the boy. Well, I guess I didn't give a direct order, but I definitely implied it. I even left you alone. You should have been on another planet by now. What, do I need to spell out every single thing for you now? What are you, some kind of wind-up toy? With a snort of frustration, he shoved the boy away and turned his back on him, pacing to the edge of the room where his bed lay. Sitting down with a heavy motion, he looked over his shoulder at the pathetic figure slumped against the floor. You know, Robin said, his voice now carrying a colder, more reflective tone, for someone labeled a world cataclysm, you're mentally weaker than a starving cub. I've lived through torment after torment, year after damn year, and I never broke down like you. Even my son, even he endured hell itself, real, unrelenting hell, since the age of 10. And all it did was awaken a monstrous thirst for blood inside him. He grew up to slaughter over 100 million souls. Actually, I think it's 200 million by now. I'm not saying he was right, but I understand. He raised a hand and pointed directly at Piso, his voice sharpening again. And you? You collapsed mentally just because I made you stand for a few days? What the hell were you even doing all your life? Was your father tucking you in a display cabinet with the rest of his trophies, feeding you breakfast with a golden spoon, whispering sweet lullabies into your ear every night? Piso lowered his head, tears silently pooling in his eyes. His voice trembled. Yes, I wasn't allowed to leave the family's domain until I officially became a world cataclysm. Robin blinked, then slowly raised a hand and smacked his own forehead with an audible sigh. He hadn't expected that. He was trying to shame the kid into growing a spine, but instead, he had hit a nerve. Just go, all right, he muttered, waving his hand with utter disinterest. There's your direct order, leave. He shifted on the bed, finally settling into a more comfortable position. From the depths of his ring, he summoned a large, blank board. Closing his eyes for a long moment, he let out a slow, deep breath that carried with it the weight of exhaustion, and then, with precise movements, began to draw a large arc. During his 3 intense days within the Chamber of Truth, Robin had sifted through an overwhelming number of requests, dozens, maybe even more. Every detail of those tasks still lingered fresh in his mind, perfectly preserved, as if the pages themselves were hovering before his eyes. From them all, he chose what he believed was the simplest task. He submitted it first, just to see how things would unfold, to see if that long-awaited agreement with the Soul Society could truly begin. As he made his way toward the destination, Robin had been utterly convinced, beyond all shadow of a doubt, that they would reject any kind of personal arrangement. He wasn't just guessing, it was a cold certainty. After all, how could that titanic cosmic entity, the Soul Society, a vast construct that served millions upon billions of civilizations and an uncountable number of living beings, even pause to consider the plea of a single soul? So it was only natural to assume they would dismiss his request without a second glance. And yet, against every logical expectation, every precedent, every law of probability, they approved it. They would hide the fact that he was completing those missions. Even now, as he sat processing the moment, Robin didn't know what the true reason was. Was the society simply merciful by nature, handing out exceptions as a form of divine grace? Or, was it because of who he was? A wielder of one of the master laws, a status so rare that his very presence demanded respect. Or perhaps the administrators were already aware that he had advanced to the 4th stage of the law of truth? He would never know for sure. But ultimately, none of that mattered anymore. The past was set. The decision had been made. All that remained now was the work ahead of him, a mountain of tasks, each more delicate and dangerous than the last. And, crack! A sharp sound echoed through the stillness of the chamber. Robin's senses flared instantly. He turned his head with surgical precision, eyes narrowing toward the source of the disturbance. There, in the shadows near the edge of the room, he spotted him, Piso, the boy, wobbling awkwardly as he tried to walk across the room, favoring one side like a wounded animal. Why the hell are you still here? Robin's voice thundered, his tone as sharp as a blade drawn under moonlight. Me. Bitso stammered. His entire frame stiffened as if he had been struck by lightning. His breath caught in his throat. I didn't know where I was supposed to go. Robin fell silent, observing him in silence. The boy's eyes were wide with fear, his hands trembling at his sides. His knees barely held him upright. A sigh slipped past Robin's lips as he lifted a hand and massaged his forehead slowly. It was clear now, whatever had happened to the boy, it had cracked something inside him. His pride, maybe. His perception of safety. His ability to stand tall. Robin had never been good with children, or adolescents, or anyone emotionally fragile, for that matter. If he had known the boy was this mentally soft, he probably wouldn't have tormented him for a full week straight. But the damage was done. He let out a slow, annoyed breath and waved a hand toward the hallway without even sparing the boy another glance. Go rest in one of the other rooms, he muttered. You're free to eat, drink, lie down, do whatever. I don't care. Just, no noise. No interruptions. Got it? Stay here for a few days, get your shit together, then leave. Thank you, Piso said quietly. He bowed deeply, a full and respectful bend at the waist. He took 2 steps back, then turned on his heels and nearly bolted out of the room. But just before disappearing entirely, he hesitated, paused, and slowly turned to look back, his voice weak, uncertain. Are you really going to let me stay here? Just like that? Aren't you worried I'll call my father, or the rest of my family? You wouldn't change your mind in the middle of the night and kick me out. Robin scoffed without turning his head. If you summon your father, I'll kill him. If you bring all 13 so-called perfect affinities from your family, I'll kill all of them, too. If you summon your entire bloodline, I'll massacre every last one of them, one by one, and stack their corpses into a monument for my demons to feast upon, he said flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. Now go. Sleep, cry, scream, or call for help, I truly don't care. Just let me work. Afraid of his father? What a joke. If Piso did call for him, Robin imagined the man would be more likely to apologize for raising such a fool of a son than take action against him. At Robin's current level of power, unless a Nexus state being comes, no one can kill him. Even someone like Darmok, a peak world cataclysm, wouldn't be able to end his life. Cause problems? Sure. But kill him? Not in 1,000 years. Hee. Piso didn't even manage a reply. His body moved on instinct, pure terror guiding his feet. One blink later, he was gone. Robin let out a deep breath and stretched his arms, pushing the memory of the boy from his mind like smoke in the wind. The silence returned. He turned his gaze back to the floating array in front of him, the glowing project list, filled with endless requests. Next task, he murmured, eyes narrowing. Request, repair of an ancient defense array scroll designed to protect an entire city. Estimated pay, 1,115,000 energy pearls. Chapter 1313. 9 days later. Niahahaha. I have won the auction. Take that, you despicable Dorfar scum. But, isn't 550 energy pearls way too much for that chunk of dirt? I mean, sure, it is from a planet imbued with a minor law of life, perfect for growing premium medicinal herbs and flora, but still, that price is excessive. If shutting the mouths of the Dorfar clan costs 550 energy pearls, then so be it. I would spend it all over again with absolute satisfaction, niahahaha. On the top floor of a quiet hotel, Robin sat hunched over his work table. Several times his hand froze mid-stroke, his brow twitching with irritation. He turned toward the window, his voice laced with frustration. That damned loudmouth again. I am at the final and most delicate phase of this rune, and he is bellowing like a drunken ogre. What do I care about his petty rivalry with the Dorscum family? Just then, a calm and unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Allow me to assist with that. Whoosh. Robin blinked. A moment later, the rowdy voices from downstairs, the laughter, the shouting, the clinking of mugs, vanished, as if someone had snuffed out the sound itself. He closed his eyes and tilted his head upward slightly. Then he murmured, flawless. Thank you. An eerie, profound silence blanketed the room. Robin couldn't hear a single thing, not the distant hum of street chatter, not the flutter of insect wings, not even the rhythmic beat of his own heart. It was a perfect silence. A silence so complete, not even the underground laboratories he once used for his deepest research had ever offered this level of stillness. But one voice broke through, light-hearted and casual. No need to thank me. It was really quite simple. If you would like, I can keep this sound barrier active around you permanently. Ah, I'll have to remind you of that law. Robin opened one eye mid-sentence, only to pause in confusion. He turned his head sharply. What are you doing in my room? I brought breakfast. Piso beamed cheerfully, raising a small table up to Robin's eye level. It was loaded with a variety of steaming dishes, warm bread, rich soups, roasted cuts of meat, fresh fruits, and a fragrant hot drink. I noticed you haven't eaten in days. Every essential nutrient is right here. Oh, thanks. Robin accepted the table with both hands, his eyes drifting over every plate and bowl with curious hunger. He studied the food as if preparing to decipher its secrets, then suddenly remembered something. He turned quickly to his side, surprised. Hey, it has been several days. Why are you still? But the words stopped. The boy was already gone. Well, at least now he is actually doing something to earn his meals, Robin muttered, shrugging with reluctant approval. He allowed himself a slight smile, basking in the pure, serene silence. He took a bite, a single bite, and as the food touched his tongue, his eyes widened slightly. A familiar fire lit within them. The flavor triggered a focus so sharp it was like a blade. His gaze returned to the canvas. What was once a pristine, untouched sheet had transformed over days of tireless work. Now it was covered in layer upon layer of intricate inscriptions, swirling glyphs, geometric arcs, and interwoven arrays, each etched in a different color, stacked upon one another with mathematical precision. Robin raised his hand gently. The colored layers floated apart, separating like the steps of a celestial staircase suspended in midair. With piercing concentration, he focused solely on the final layer. Hoo-oh. Deliberate and steady, Robin's hand traced a single, near-invisible line between two microscopic points, the distance between them less than 1/100th of a fingertip. The margin for error was practically non-existent. When it was complete, he exhaled slowly, a smile touching his lips. Hoo-oh. He lowered his hand. The layered inscriptions instantly collapsed back into one another. Shway-lay-ay-ay. As the final stroke fell into place, the surface of the paper erupted in a silent burst of violet fire, dancing for a few seconds before fading. When it vanished, what remained was a new formation, simple in design, almost elegant in its minimalism. A formation even a low-level soul master could replicate. I have enhanced the array's power and streamlined the repair protocol. Robin raised the parchment triumphantly in one hand and took another bite with the other. Damn, I am a genius. He gave the formation one last glance, eyes scanning over it with satisfaction. Then he leaned back and muttered, well then, time to collect my payment. Who? He closed his eyes. Within the soul domain. As Robin's eyes fluttered open, the veil of silence around him was pierced by the presence of two familiar figures standing before him. Like radiant twin stars orbiting his world, Neri and Evergreen beamed with warmth and pride. Welcome back, Master, they chimed in perfect harmony, their voices laced with affection and playful reverence. Robin's lips curled into a smile, his expression a mixture of ease and authority. He stepped forward, ruffling their hair gently, as if greeting loyal daughters after a long campaign. Good to see you both. So, how are things progressing here in my absence? Ray or. Boom, boom. Before an answer could be given, the world around them erupted like a drumbeat of thunder. The domain, once tranquil in its silver glow, now roared with life. It was a battlefield. No, something beyond that. A war-tempered crucible forged to sharpen the edge of potential. All around Robin, chaos surged with unnatural grace. Countless beings, ranging from savage monsters to humanoid warriors, from spectral spirits to ancient hybrids, were engaged in a symphony of battle. Their strikes echoed like war chants, their growls like ancient hymns of survival. And amidst this storm of fury, the fallen were many. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, lay sprawled across the glimmering ground, chests heaving, limbs trembling, eyes glazed from fatigue. The spiritual weight of the domain was suffocating to all but the strongest. Robin walked slowly, deliberately, through the sea of motion and exhaustion, his presence alone parting the chaos like a tide. He chuckled softly, a mixture of admiration and amusement in his voice. Well, training appears to be continuing in its usual intense fashion, though I must say. He glanced around with a raised brow. You've really turned up the heat today. Evergreen placed a hand on her hip, smirking with satisfaction. Intensity breeds growth, Master. If we don't push them to the brink from time to time, they'll never evolve past their limits. She then pointed toward one of the arena-like formations nearby, glowing with sigils of knowledge and trial. Within that field, two mighty beasts clashed like forces of nature, a colossal mammoth with 3 spiraling tails, and a towering gorilla brandishing 6 muscular arms. Chunks of flesh were torn from their bodies, only to be consumed by the domain's essence and returned anew moments later as emerald light rained from above to heal them. It was a loop of endless combat, perfect regeneration feeding unceasing struggle, a training that only ended when the soul could endure no more. Neri now stepped forward, her voice steady and wise, like that of a strategist reflecting on a long-fought campaign. If not for these century-spanning sessions, if we hadn't utilized the essence of my son to enhance the core capacity of your soul creatures, and if Evergreen's regenerative abilities weren't deployed with surgical precision, your army would never have reached this scale. Her eyes narrowed with weighty calculation. The Treefather, Hovenheim, would have collapsed under the strain of just 1,000 units. Pythor, with all his brute strength, wouldn't have surpassed 3,000. Where would that have left you, Master? Evergreen giggled, playful again. Hee, just imagine, if you had summoned this army of half-baked soul creatures to that planet, during the battle against the fox-blooded guys, they would have been shredded. She pointed at Robin, her eyes gleaming. You should be thanking us, Uncle. Robin exhaled, half smiling as he glanced at his two devoted companions. You've both made your point. I am grateful, but that will be enough for today. I need a moment of stillness. His voice had softened, but the authority it carried was unmistakable. The laughter faded from his face, replaced by an air of introspective solemnity as he strode toward the heart of his domain. Understood. The two girls responded in sync, bowing slightly before beginning a coordinated maneuver that only they understood. Above, the massive blue sun that floated over the domain like a celestial guardian dimmed, its blinding azure radiance slowly withdrawing. The silver landscape began to return to its original glow, freed from the aquatic hue that had drenched it moments before. And as the oppressive blue veil lifted, gasps of relief echoed throughout the realm. Spirit creatures that had collapsed moments ago now stirred. Some rose shakily, others sat with wide eyes, all breathing deep gulps of spiritual air. The torment was over, at least for today. Ra'ari. Pythor the mammoth, the 6-armed gorilla, and the remaining elite warriors halted mid-strike. A sudden lightness overtook their bodies, for the training gravity had lifted. They knew instantly the lesson was done. My turn. Evergreen exclaimed with enthusiasm, clapping her hands together. Above, the green sun pulsed with life. It unleashed a soothing wave of radiant energy that cascaded like rain across the domain. Wherever the light touched, wounds vanished, bruises healed, and shattered spirits were restored. Strength returned. Breath stabilized. Eyes brightened. The army of spirit beasts was whole once more. Ready to fight. Ready to serve. But for the first time in 100 years, they would be allowed a full day of rest. Step. Robin reached his destination at last. From the crystalline floor of the domain, a curious structure had sprouted, like a sacred bud blooming from the soul of the land. It rose, split into two elegant halves that twisted upward like ancient vines, and rejoined at the top to form a gate-like structure. In its center, a fluid void shimmered, then solidified into a mirror-like surface, gleaming with hidden knowledge. Robin extended his hand and placed his palm gently against the surface. His voice was calm, resolute, filled with quiet command. Activate Soul Society Interface. Chapter 13-14. Before Robin's eyes, the surface of the mirror began to quiver gently, like liquid glass disturbed by an unseen ripple. It melted and shimmered for a few moments, then gradually stabilized to reveal the image of a radiant fairy. Behind her stretched a background of pure, blinding white, so bright it felt like a space beyond reality. Mr. Human, congratulations on your very first activation of the Soul Society seedling. How may I serve you? This is in response to request number 775, Robin said with calm composure, his voice steady. It is an active task within the Hall of Truth, related to the repair of the city's core array. With a smooth, practiced motion, he conjured a glowing orb of condensed spirit energy in his palm, dense, bright, pulsing with intricate runes, and gently pushed it through the mirror's surface. Kindly review the work and ensure my compensation is added accordingly. The fairy's eyes widened, shimmering with golden light. You completed request number 775. In just 9 days, she echoed in astonishment, accepting the spirit orb with reverence. Her expression was one of disbelief, genuine and deep. That particular request had been languishing in the archives for nearly 3 millennia. Generation after generation of truth-chosens had glanced at it, only to quickly turn away, intimidated by its complexity. None had dared attempt it. With a graceful wave of her hand, the tiny orb transformed in midair, expanding into a massive arcane tablet. It bore a design so simple at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, every stroke revealed a labyrinth of subtle patterns, precise engravings, and profound logic. Extraordinary. Simply astonishing. The fairy looked back at Robin with new eyes filled with respect. The dues have been added, please continue with the same level of giving. We will see about that, Robin replied with stoic brevity, offering no promises. But as he glanced at his account balance and saw it finally surpass the 1 million pearl mark, his lips curved into a faint but satisfied smile. Excellent. I will return when I have a new one. Wait, Mr. Human, please, just a moment. The fairy quickly dismissed the giant tablet with a flick, leaning forward with eagerness. Wouldn't you like to take a short tour through the rest of the Soul Society? We offer countless services, artifacts, and hidden wonders that may pique your interest. The treasures here are endless. I am aware, Robin said, his tone carrying both amusement and restraint, which is precisely why I don't want to waste too much time right now. He let out a thoughtful sigh. The Soul Society was no small domain, it was a vast metaphysical realm. The auction hall alone contained a near-infinite number of subchambers, each one tailored for specific items and purposes. If one lost themselves within it, they could spend lifetimes browsing and still not see everything. And that was merely one division, what about the others? Mr. Human, the Soul Society offers a wide and unparalleled range of services, tools, and mysteries. The fairy spoke quickly, almost pleadingly. It would be a tremendous loss not to explore at least a fraction of what is available. How about this? Today you explore just one division, the next time you visit us, you explore another. Step by step, without overwhelming your schedule. Robin lowered his gaze, thoughtful. Silence stretched for a few seconds. Then, with a single nod, he gave his reply. All right, how do I begin from here? You have 2 options, Mr. Human, the fairy said, beaming. You may take just 2 steps forward and walk through the mirror. You will be transported directly into the Soul Society's inner realm. Or, if you prefer, you may use the mirror here as an interactive control panel, allowing you to browse and preview divisions at your leisure. The choice is yours. She gestured lightly, her fingers trailing faint golden sparkles through the air. Let's try browsing from here first. Robin raised his hand and activated the control interface. A transparent panel materialized before him, filled with glowing glyphs and shifting icons. He selected divisions, and began swiping from right to left. With every division he passed, the mirror's surface transformed to display a real-time preview of the main hall of that section. Towering halls, endless shelves, floating platforms, exotic creatures, all vividly rendered in motion. If Robin so wished, all he needed was to extend a single foot, and he would be pulled directly into the hall. This was one of the unique privileges granted by the seedling he had purchased for 3,000 pearls, a small fortune by most standards, but a worthy investment. Let's see. Elixir Emporium, Energy Weapon Market, Legendary Armament Vault, Dimensional Storage Storehouse. Robin read aloud as he browsed. His eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity. All these items, are they delivered directly to my door? He raised a single eyebrow in mild surprise. It can be delivered straight to your current coordinates, but that would incur additional shipping costs. Normally, the items are dispatched to the nearest affiliated facility or trade hub, the fairy explained promptly, her voice as crisp and efficient as ever. When it comes to regular shops, the process is far more straightforward compared to auctions. Everything here is cataloged with fixed prices and available in large quantities. You can simply pick whatever piece you desire, and order as many units as you would like. If you wish to outfit an entire army, that is entirely feasible. Robin's eyebrows arched at this revelation. Intrigued, and sensing an opportunity, he stepped into the Epic Armament Emporium, a majestic hall lined with relics of unimaginable craftsmanship. With practiced ease, he began navigating through the listings, searching for a full armor set. Then he saw it, a specific entry that caught his eye. Name, Sunset Armor Set. Classification, Low-Tier Epic Grade. Effect, when the full set is worn, a blazing ring of fire activates around the user, granting both offensive and defensive capabilities through elemental combustion. Price, 6,700 pearls per set. Available stock, 17 full sets. Pre-order capacity, 50 additional sets. Robin's lips curved slightly. 50 sets, he murmured. To equip an army? That feels underwhelming. The fairy responded with a knowing nod. Epic-grade armor is not meant for the common soldier. These are reserved for the elite, the true paragons of warfare. They are known as rune knights. These runes envelop their bodies completely, from the crowns of their heads down to the very tips of their fingers. Even a small detachment of such warriors is enough to shift the tides of battle. In that light, 50 sets constitute a powerful and respectable force. Moreover, the high price ensures that mass production remains a rarity. Those 50 sets amount to 335,000 energy pearls. Robin gave a slow, reflective nod. Yes, I am well acquainted with their might, he said with a faint smile. I already have a few of them under my command. Only now did he fully grasp how exceptional these armor sets truly were, how carefully they were treated, priced, and distributed. But it all made sense. His own legendary black golden armor set had a unique ability, the generation of a pure energy barrier, which surrounded the wearer like a second skin, shielding them from attacks both physical and elemental. This was made possible thanks to uracilium, one of the rarest and most potent alloys in known space. Its affinity with energy manipulation made its wielder almost untouchable. Because of that set's resilience and shielding ability, Caesar had been able to hold off the Dorger beast onslaught nearly single-handedly, despite having only a handful of warriors with him. Likewise, the blood sets, designed specifically for the demons, granted their users the ability to gather kinetic momentum, drastically enhancing their attack power for brief periods. This ability allowed the demon emperors to resist and repel Pythor's giant army during the final siege, even though they were vastly outmatched in both level and numbers. And now, standing in this store, Robin recalled the latest reports. Every true Genesis emperor under his banner had at least one such set. According to current estimates, their numbers had grown to tens of thousands. That meant Robin now commanded a veritable legion of rune knights. It was a staggering thought, and yet, entirely achievable. Thanks to the immense mineral wealth of Nihiri, the stellar scout vessel, the deep space mining fleets, and the expanding headquarters, the supply of rare resources had become not just manageable, but abundant. Robin's own metallurgical breakthroughs, techniques for melting and refining ultradense alloys, had made the crafting of these legendary artifacts practical for the first time in modern history. The Empire's relentless investment into training rune masters and collecting their knowledge from across systems had made mass enchantment viable. And perhaps most crucially, the relative peace in the Young Belt meant no major enemies had risen to disrupt this golden age of development. All of it, every single factor, had made this moment possible. The fairy added in a gentler, more advisory tone, "We don't typically recommend epic armor sets for full-scale army formations. If you are looking to build a larger force, I suggest placing pre-orders for energy-based weapons and armor. There is no limit to the quantity, though delivery times may vary depending on the size of your order." Robin let out a quiet laugh, his voice tinged with pride. "That won't be necessary," he said as he turned away from the weapons section. "If there is one thing the true beginning empire doesn't lack, it is power." Just as he began flipping through the categories once more, his eyes narrowed. His hand froze mid-motion. His brows knitted tightly together. Soul Creatures Trading Hall? Chapter 13-15. Soul Creature Trading Hall? Robin gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as he swiftly opened that section from the interface. What is this? White Wild Rabbit Family, a small, peaceful clan of spiritual creatures. Total soul units, 230. Price, 270 energy pearls. Note, guaranteed to produce an additional rabbit every 10 years, each offspring possessing 20 soul units. Mixed aquatic life pack, a collection of various fish species. Total soul units, 50. Price, 50 energy pearls. Ice-scaled hexacolored wolf, a rare and majestic predator. Soul units, 200 units. Price, 250 energy pearls. Note, exhibits greater offensive capabilities than other beasts of equivalent unit level. Crimson Bat Falcon, a winged nocturnal tracker. Soul units, 30. Price, 70 energy crystals. Note, possesses an extraordinary ability to detect and follow targets across great distances. Robin's brows knitted together tightly, eyes glowing with intrigue. His hands moved with feverish speed, navigating between the listings as if he were racing against time itself. Each new entry sent a jolt of excitement through his chest. Amazing, he muttered, breath catching in his throat. Is Dreamer Morpheus the one behind all this? Is he the one selling these awesome soul creatures? The soul creatures that belong to Morpheus the Dreamer are sacred and peerless, they are beyond comparison and certainly not available for sale, the fairy replied with a proud smile. All these creatures are being sold by fellow users of the Soul Society, people just like you. In fact, you too can list any soul creature you own on the marketplace. She continued with a light, professional tone. You are free to set whatever price you deem fair. However, it's widely accepted that one soul unit is equal to one energy pearl. The higher your asking price goes beyond this average, the harder it becomes to find a buyer. Still, if your creature possesses rare abilities or unique traits, it will attract attention, even at a premium. Robin's eyes suddenly flashed with intensity as he pointed at another listing. Wait, there's a crocodile lion pride here. 700 soul units in total. He inhaled sharply, heart pounding. Damn it all. I want to buy every single one of these creatures. For the first time in what felt like ages, a surge of raw, childlike excitement bloomed in his chest. Immediate reinforcement of his soul unit count, and a steady future stream from breeding or harvesting spiritual essence. What more could he possibly want? With the million pearls in his account, he could easily acquire everything needed to push himself to the mythical mark of 1 million soul units. But then, wait. Neri's voice cut through the moment, and she came dashing toward him from behind. She gestured insistently toward the sprite. Why don't you ask her why everyone isn't doing this already? Robin blinked, his enthusiasm pausing. Something clicked in his memory. Even Rhaenyra, as reserved as she was, surely had access to immense wealth. 1 million pearls wouldn't be a stretch for someone like her. And yet, she had personally said that she only possessed 170,000 soul units. Why hadn't she just bought her way up like he was about to? You possess a fine planetary spirit, Mr. Human, the sprite said with a warm smile, as if reading his thoughts. She raised her index finger. Firstly, the vast majority of the soul creatures listed here are simply too weak. They offer little value in combat situations, and often serve no real benefit beyond padding unit numbers. She then raised another finger. Secondly, and far more concerning, is that acquiring too many soul creatures from unknown, external sources can damage your soul field. Each beast originates from someone else's soul domain, and you never truly know what might be lingering inside. Those who recklessly accumulate unfamiliar creatures are at risk of developing heart phantoms, shadowy afflictions that can haunt and weaken the soul. Then, a third finger rose. And finally, perhaps the most inconvenient reason, soul creatures don't immediately become your own. They require time, effort, and refinement before they fully bond with your soul domain. You cannot simply bloat your soul force overnight. There are also. Alright, that's enough. Robin waved her off sharply, the tension showing clearly on his face. I don't need any more reasons. Sure, he could brush off the first issue. After all, with the son of Nihari by his side, she could empower even the weakest of creatures into formidable allies. But the second and third reasons, those were far more problematic. Especially the third, the one that crushed his momentary dream. If these spirit creatures needed to be cultivated and refined slowly, then how were they any different from the fledgling soul orbs already floating behind him? What was the point? If that was truly the case, then he might as well keep his pearls, and his hopes, to himself. Robin exited the soul creature exchange hall without hesitation, his curiosity now piqued but far from satisfied. He continued to browse the remaining sections of the Soul Society slowly, savoring each discovery. Life Partner Hall, he muttered, raising an eyebrow as the name hovered in front of him. The background of the mirror shifted, revealing a grand, radiant ballroom filled with elegantly dressed men and women. It looked like a wedding celebration in full bloom, gleaming chandeliers, floral arrangements, and flowing music. Every individual was dressed in their absolute best, flowers tucked into their lapels or pinned to their dresses. But what stood out most, none of them wore masks. Seriously? We're doing this now? Robin asked dryly, glancing toward the fairy floating beside the mirror. You'd be surprised, Mr. Human, how many souls find their destined partners here each and every day, she said with a radiant smile, her tone unshaken by Robin's skepticism. Why not give it a try? Even the strongest souls need companionship. Robin gave a short, dry laugh and shook his head. No thanks. Maybe in another life. He swiped the interface again, resuming his tour. Let's see. Simulation Hall, Challenge Hall, Meditation Hall, Shadow and Meditation Hall, Knowledge Archives, Soul Lineage Registry, Trade Exchange Hub, Hall of Seals and Techniques, Contract Chamber, Judiciary Hall, Grand Lobby, News Pavilion, Hall of, wait, how many are there? The mirror unfurled row after row of names before his eyes, each hall with its own unique function, its own clientele, and its own mystery. The sheer size of it all was staggering. Heh, credit where it's due, nameless fairy, Robin muttered with a smirk. This place really is enormous. No wonder it's said the Soul Society was woven together over tens of millions of years. A construct of such immense scale, there's no way I could ever grasp all of it. Not in a lifetime. And time, that's something I don't have much of. With a resigned shake of his head, Robin began to pull his hand away from the mirror, ready to close the interface and return to his tasks. That's perfectly fine, Mr. Human, the sprite said, her voice soft yet insistent. If nothing captured your interest today, at the very least, allow me to introduce you to one last hall. I truly believe it's something you need. Before he could object, she quickly scrolled through the long list until the highlight settled on a hall titled Soul Attire Hall. Robin's brow rose slightly. What's this? Something I need. He tapped into the hall's options, and immediately understood. Color, fabric, style, armor, cloaks, light, shadow. The interface exploded with visual choices. Attire for soul avatars, fully customizable in both form and hue. Robes that sparkled with celestial patterns, cloaks of shadow that swallowed light, glowing armor sets that looked forged from dream essence itself. From this hall, you may acquire spiritual garments for your fragments and soul projections, the sprite explained with pride. You can design them however you like, shape, color, texture. Most importantly, these garments allow you to hide your true soul color, whether it's white, silver, or even violet. She pointed directly at Robin. As your soul unit count grows, the hue of your manifestation deepens, especially for those wielding silver-tier soul force. Skilled opponents can measure your strength with just a glance, and most soul masters find that risk unacceptable. She motioned back toward the hall. This is why my master, Morpheus the Dreamer, devised this unique system, one that only he could create. A veil for your power. A mask of mystery to keep your secrets safe from both allies and enemies alike. Robin was silent for several long seconds, eyes scanning the endless displays, until something caught his attention, a black and red cloak, sleek and ominous, with a deep hood that obscured the entire face. Ha! I know this one, he chuckled, voice thick with nostalgia. That's the outfit of the impatient woman. He scrolled further and spotted another familiar design. This one radiated pure white light, encasing the projection in a brilliant, ethereal glow while preserving its shape. And this one too. I've seen it before. He glanced down at the price. 2,000 energy pearls for the first purchase, and 100 pearls per month? That's actually pretty fair. Robin scratched his chin in thought. Now, does the effect extend to my techniques and soul creatures too? Or is it just for manifestations? Each extension has its own price, of course, the sprite replied smoothly. If you wish to apply the effects to your techniques or soul creatures, you'll need a higher tier subscription. She motioned toward a corner of the hall. And if you're willing to invest more, we offer premium attire, ones with animated effects, rare abilities, and full customization down to the thread and glow. Designs that are tailored to your personality. Of course, they cost a little extra. With a grin slowly spreading across his face, Robin tilted his head left and right, cracking his neck. Oh, looks like I'm going to be here the rest of the night. Chapter 13:16. 10 years later. Sir, I have brought the paper you requested, Piso announced, stepping into the lavish suite with a proud smile stretched across his youthful face. He was cradling a spatial travel bag in both arms as if it contained the fate of worlds. Robin, seated near a floating desk surrounded by layers of glowing sigils and partially finished diagrams, looked up. With a flick of his fingers, the bag shot through the air and landed neatly in his palm. Excellent, he murmured with genuine delight, unsealing it and pulling out a massive whiteboard. His smile widened. Yes, this is it. Perfect. His tone carried the satisfaction of an artist reunited with his favorite brush. The entire supply I brought from my homeworld is already gone. All of it was consumed. Without another word, he dipped his pen into shimmering ink and resumed drawing, each stroke deliberate, flowing like the path of a falling star. Piso, ever curious, stepped forward. If you don't mind me asking, why this paper, of all things, master? It is outrageously expensive. I have scoured the entire Xeran commercial planet, and only a single shop had any left in stock. Robin chuckled, his eyes never leaving the page. This isn't just paper. It is crafted from the bark, or more accurately, the skin, of treant creatures. Highly rare. Incredibly tough. You can't just peel it off and call it a day, for it must be harvested under very specific conditions. He paused to admire a stroke. It is naturally resistant to the interference of most heavenly laws, which means I can etch high-level runes onto it freely, without worrying about tears or combustion. Piso blinked. Oh, I see. So what are we working on this time? He leaned in further, his interest now fully captured. This wasn't his first time witnessing Robin at work, but this particular project was different. The scope was monumental. Robin had started 6 months ago and already filled 7 full panels. This was the 8th. The sheer size and intricacy of the task dwarfed anything he had seen him do before. Robin's voice dropped into a tone of reverent awe. You'll never guess. This is an exorcism array. You know the type. When initial spirits enter a space brimming with negative, chaotic energy, they undergo mutation. They become malevolent entities, the specter race. He let out a dry laugh. This array is ancient. A relic lost to time. It dates back millions of years. Someone found a fragment of it, half a matrix, by pure accident. They hired me to reconstruct the missing half. Piso's brow rose skeptically. An exorcism array, huh? That doesn't sound especially practical. But judging by your pace and focus, this commission must be massive. Robin's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Oh, it is. The reward. 7 million energy pearls. 7 million. Piso nearly dropped to the floor. His heart skipped a beat, and for a few terrifying seconds, he forgot how to breathe. 7 million, for a ghost cleansing array. That amount was staggering. It was more than his entire family's fortune, several times over. With that kind of wealth, he could buy out his entire family's land and still have enough left to build his own floating city. Robin shrugged, entirely unconcerned. There's obviously a reason behind such a request. Maybe the client discovered something priceless buried in a cursed zone. Or perhaps it's a major sect that wants to expand its influence but is blocked by a haunted territory. I don't know, and frankly, I don't need to. He suddenly stopped speaking. His breath slowed. His pupils dilated. He leaned forward, and with a swift, sweeping whoosh, he etched a grand arc across the surface of the board. Then, clapping his hands together, he burst out in laughter. And just like that, the 7 million pearls are mine, ha! You're done. Piso's face lit up like a festival lantern. Shall I begin preparing the celebration feast? He had grown used to Robin's work style over the years. When working, the master was cold, quiet, and easily irritated, unable to tolerate even the sound of breathing nearby. But the moment he finished a project, he transformed into a different person, exuberant, indulgent, and full of life. Without fail, he would order a lavish meal from one of the top-tier restaurants and take a well-earned day of rest before jumping into the next challenge. Haha, of course, Robin said, stretching his back with a satisfied sigh. Seafood. I want seafood this time, but the best you can find. He flicked a spatial ring toward Piso. Get everything ready, and don't take too long. Understood. Piso caught the ring midair and dashed out of the room like a servant on a sacred mission. Robin watched the boy disappear through the door, then let out a soft, thoughtful exhale. It had been nearly a decade since Piso had tried to rob him. Since then, he had never left his side. Even now, Robin had no idea why the boy remained. Oddly enough, Piso started calling him master completely on his own just 1 year after that incident. Robin never asked for the title, but he accepted it. At least he's useful, Robin mused with a small smile. Then, shaking off his thoughts, he turned toward the glowing mirror in the corner of the room. With practiced ease, he reached out and activated the interface. Time to submit the commission to the Soul Society. 8 days later, deep within mid-sector 770. Crack! The ancient, towering door groaned as it was flung open with force. A burly man entered in haste, clad in the flowing, dark ceremonial robes of a high-ranking priest. His plump body and naturally purple-hued skin only made him seem more rooted in the aura of solemnity and power. Your Eminence, he said, bowing deeply, his voice thick with both reverence and tension. A priority parcel has just arrived, directly from the Soul Society. Within the vast, shadow-drenched chamber, upon a high obsidian throne, sat a gaunt and weathered priest whose age could no longer be guessed. His long silver brows curved downward like ancient roots, and behind him loomed an enormous statue, a half-human, half-bovine creature with eyes that seemed to judge the living and the dead alike. The elder stirred at the announcement, a flicker of awareness dancing behind his nearly shut eyelids. He exhaled. A parcel from the Soul Society, without additional fees? Curious. They never waive payment unless the situation is truly exceptional. Without standing, he extended a trembling, skeletal hand. His spiritual sense whispered outward and brushed the surface of the box. After a heartbeat, he motioned lazily. Open it. Yes, Your Eminence. The priest hurried forward and carefully unlatched the container. Inside, laid with almost ritualistic precision, were 8 large slabs, panels of dense material etched with faint lines and symbols. Each bore a unique number and a shimmering insignia on its side, signifying its place in a larger construct. What could this be? The younger priest muttered, squinting as he examined the markings. He took a moment to decipher the positioning before carefully raising his hand. The 8 slabs hovered, then clicked into place. A full picture emerged. The room grew still. The elder priest leaned forward, his bony fingers gripping the throne's armrests. His pupils dilated slightly as his eyes devoured every detail across the floating array. Minutes passed. He did not speak. He did not blink. Then, finally, his breath caught in his chest. No, it can't be. He muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Is this truly the solution to the ancient exorcism array? The younger priest gasped and nearly dropped the box. What? That's impossible, he exclaimed, stumbling forward to get a better look. We just received the solution for the Dead Earth array 3 years ago. And now this? Both were submitted to the Chamber of Truth 20,000 years ago. And yet, both have returned within a mere 3 years. The old priest's voice turned hoarse with rising emotion. Read the creator's name, now. The younger man snatched the note inside the parcel and stared at it, dumbfounded. It's him, the same one, the one who calls himself human. Impossible, the elder growled, slowly standing as if gravity itself fought him. His knees cracked with age and weight, but he stood nonetheless, trembling with awe. The same truth chosen, solved both of the unsolvable requests, in only 3 years? There hasn't been a truth chosen for 20 millennia. He sank back down heavily, his breath shaky. I don't care what it costs. Find him. I want to see him with my own eyes. The assistant reread the note again and again, his hands trembling. But this will be costly beyond imagination, Your Eminence. The Soul Society surely knows what kind of gem they're protecting. They won't let him go easily. His eyes narrowed. I've heard whispers. Several great powers have been scouring the Soul Society and the 1,000 mid-sectors for this human. So far, none have succeeded. The fact that we received this today is a seal about the matter. He is well protected. The elder priest waved a hand, his decision like a hammer striking stone. You now have unrestricted access to the treasury, he said coldly. Hire anyone, spend anything, bribe, persuade, threaten if you must. I don't care what means you use. Bring him to me. Chapter 13:17. 50 years after Robin entered the Middle Belt, within the vast expanse of his soul domain. Here you go, Robin said calmly, his voice steady despite the visible exhaustion in his eyes. This is the finalized solution to request number 334. It was a floating type commission this time, a rather vague one, honestly. The goal was to create a region of extremely fertile land on a planet deemed completely uninhabitable. He paused for a moment, then continued with a subtle nod. The budget was 2.5 million, so I poured everything into crafting a colossal grade formation. I embedded within it runes of minor laws of life and time. Once activated, this array doesn't just enrich the soil enough to grow ancient, rare herbs. No, it does far more than that. It generates a massive, self-sustaining dome, large enough to shelter an entire city. Even if the rest of the planet turns into a burning inferno, this dome will remain untouched, serene, and secure. A radiant orb of light emerged from Robin's palm and floated gracefully toward a large mirror before him. He folded his arms, exhaling slowly. I also enhanced it with early warning systems for natural disasters and a self-feeding energy conduit that extracts power from the planet's atmosphere. Its only significant vulnerability lies in direct strikes from world cataclysm-level individuals. But, well, that kind of scenario wasn't within the scope of the request, was it? Minor laws of life and time? Disaster prediction enchantments. The fairy, hovering nearby, accepted the glowing sphere with reverence. Her hands trembled ever so slightly as she activated a projection behind her, a brilliant white realm filled with glowing arrays and sigils. Her eyes widened at the sheer complexity. This formation required 120 core panels just to etch out its base structure. It's a marvel, no, a masterpiece. A work of genius, she whispered as though afraid to disturb its grandeur. Then she compressed the projection back into a compact seal and turned to Robin, her expression distant with awe. You didn't receive even a basic framework from the requester, did you? This entire design, it's your original work, isn't it? Exactly. It was a plea to create something like that, Robin replied with a tired smile. Maybe that's why he was willing to pay a lot for it. Though he smiled, it was clear the formation had drained him. This wasn't the product of a few weeks or months. It had consumed 3 full years of his life. This array, it could revolutionize colonization efforts. Dwarf planets, half-destroyed worlds, scarred battlegrounds, places long deemed uninhabitable could suddenly bloom with life. Any empire that gets its hands on this would gain the power to expand rapidly, establishing cities and strongholds on forgotten planets. Even small empires with only 1 or 2 planets could double in size overnight. Robin simply shrugged again, unconcerned with the grand implications. Well, congratulations to the client, then. He had already begun considering the next request in the long queue of commissions awaiting his mind. But the sprite's tone suddenly turned serious, uncharacteristically so. "Mr. Human, do you truly not realize the value of what you've created?" Her voice dropped slightly. "You didn't use a single resource or component provided by the client. Which means, by the laws of the Soul Society, this formation belongs entirely to you. You're under no contractual obligation to deliver it to him." Robin raised an eyebrow. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying, why accept a one-time payment of 2.5 million when this could earn you 10 times that, maybe more?" She leaned forward with a glint in her eyes. "You want to put it in an auction?" "No, even an auction would only sell it once. And yes, it could easily reach 30 million pearls or more, but that still limits your gain to a single sale. What I propose is different. I want your permission to list it in the Soul Society store." She continued, her voice clear with ambition. "Even if we listed it just 1 million per copy, and only 50 clients purchase it, you'd walk away with 50 million in total. And unlike most formations, this one is universal. It can be adapted to countless worlds. Its potential isn't bound by geography or race. It's timeless." Robin chuckled softly, shaking his head. "As expected from the minds behind the Soul Society. When it comes to profit, you people are unmatched. Maybe I should just send you Emily to teach her a little, heh?" He spoke half-jokingly, but his mind was already processing her words at blinding speed. "All right," he finally said. "I'll leave it in your hands. But under one condition, send a copy of the formation to the original client, and at the same price we'll list it in the store. Don't list it at 1 million and still charge him the full 2.5 million. If anything, offer him a discount. It was his idea, after all." In truth, this wasn't Robin's first attempt at such a formation. Years ago, he had developed a similar foundation on planet Gutta, constructing initial settlement zones infused with temporal laws. But over the past 3 years, he had expanded upon that seed of an idea, refining it, reshaping it, until it evolved into something far greater. What once served to nurture small colonies could now sustain entire civilizations. And most importantly, the array now bore fifth-stage runes of multiple heavenly laws, runes of such complexity and depth that Robin had only begun to understand them during the long years he spent painstakingly building this formation. It was not merely a tool. It had become a testament to his evolving mastery, the crystallization of decades of experience and insight. With a single clap of her delicate hands, the fairy declared, "You will not regret this decision, Mr. Human. I swear it. Our elite team will craft a tailored pricing strategy and a majestic, high-visibility promotional campaign just for you. This array shall be placed at the very summit of the Grand Registry of Soul Innovations, and featured in the public highlights and galactic recommendations for no less than an entire month. That is my solemn vow." Robin raised a brow slightly, studying her in silence for a few moments. "I've always been curious. What are you, exactly? You're far too intelligent to be a mere constructive soul force, and yet, you don't feel like a living creature either." "I am what you might call a function given form. My sole purpose is to serve." Her smile deepened, eyes glinting like stardust. "Your vast contributions to the Soul Society have earned you a tremendous amount of what we refer to as friendship credit. Consider it a currency of goodwill, a recognition of your value to our existence. You may invoke it at any time, and for any request." "Friendship credit?" Robin echoed, intrigued. "You're saying I can ask for anything?" Robin asked again, half joking, half curious. "Indeed. If the Soul Society has access to it, I will find it for you. And if it's possible to source it through our channels, I'll ensure you receive it with the highest possible discounts." Robin gave a slight nod, then cast a glance at his own balance of energy pearls, an enormous, jaw-dropping amount. A small smirk played on his lips. "All right then. I want to hire a royal soulmaster to forge a custom key, one specifically tailored to break an eternal stillness curse that has bound my closest friend. Is that something you can arrange? I've searched for 50 years, and not once has such a service been offered, even in whispers." A request to hire a royal soulmaster. The fairy looked down, her cheerful demeanor briefly vanishing as her voice dropped an octave. It was as if even speaking of such beings invoked a sense of reverence. Robin chuckled quietly. "So the almighty friendship credit can't do everything, huh?" Truth was, Robin hadn't just spent 50 years completing contracts. He had meticulously combed through the Soul Society's archives, dissected every feature, explored every offering. He had already bought dozens of rare and ancient artifacts, many of which had been created by royal soulmasters, but he had never seen an open service listing by one. Even the so-called Great Soul Master Gathering that Rhaenyra once hinted at? Robin had monitored the system obsessively ever since, and not a single royal soulmaster had appeared there. The Soul Society is, at its heart, a network. We connect those who wish to sell with those who wish to buy. In this situation, you are the buyer. But royal soul masters? They have no reason to listen. Not to us, and not to you. Their wealth is unfathomable, their authority unshakable. Friendship credit holds no weight with them. She hesitated for a breath, then pointed at him again, more firmly this time. "But, I will offer you a proposal." "What kind of proposal?" Robin asked, now fully attentive. "That number over there." The fairy pointed to Robin's huge energy pearl balance. "Provide me with more solutions, and innovations I can sell in the shop or at auction. Triple that number, that's my stipulation. And what do I get in return?" Robin asked calmly. He knew this would mean tireless work, countless sleepless nights, a grind bordering on madness, but he also knew the rewards would be more than worth it. "In return, I will personally ensure that you are granted an audience with a royal soulmaster from the dreaming galaxy of Morpheus." Her words came slow and heavy, measured. As for the cost of his services, he will decide that only after reviewing the full details of your friend's curse. Then we have a deal. Later that month. What's this? A planetary array capable of terraforming dead, inhospitable worlds? Wait, who's the seller? Human. That can't be a real name. No, it's him, the one from the Chamber of Truth. Inform the guildmaster immediately. Human has begun selling to the public. Chapter 1318. After 120 years since entering the Middle Belt, deep within Robin's vast soul domain. My dear master. Evergreen beamed with radiant delight, her tiny hands clapping once, loud and crisp enough to echo through the space around them. Congratulations on your completion of the 5th stage merged Deathfire Law. You have worked hard for it. Robin stepped across the threshold of the soul domain with slow, deliberate strides. The law of death, it always drains something from me every time I touch upon it, he muttered, his voice deep, thoughtful, edged with fatigue. Even the law of destruction, which should be just as violent, didn't strain me the way death does. Evergreen tilted her head, understanding flashing in her eyes. Well, of course. Death opposes life in its very essence. Destruction? Destruction simply breaks the lifeless. One is the final destination to living souls, while the other is just a sledgehammer to stone. She fluttered after him with hurried steps, her short legs working double time to keep up. Would you like me to transmit these latest law techniques to the true beginning empire? I'm sure your children would weep with joy. Robin glanced over his shoulder and gave a tired smile. No need. It would just give them false hope. He turned his gaze forward again, toward a crystalline mirror pulsing with dimensional light. All the law techniques I've finished so far are meaningless until I forge a method to condense a cataclysm core. Evergreen frowned and quickened her pace. Wait, you still haven't found a way to craft a cataclysm core? But owner, you've studied Piso countless times. You even purchased several breakthrough formulas. I have a clear understanding of the overall method, Robin admitted with a shrug. But knowing the path and walking it are two entirely different things. He waved a hand, casually dispelling a training formation in the distance. Nary. That's enough training for the soul creatures today. Yes, master. Nary's voice echoed crisply across the realm as she bowed and dismissed her summons. Evergreen, however, was not satisfied. Why won't the method work for you? The necessary stabilizers may be rare, but you have enough wealth and connections to get your hands on them. Robin exhaled slowly and gestured with one hand as he began to explain. It's not about availability. The term stabilizer refers to an external object, introduced through a precise technique, into the heart of one's energy gathering center. I've already acquired the full method for insertion. Once inside, the next step is brutal, complete demolition of every cultivated foundation. The broken pieces collapse inward, surrounding the stabilizer and forming a new nucleus, a core of terrifying gravity and condensation. His expression darkened slightly. This core becomes a vortex, a gravitational heart that draws in natural energy from the environment at a rate hundreds of times faster than before. Its density, its capacity, its pressure, everything multiplies. And during this hellish transformation, the physical body is racked with collapse and rebirth. He paused, then added, if the cultivator survives that storm, they awaken as a true world cataclysm. He lifted one shoulder slightly, smirking. As for the stabilizers, they don't need to be a specific relic or artifact. The most commonly used are highly refined elemental energy pearls, crafted to hold only a single element in perfect purity. Used properly, they'll grant you cataclysm status. The price? Your potential. Those cultivators won't likely ever reach the Nexus realm, but they'll still count as world cataclysm. Robin turned, lifting a single finger as he continued listing from memory. There are rarer options, too, materials with deep resonance and harmony to the cultivator's essence. Things like the obsidian core of a dying star, or a midnight shard born in the abyss, or the diaphragm scale of a beast king that once ruled a world. There's also the heart ember of a planet. Rip that out, and the entire world dies. He gave a dark chuckle. And of course, at the top of them all, the polished star hearts. If you already possess the techniques, can afford the stabilizers, and have the destruction and core formation method, then what exactly is stopping you from spreading this method throughout the true beginning empire? Evergreen tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp with genuine curiosity and a hint of concern. Robin let out a soft chuckle and shook his head slowly, as if the question were far too loaded to be answered plainly. Where should I even start? He muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching in amusement before his tone turned heavier. The simplest obstacle is this: humans who follow the third path simply can't use this method. The failure rate is staggering, over 95%. Out of every 100 who attempt it, only 5 might survive the process. And those 5? They'll be stuck at the bottom rung of World Cataclysm realm for the rest of their lives, permanently weak, hopelessly stunted. He let out a frustrated sigh, his hand rising to knock against his own forehead with a soft thump. Before I can even think of sharing the method, I need to overhaul the entire 5th path, bring that failure rate down to a maximum of 10%. Tisk. I haven't even finished developing the damn thing properly, and here I am already trying to modify it. Evergreen was not so easily deterred. Her voice sharpened with a hint of insistence. But couldn't you at least pass it on to your third army? Surely they'd benefit. Robin's face lit up with a broad, knowing grin, one that carried more strategy than joy. True, I could, and I plan to, but not just yet. He turned his gaze upward for a moment, deep in calculation. The moment even one of them breaks through using this method, their home planet will be automatically promoted to the Middle Belt. They'll have to wait until we're nearing the final threshold of the mission. Then he paused and stared at Evergreen, a touch of amusement in his eyes. He waved dismissively toward her. Now then, don't you have anything better to do? Go treat a few wounded soul beasts or whatever it is you busy yourself with. Evergreen narrowed her eyes. You're a terrible owner, she huffed indignantly, and with a swift kick to the back of his heel, she darted off. You little. Robin winced in pain and pointed after her. Pythor, tie her to the damn tree. Grumbling, he turned away from the scene and stepped purposefully toward the massive mirror standing in the center of his domain. As he raised his hand and placed it gently upon the surface, a soft, resonant hum vibrated through the air. Greetings, Mr. Human. The spirit interface appeared as usual, her backdrop a serene wash of white. Are you looking to purchase more techniques today, or perhaps submit a request from the Chamber of Truth? Robin shook his head. Neither. With a flick of his hand, he tossed a glowing spirit orb toward her. Just give me a status update. How are my products doing? As he spoke, another wave of his hand summoned his account panel, and with it, the current energy pearl balance. The instant he saw the number, a satisfied grin spread across his face. Looks like everything is running smoothly. Of course, Mr. Human. The fairy caught the orb but continued speaking first out of courtesy. Although your nullification domain arrays, field medical arrays, emotional stabilization talismans, and memory enhancement talismans continue to sell in bulk, your top-grossing product remains the legendary terraforming array for the uninhabitable. Its sales have not wavered. She continued, her voice brisk yet respectful. We listed the design blueprint for that array at 8 million energy pearls in the marketplace. However, we also launched encrypted, pre-constructed versions through our affiliated factories. Each is sold at 70,000 pearls, and they are flying off the shelves. Demand remains consistently high. Robin nodded slowly, understanding the brilliance and the cunning behind the move. Why would any faction bother buying the design for 8 million when they could purchase over 100 ready-made arrays for the same price? Not everyone had the budget for high-tier designs, not even a single million pearls in most cases. But thousands upon thousands of groups across the Middle Belt could easily afford a 70,000 pearl investment for a ready-to-deploy solution. And once the array proved effective on one planet, they'd buy another for the next, and another after that. Classic Soul Society tactics. Create dependency. Milk the product forever. And Robin, he had no objections. So then, Mr. Human. The spirit asked with a light smile as she turned her attention back to the orb. What have you brought us today? She opened the orb, her expression shifting from polite professionalism to utter seriousness. This is. Robin stood tall and calm, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his lips. 5 martial arts techniques, he declared. All of them, 3rd stage. Chapter 1319. 5 martial arts, each one forged to the 3rd stage, Robin responded with calm confidence, his tone laced with pride. After years of repairing countless techniques, I have come to recognize the underlying structure common to all. These 5, however, are different. I didn't just repair them, I created them. I designed each one from the ground up using a refined blend of several essential paths. Honestly, each of these arts should be worth a fortune, especially when compared to the ones I used to restore in the past. The fairy hovered silently as she flipped through the 5 techniques, her gaze scanning each line with practiced precision. After several long moments, she nodded, a wide smile spreading across her delicate features. Rest easy. I will ensure you receive an excellent return on them. We will market them strategically. Each will be sold under a binding soul contract, one that guarantees the buyer must use it personally and cannot resell or transfer it. At the base level, each technique will fetch around 5,000 pearls. However, for elite clans and major powers seeking legacy techniques to pass down through generations, we can offer unrestricted versions. Those, we will sell for no less than 800,000 pearls apiece. When it comes to the sales side of things, I'll stay out of your way, Robin said, folding his arms with satisfaction. But, you are going to use your signature promotional methods, right? Those tactics always cause a stir. They're practically magic. The fairy shook her head gently, her wings fluttering faintly behind her. In truth, we haven't used those methods for your last few releases. And to be perfectly honest, I don't believe we'll need to use them this time either. All we plan to do is release the techniques across the entirety of the Mid-Belt region, as per usual. You stopped using the promotional strategies? Why in the world would you do that? Robin's expression darkened, his voice edged with a sense of urgency. If it's about the cost, deduct the full amount from my account. I don't care how much it takes, I need to gather as many pearls as I can while time is still on my side. Every single moment counts. May I ask, Mr. Human, what is the reason for this growing hunger? The fairy tilted her head, studying him with curiosity. Is it because of the upcoming 4th-tier planetary displacement tool auction, the one you've been fixated on? Because, from what I see, the wealth you currently possess should be more than enough to secure a winning bid. She paused. Or, is this about our agreement to arrange your audience with the Royal Soul Lord of the Dreamer Galaxy? You've already fulfilled your end of the deal, and more. I'm simply waiting for an available time slot to open up so I can finalize the meeting for you. The eternal stillness curse doesn't worry me nearly as much as that displacement gear does. Robin muttered, his voice low and tight. In fact, I was going to ask you to delay the meeting. I need to guarantee the gear is in my possession before anything else. He clenched his fists tightly. Tell me, how can anyone be sure I'll win it? What if a powerful, ancient royal soulmaster wants it and is willing to pay any price? What if one of the behemoths makes a move to claim it? Robin's eyes burned with determination. Even if I can't win the item, I'll make damn sure the heart of my rival bleeds before I leave that auction floor. He looked up sharply, locking eyes with the fairy, his tone now commanding. Withdraw whatever you need from my account. Launch the best promotion you've ever done. These 5 techniques deserve nothing less. The fairy nodded slowly, her expression turning thoughtful. Even if you did pay for the full promotion package, it wouldn't change anything. She offered a small, knowing smile. The truth is, you no longer need promotion. Not anymore. She shook her head, almost in disbelief. The name human has become a legend. Just the release of anything created by your hands causes an uproar in the entire spirit world. What are you even talking about? Robin furrowed his brow, visibly taken aback. The fairy's smile deepened, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll head to the publishing team and begin the listing process. These 5 martial arts techniques will be uploaded to the store within the hour. Please turn the mirror toward the public lobby and wait for the announcement of their appearance. With a slight bow, her figure shimmered briefly, then vanished. The public lobby? Why that one of all places? Robin muttered with a raised eyebrow. Still, he activated his control panel, summoning the public lobby interface into view. Instantly, 100 energy pearls were deducted from his account. The public lobby, a magnificent, boundless chamber of souls, stood as the greatest convergence point in the entire mid-belt. It was a realm beyond distance and terrain, where soul projections gathered from all corners of the vast cosmic regions. Here, cultivators, merchants, scholars, spies, and vagabonds alike could spend a small portion of their wealth to witness individuals and entities from lands they might never reach with their physical bodies, not even in 10 lifetimes. It was more than a marketplace, more than a meeting hall. It was a neutral ground where relationships between distant factions were forged in whispers and contracts, where souls met across sectors to form alliances that would never be threatened by bloodshed due to their sheer geographical separation. To befriend a force from a far-off sector, someone you would never meet in war, never cross in politics, never fear on the battlefield, was to gain a silent advantage in a world ruled by power and secrecy. And so, behind the veils of their projections, many came here to offer or acquire rare techniques in secrecy, whispering forgotten legacies of ancient clans across interstellar borders. Once trust was seated in this realm, deals were finalized in deeper halls like the Hall of Justice, where soul-bound contracts and spiritual credits were exchanged under divine surveillance. But more than anything, this place was the hunting ground of the unseen, the spies. Countless information networks maintained a constant presence in the lobby. They paid heavily in energy and credits to scan, probe, and listen. Here, they monitored the rise and fall of talent, the whispers of forbidden knowledge, and the movements of individuals deemed too dangerous to ignore, all without ever sending a single operative into enemy space. Then, after 30 minutes of quiet observation, a soft pulse hummed through the space. The atmosphere grew heavier. The lobby was now overflowing, brimming with billions of soul avatars. Robin's eye swept the expanse, but could not see the end of the crowds. They were like waves on the shore of an eternal sea of light. This is utterly pointless, Robin muttered under his breath, disappointment edging into his voice. He stood, arms folded, staring through the mirrored interface into the distant chaos. Why did she insist I watch the release of the 5 martial arts techniques from here? What could possibly be the reason? I should just switch to the store directly. His hand hovered over the panel. But then, just before he tapped the button, a cry shattered the air like thunder. Hey, check the newsfeed now. It's human. Human. The avatars nearest the speaker spun around instantly, all lifting their hands to summon their spiritual control panels. Some raced to open the headlines, while others jumped straight into the commerce interface, their fingers trembling. The outcry spread like wildfire. Throughout the boundless lobby, cries echoed. A tidal wave of activity surged across the space. Beings of countless races and shapes all raised their arms in sync, accessing their panels with urgency and desperation. Conversations screeched to a halt. The background murmurs vanished. Human just released a new masterpiece. This time it's a martial art. Gods above, it unleashes corrosive winds that can dissolve steel, melt bones, and strip terrain down to nothing. No. That's not the one I saw. My interface says it channels the elemental powers of Earth and Flora, a fortress building technique, perfect for fast military construction in hostile zones. What? Another shouted. He published 5 martial arts techniques. At once. All of them different. All of them third stage. Silence. It was as if the breath of the entire lobby had been stolen. A crushing stillness gripped the place. No one dared speak. No one blinked. Millions, billions, had turned to their marketplace panels, their eyes wide, their mouths slightly open, as they read through the descriptions. Each word consumed like holy scripture, each stat analyzed like a prophecy. For a moment, nothing else existed in the spiritual world but human and his new creations. Then, boom, the silence shattered. Ha 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 ha. Humans done it again. Our race rises to glory once more, and none can stop us now. Shut up. You don't even know what race he belongs to, no one does. His identity is shrouded in mystery. What more proof do you want, you pompous fool? His name is our greatest badge of honor. Brother Zahamai, partner with me to purchase the Clantier edition of this technique. We need this in our legacy vault. Summon the family head. Bring the patriarch here immediately. Understood. Step. Without realizing it, Robin had taken several steps backward. His chest rose and fell with silent tension. His fingers trembled slightly, and his expression darkened, not with arrogance or pride, but with the cold weight of realization. Fear. Chapter 1320. Oh no. Oh no. Robin whispered, placing both hands over his head as if trying to physically contain the panic surging inside his skull. His breathing quickened. His heart thundered like war drums. A silent reel of his life began to unravel in his mind, memory after memory flashing by like pages ripped from a burning book. Did I keep you waiting? The fairy reappeared at the left edge of the mirror, her voice calm and pleasant, as if nothing in the universe had shifted. Setting the right prices and devising promotional strategies that satisfy everyone took a bit more time than I expected, and, She stopped. Her eyes narrowed slightly in confusion. Robin was not responding. He was not even seeing her. His expression was not that of someone waiting. It was not even one of mild annoyance. His eyes were vacant, disconnected, like someone who had just seen a future they were not prepared for. Like a man watching his own execution. Mr. Human, is something the matter? She asked gently. The air between them suddenly felt tenser than glass. Matter? Robin echoed with a voice that sounded hollow, as if it had to crawl its way out from the back of his mind. Then, slowly, like lightning reaching a tree, her words struck him. His eyes refocused, flaring with sudden intensity. Is something the matter? You tell me. Were you not the one who told me to head to the public lobby? Do you not know what the hell is happening out there? Are you referring to your popularity? The fairy tilted her head slightly, puzzled at the scale of his panic. Is that truly worth such a dramatic reaction? I did warn you multiple times about the growing attention you were receiving. I told you, clearly, that every major intelligence faction, information guild, and sole surveillance system across the Midbelt is pouring resources into tracking you, and we have been actively working to throw them off your scent. Yes, but I expected, Robin snapped, eyes wide. I assumed there would be a few nosy agents. People who get too curious when someone invents something useful. That is normal. It is what happens to everyone. I thought I would get a little heat, maybe even a background check or two. Then his voice exploded, raw with disbelief. But you never told me I would become a bloody myth. That my name would be whispered in every single corner of the Midbelt. Every damn avatar in the public lobby was chanting my name like cultists at a summoning ritual. It did not happen overnight, Mr. Human. Her tone remained calm, but a note of seriousness entered it. Fame like yours does not come from one act of brilliance. It is the accumulation of consistency, mystery, and impact. She continued. You became infamous the moment you completed several high-tier commissions from the Chamber of Truth, commissions that most artisans refused to even attempt. Over half of those clients tried to trace you, and when they could not, your legend grew. Information brokers began whispering about Human, who finished impossible jobs effortlessly. A ghost, a genius, a shadow. Your name started echoing among the elite, among the ones who care about these things. She added, then came the turning point, the colonization array for the uncolonizable planets. We heavily promoted it, and that array made waves so powerful that it caught the attention of empires and ancient sects alike. Naturally, your name came with it. With a small wave of her fingers, a glowing scroll unrolled in midair beside her. It showed a long list of products, talismans, and arrays, all crafted by Robin. His most recent additions, the 5 martial arts techniques, glowed with a golden aura at the bottom of the list. Then came your arsenal of innovations. Talismans no one had seen before. Arrays with absurdly high efficiency. Martial arts that blend foundational paths in ways people never imagined. You have become, more than an inventor. You have become a phenomenon. She smiled, not mockingly, but in genuine awe. Somehow, in under a single century, a mere blink in the eyes of the Mid-Belt, you have managed to build a name that resonates from the ivory towers of imperial families to the street corners of low-level wanderers. You have become a symbol, a banner, a mystery. That is quite something. Robin stared at her, horrified, like a man waking up in someone else's skin. But how, he cried, voice cracking. Are we not in the Mid-Belt? The cradle of accumulated genius, where every brick has a legacy, every shadow holds a master. There are civilizations here with millions of years of history. Why the hell do my inventions matter? He gripped his hair, almost pulling. I thought my work would vanish into the noise, like throwing a needle into an endless ocean. There are countless reasons why your actions have sent ripples, no, shockwaves, through the entire soul society, the fairy said softly, her voice carrying the weight of truths unspoken. She raised a single finger, a gesture as graceful as it was deliberate. Allow me to walk you through a few of them, so that you may begin to understand the magnitude of the storm you have stirred. She paused, her luminous wings fluttering behind her like echoes of a forgotten song. First and foremost, your nature is utterly alien. She explained, you see, the truth chosen we know tend to align themselves with specific forces. They become zealots of power, loyalists to their domains. They dedicate their entire lives to feeding those forces, often at the expense of protection or compassion. And above all, they hoard knowledge, inventions, insights. They guard their creations like dragons guarding ancient hoards. She continued, even if they do invent something new, it is rarely beyond the boundaries of their specialization. For example, the dog-headed truth chosen? His name is synonymous with pill innovation. He is revered for his pill enhancement research. The spiked hair truth chosen? He is a legend in martial arts design. They are consistent, predictable. Then she turned her gaze directly at Robin, her expression sharp as moonlight on ice. But you, Mr. Human? You are chaos incarnate. You do not hoard. You unleash. You give your knowledge to the world freely, carelessly, as though you are in a race against death to empty your soul of every secret it holds. She added, and what is more, you do not follow a pattern. You defy structure. In your short time here, you have published works across vastly different domains, array crafting, soul techniques, healing talismans, soul forging techniques, martial arts forms, weapon engravings, and beyond. Each a masterpiece in its own right. She finished, you do not fit any mold. And in a society built upon hierarchy, repetition, and tradition, that makes you dangerous. That makes you, how to say it, unforgettable. Robin clenched his jaw, brows furrowed in silent tension. Was it not expected for a truth chosen to master many paths? Was that not the point of seeing everything? Had he misunderstood the role from the start? But the fairy was not finished. She raised a second finger, her tone darkening. Now, beyond your eccentricities, beyond the enigma of your mind, there is a very real, practical issue, one that is keeping the higher circles of power awake at night. She explained, it is the availability of your creations. You do not sell 10 talismans and disappear. You do not auction off one sacred array and let rumors feed your name. No, you hand us, the Soul Society, the method of creation itself, the sacred blueprint, the very formula. And we activate our universal scale factories. We fulfill orders across all sectors in huge quantities. She asked, do you understand how insane that is? No other chosen does that. Everyone else protects the how as if it were their soul's last breath. They sell products, not processes. They keep their secrets until death and pass them only to blood heirs or chosen disciples. But you give them away. Like they are nothing. Robin stood frozen, mouth dry. To him, those innovations were nothing. Not compared to what he still had hidden. They were tools to earn credit, to make a living, to pave the way for the empire of true beginning. If he had tried to craft all those arrays and talismans himself, he would not have made a fraction of what he earned now. Not even 1%. He suddenly felt a chill. What would happen if he sold Deathfire? If he unleashed the foundation modification technique? Or the terrifying soul-filling technique? The fairy's voice broke his thoughts like a dagger through fog. And finally, we believe much of the turmoil is tied to your name. She smiled now, a smile both amused and dangerous. Human. She explained, by choosing that name, you have lit a fire. Humans across the belt are waving your name like a banner. They are claiming that the next great truth chosen, the one to shake the heavens, has come from their ranks. She added, and that, Mr. Human, has enraged everyone else. The noble races, the elder bloodlines, the ancient legacies, they are furious. You have forced them to look down and see the human race rising from the dust with their annoying talk. I assumed that was your intention when you chose that name. Robin scratched the back of his neck, guilt and embarrassment crawling up his spine. Not entirely. I suppose I got carried away. When I heard from that boy about the condition of humans in the mid-belt, about their suffering, their helplessness, I guess I wanted to raise them up a little, even if just symbolically. He gave a nervous chuckle. Yeah, that one is on me. The fairy's expression hardened. Her wings slowed their shimmer. Speaking of that boy Piso, she said quietly, every word coated in caution. Are you sure you can trust him? Chapter 13:21. The human youth, Pisu, are you truly certain you can trust him? Pisu? How do you know? Robin's expression shifted instantly. The surprise that had colored his face just seconds earlier evaporated without a trace. Now, seriousness carved itself into his features. Are you watching me? Is it so strange for us to check in on one of our most significant partners? The fairy replied with a faint smile, her voice light but laced with a subtle undertone of concern. Besides, we already told you, we will do everything within our power to protect you. And to do that, we must keep our eyes on you. It's the only way to intervene should something unexpected happen. You mean I'm in that much danger? To the point that I need to be watched constantly? Robin asked, his voice dropping with gravity. We aren't the least bit worried about your identity being discovered through the Soul Society itself, the fairy reassured, her eyes glinting with calm certainty. You, as human, are practically impossible to identify. No one knows who you are. Even your race is nothing more than speculation. True, there are certain individuals with the authority to request identity traces on users, but in your case, even those routes are completely sealed. You've been granted full protection, the highest level. A moment of silence passed like a heavy breeze between them, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. You're not untouchable, not when billions of sentient beings are actively trying to track you down. There's a growing consensus among the masses that you're very likely human, about a 90% probability. That belief alone has shifted the focus of their search dramatically toward human territories. She continued, and more than that, intelligence agencies and espionage sects have already started watching the sale and movement of rare inks, specialized slabs, and tracking the history of any human who's remotely connected to research-based activities. Robin gulped unconsciously. Then she raised a delicate hand and pointed gently at him. If things stay as they are, they won't find you. Not today. Probably not in 100 years. Maybe not even in 1,000. But eventually, they will. Her small arms folded across her chest. Robin's eyes dropped to the ground. Have you seen something? Something specific that makes you say that about Pisu? Not exactly, the fairy admitted with a soft sigh. We know he serves you now. We know he helps you gather resources, essential things you need for your work. But we also know that your acquaintance with him began not too long ago. Even if he spent what amounts to 120 years by your side, his past loyalty still lies with the Mazer human family. That bond isn't so easily erased. Can you say with full confidence that he has never sold you out? She added, if there's even a 1% doubt, just one crack in your certainty, then what? You want me to kill the kid just because of some vague feeling of unease? Robin scoffed, a bitter grin tugging at his lips. I may be the villain in the minds of billions, but I'm not some heartless monster. He let out a sigh, but this time, it was one of calm assurance. Besides, I know something like that would never happen. The truth was, only a few weeks into Pisu's stay, after Robin realized that the clingy, persistent boy wasn't going anywhere, he had made the conscious decision to stop worrying about him. He simply gave up. Still, Robin couldn't bring himself to give the boy a formal soul contract or force him to swear an oath. Swear on what, exactly? The boy had latched onto him after a traumatic event that left him shaken to his core. He owed Robin nothing. He wasn't bound by duty or debt. So instead, Robin entered the Soul Society, searched meticulously, and eventually bought a verified, stable technique for crafting soul shards safely. He then created one with a power of 30,000 units and implanted it deep within Pisu's soul domain. He told the boy it was for his own protection, especially when going out to buy supplies. Pisu cried tears of joy that day. Real, unfiltered happiness. Oh, so you did bind him in some way? That's comforting to hear, the fairy nodded in approval. With that, we can eliminate several paths through which your identity might be uncovered, and he can be removed from the list of suspects. Then she tilted her head and said gently, alternatively, we would strongly recommend that you consider relocating to the galaxy. There, you could enjoy access to unparalleled resources, time, protection, everything you might need. You would no longer have to worry about being hunted, or even noticed, by any external force. You mean the galaxy of Morpheus the Dreamer? A wide grin stretched across Robin's face, mischievous and sharp. I always thought this was a neutral network, a place where all could participate without interference or pressure. Are you showing your true colors now? It is merely a suggestion, Mr. Human. A rare offering, one we do not extend lightly nor often. Our sole purpose is to protect you, nothing more. But of course, the decision rests entirely in your hands. You may continue residing where you are now, if that is your will, and we shall remain vigilant, supporting you quietly and faithfully from the shadows. The fairy replied with a gentle, almost motherly smile that held neither arrogance nor pity, only sincere concern. Robin's lips curved into a faint, artificial smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, do that. And with a single, fluid motion of his fingers, he closed the link to the Soul Society. Then, silence. A heavy, unnatural quiet fell across Robin's soul domain like a thick blanket smothering all motion. Birds paused mid-chirp, perched motionless atop crystalline branches. The fish beneath the surface of the tranquil lake stilled completely, no longer dancing in playful spirals. The wind dared not rustle the leaves. Every living being in that domain, even those that did not understand language, could feel it, the cold shift in their master's aura, the heavy fog of frustration and contemplation cloaking his presence. Owner, Neri's voice came at last, soft and cautious like dew sliding off a blade. She approached slowly, each step echoing subtly through the tension that ruled the air. Is this truly something worth disturbing your peace over? It's not like you entered the Soul Society blind to the stakes. You knew the dangers. You're right. Robin's voice came with a tired exhale, deep and drawn out. It was the sound of a man who had fought too many battles in too short a time. Still, everything just spiraled. It slipped out of my hands before I even noticed. And now. He paused. Now I don't even know what the right path is anymore. A long, painful quiet passed between them before Neri broke it again, her words slower this time, as if picking each one carefully from the fog of thought. If you could return to that moment, when you first came to the Middle Belt, would you have done anything differently? No. Robin lifted his head, firm and unflinching, as though he were anchoring himself to the very essence of that choice. No hesitation. No regret. I needed the pearls then, and I still do. Billions of them. He shook his head, slowly, almost bitterly. If I hadn't done what I did in the Soul Society, I'd have been forced to go elsewhere, to search for other patrons, new sponsors. I would have had to negotiate, beg, manipulate, run circles around people far more dangerous than they appear, all just to buy myself a sliver of safety. And for what? For the same uncertain outcome. A sardonic smile played across his lips, heavy with irony. Yes, that fairy, and the ones running the Soul Society, they're greedy, undeniably. But their greed is structured, professional. They chase profit like wolves chase the scent of blood. I am, to them, just a new opportunity. A new vein of gold. But compared to the immense treasure hoarded by Morpheus the Dreamer and his kin over tens of millions of years, what am I? A footnote? A curious little insect drifting across their eternal stream. He looked off into the distance. They may try to extract value from me, may try to push me to my limits, but they have no real reason to kill me. Not yet. Not while I'm still useful. If you feel no regret, Neri said gently, folding her arms across her chest, and if you believe there was never any other path, then what are you waiting for? Why hesitate now? Her voice wasn't accusatory. It was calm, grounded. Keep going, keep building, but, draw a line somewhere. Remaining in the spotlight without the power to match the attention? That's foolish. Let the world forget you, just for a while. You're right. Robin nodded slowly, once, twice. 50 years from now, the planetary displacement tool auction will be held. Once that concludes, I'll take a break. Maybe for a long while, maybe forever. Then, turning toward her, he gently reached out and ran his fingers through her silver-blue hair, ruffling it with the affection of an older brother. Anyone who hears you talk like this would swear you're some wise ancient spirit, an oracle cloaked in centuries of knowledge. They'd never imagine you're the same chaotic creature who recklessly spawned dozens of sentient races and accidentally attracted the wrath of the Red Plague with your mischief. Chapter 1322. Somewhere deep within mid-sector number 100. Sip of Darkness. That was the planet's name. A grim, poetic title whispered in the shadowed corners of trade stations and outlaw outposts. A name soaked in despair, echoing the fate of the world it labeled. Destiny had not been kind to this planet. From the moment of its birth, it had been shackled to a dying blue dwarf star, a sun too weak to nourish, too sickly to sustain. The planet's skies were forever tinted in cold, pale hues. Its lands bore little fruit. Vegetation struggled to grow, and wildlife was sparse, fragile, and twisted by evolutionary desperation. Even its sentient inhabitants had suffered under that cursed sun, growing pale and sickly, their strength slowly drained generation by generation. But if that tragedy alone was not enough, the star itself, this frail, dying heart of the solar system, had grown ill. Terminally ill. Tap, tap. Like a hesitant knock in the heart of midnight, it now emitted slow, rhythmic pulses. Energy waves, weak and strange, rippled through the cosmos with eerie consistency. Not destructive yet, but undeniably unnatural. Its light, once at least barely adequate, had dimmed to the point of insignificance. The sun no longer deserved its name. It barely outshone the moons that orbited the outer belts. It had become a silent siren of cosmic decay, a fading warning. Yet no one listened. No one cared. The death of stars was a story that took hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions, of years to tell. It was a tragedy too slow for mortals to fear. The original natives of Sip of Darkness? They were no more. Some had died in the violent planetary fluctuations that followed the star's illness. Others had fled, scattered like ash on the solar wind. Those lucky enough to escape often found themselves pressed into labor as slaves or servants on richer, more vital worlds. And so this world, this silent, cold husk, was reborn. Not as a sanctuary, but as a haven. A refuge for the unwanted. A den for outlaws. A cradle for those who thrived in chaos. It became a hideaway for space pirates, smugglers, escaped convicts, and perhaps most notably, the heart of the most infamous mercenary syndicate to rise in recent galactic memory. This organization had no name in public records until a mere century ago. Then suddenly, it appeared. Without warning, it erupted into existence right here in Mid-Sector 100. No rumors, no whispers, no precursors. Like shadows birthed from the void, they established bases across dozens of planets with uncanny speed. Each outpost housed hundreds, sometimes thousands, of cold-blooded operatives. Their origins? Unknown. Their loyalties? Mysterious. Their power? Undeniable. They accepted contracts of all kinds. Silent assassinations, corporate espionage, high-value data retrieval, personal bodyguard services, sabotage, smuggling, surveillance. They didn't care whether the job was clean or dirty, legal or forbidden. As long as the price was right, they delivered results with chilling precision. For decades, not a single world cataclysm had emerged among their ranks. This was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it kept the organization flexible, low-profile, and widespread. On the other, it meant their most powerful targets often survived long enough to retaliate. Entire branches were wiped out by vengeful survivors. Thousands of members were lost. And yet, they did not fall. Instead, they adapted. They multiplied their branches, reducing the number of operatives per station to limit damage. Soon, their numbers grew back, almost too quickly. Some whispered of a nest, a hidden spawning ground that spewed forth replacements endlessly, no matter how many were lost. And then came the marketing. They began promoting their services across the Soul Society and beyond, exploiting every known method of communication. They called themselves the most professional, the most reliable, the most efficient mercenaries available for any job that doesn't include a world cataclysm. And in the age of interstellar expansion and borderless trade routes, that claim began to ring true. The Shadow Swords had become one of the most trusted names in mercenary work. The most expansive, the most feared, and perhaps, most hated. Step. In that very moment, the door to a massive chamber slid open with a soft mechanical hiss. A young man, cloaked entirely in black, entered with precise, quiet strides. His every movement was disciplined, calculated. "Your Highness," he spoke, his voice low but steady, "we found nothing useful from the Soul Society today either. But, the situation is deteriorating." The man he addressed stood near the room's central window. Nearly 2 meters tall, his back was turned, his presence radiating stillness and quiet menace. Draped over his shoulders was the fur of a jet-black beast, its origin unknown. A hood of the same pelt covered his head, concealing his features in shadow. Beyond the glass, the fading blue star pulsed weakly against the horizon. A slow, dying heartbeat. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, in a voice softer than the drifting wind, yet weighted with immeasurable gravity, he spoke. "Any changes, Leonid?" "Almost. A short while ago, several organizations started aggressively investigating rumors of a human, specifically in Mid-Sector 100. A detail that, frankly, is bizarre. There's been no trace, no evidence, nothing to indicate he ever originated from this place." Leonid, his face veiled in darkness save for the sharp glint of his eyes and furrowed brows, narrowed his gaze. "We initially assumed the human they were after was His Majesty himself. You ordered us to sabotage their efforts, to throw sand in their gears, and that's precisely what we did." "What's new, Leonid?" The chief turned slowly to face him. The flickering candlelight revealed his striking features. Theo, tall and statuesque, his flawless countenance now sharpened by shadows and lit only by a dim, golden flame. His eyes, those obsidian abysses, held a stillness that could silence storms. Over a century ago, Theo had journeyed to Orlando with General Raiden. From there, Raiden, wielding authority over the space portal, had diverted Theo to the trade planet of Shrinus. That moment marked their final encounter. It was also the beginning of Theo's true purpose. There, under starlit secrecy, Theo began building the foundation for what would become the Shadow Swords. He started by bribing portal keepers on a desolate, forgotten mining world under nominal imperial control. Through its portal, he brought in the first 1,000 operatives. His recruitment continued like whispers in the dark, growing in silence. He brought more, dozens, then hundreds, then tens of thousands. His father's final gift, an unrestricted budget, meant Theo had the freedom to shape an empire. He forged warriors with ruthless efficiency. Among them, the Nightcats became his most reliable tool. He trained them by the thousands. They swept through Mid-Sector 100 and beyond, into Mid-Sector 99 as well. Piece by piece, Theo executed the grand vision. He didn't just build a mercenary guild, he created a trustworthy, decentralized force, a regional sanctuary of elite operatives capable of operating without detection. Then, the unexpected happened. Human appeared. Theo's breath had caught the instant he saw the field hospital array, a signature design. No other being, no architect, no soul in this era could have built such a thing. It had to be him. Unfortunately, we haven't located him yet, his new right hand, Leonid, admitted, the frustration under his voice barely hidden. Still, that in itself is a kind of good news. With all our spies, scouts, and informants spread across the sector, the fact that we still can't find him means those other organizations won't have any better luck either. Then, his voice grew darker, sharper. But that's not the real reason I came. Since the release of the 5 martial arts, something else has started brewing, something quiet but undeniable. He stepped forward slightly. A confirmed rumor is now circulating that His Majesty is somewhere within Sector 100. Because of it, some of the largest organizations across the core and fringe sectors have begun turning their full focus to Mid-Sector 100, ignoring all other leads. What? Theo's voice, typically as calm as moonlight, suddenly shattered the silence. It wasn't panic, but it was alarm. How? Has His Majesty leaked something? Has he revealed his position, intentionally or not? Unknown. Leonid shook his head grimly. There's been no public broadcast, no data traces, no rumors with substance. Human hasn't spoken a word. Whatever led those organizations to this sector, it had to be privileged information. Direct, quiet, a whisper delivered only to the right ears. Theo's jaw clenched, muscles tight like a bowstring. He didn't shout again. He didn't need to. Then what are you waiting for? He said, his voice now ablade. Track down that information. I want to know exactly who leaked it, and how. At once. Leonid gave a curt bow and then melted, literally, into the surrounding shadow, vanishing without a trace. Crack! Theo's hand clenched with such force his knuckles cracked beneath the pressure. Then, a deep exhale escaped his lips. The storm in his eyes subsided, returning once more to the stillness of a bottomless ocean. He turned slowly back to the window, gazing out at the dying blue sun that hung above the horizon, faint, flickering, whispering of collapse. Stay safe until we reach you, Father, Theo murmured, barely above a whisper. Though a part of me hopes that we never do. Chapter 1323. 155 years had passed since Robin first entered Mid-Sector 100, on the forsaken planet of Zerf. Clatter, clatter. Upon one of the tallest peaks, where snow never fell but the wind howled like ancient beasts, a lone figure stood against the sky. He was clad in a full suit of obsidian black armor, its surface adorned with mesmerizing golden filigree that shimmered like stardust. Draped behind him, a long golden cloak billowed violently in the cold winds. Emblazoned at its center was the unmistakable insignia of a black flame, burning not with heat, but with meaning. With measured grace, the armored figure accepted a small scroll, its paper bound by an arcane seal still faintly glowing. Without hesitation, he crushed the seal in his palm with a crack, and unrolled the parchment between both gauntlet hands. Silence. His eyes scanned the message, cold and calculating. Then whoosh, a flicker of flame ignited from his fingertips and consumed the scroll to ash in a breath. He raised his head toward the cloud-streaked sky, clasping his hands behind his back with a huff of disdain. Tisk. What do I care for news about that bastard Hulak and the rest of the children playing war? Where is the news that matters, news of His Majesty? You've grown far too soft. Perhaps we should start calling you Shadow Daggers, or even Shadow Clippers. Clearly, the title of Swords has grown too heavy for your shoulders. From behind him, a calm but firm voice responded. Why the bitterness now, Supreme General? Carrie, standing in the shadow of the cliffside, raised her eyebrows slightly. We are exhausting every avenue to locate His Majesty. But we're not searching a single city, or even a handful of worlds. We are casting our nets across a sea of millions of planets. And for all we know, His Grace may have already left this region entirely, seeking refuge beyond this domain to escape the rumors that now bind his name to Sector 100. In fact, we've shifted even more of our efforts into Sector 99. We believe it may be a natural path he would take. Caesar's face darkened, his golden eyes narrowing as he clenched his jaw. Sector 99? You mean to tell me that after all this time, we still have no real leads? What of planet Zurin? The Imperial Portal Keepers of the Nine Paths Palace said he passed through that trade planet. That was the last confirmed location. Carrie lowered her gaze slightly. He did go to Zurin, but we got the information nearly 20 years after his presence there. There's no chance he stayed that long, especially with the kind of attention he's begun to attract. His Majesty is no fool. He wouldn't let himself be caged in a spotlight. By now, he could have passed through hundreds of planets. Damn it all. Caesar turned with frustration, his teeth gritted. My father, His Majesty, doesn't desire this kind of fame. If anything, it's a burden he's always despised. Right now, I know he's moving in shadows carefully and cautiously, trying to anticipate every consequence. He's worried, maybe even afraid of what comes next. He pointed toward Kiri, his tone rising. Tell Theo I am prepared to relinquish the entire First Army's operational budget if it guarantees His Majesty's safe return. If he can promise me he will use it well, it's his. Carrie bowed her head solemnly. Understood, Supreme General. Then, with the practiced grace of a ghost, she retreated into the darkness behind them. A deep sigh escaped Caesar as he folded his arms tightly across his armored chest, once again facing the mountain's edge. Tisk. The bones of the shadow swords have grown frail. Ha, give them credit where it's due, a voice said with a chuckle. From behind him, a young warrior approached, clad in the same obsidian armor, though the golden filigree on his suit was arranged like branching veins of divine lightning. His gait was steady, his presence confident. The shadow swords have carved out a terrifyingly vast reach across midsector 100 and even into 99. Their influence runs deeper than many are willing to admit. Even the ancient guilds of assassins and spies have begun hiring the shadow swords to carry out their hardest work. He paused and smiled faintly. Truth is, if they weren't ours, we'd be emptying our coffers trying to buy their help in finding His Majesty. Caesar remained silent for a long breath, then spoke in a softer tone. I'm just worried. He's extended himself too far, too fast, across a landscape too wide. I can't tell anymore what he's thinking, or if even he can. The younger warrior stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Caesar's armored back. Don't worry, Supreme General. Theo worries for His Majesty just as deeply, perhaps even more. Finding him is not just a mission, it is his burden, a vow he carved into his own bones. And as for us, he gestured downward to the unseen world below. We have our own responsibilities, ones we'll be held to when His Majesty returns. And return, he will. Rumble, rumble. Skreek. After holding his gaze over the battlefield for several long, heavy seconds, Caesar gave a firm, resolute nod. Without a word, he turned and walked slowly, each footstep steady and deliberate, until he reached a man seated on a grand, worn chair carved into the very peak of the mountain. This was no ordinary man. He was a hybrid, half human and half fox, his presence emanating both ancient calm and untamed danger. Behind him, 7 majestic tails fluttered in the wind like the banners of an extinct empire, each glowing faintly with primal energy. His eyes were closed, and his body was still as stone. The world roared around him, but he sat untouched and undisturbed, as if he were one with the mountain itself. Caesar stopped before him, raised his head high with the utmost reverence, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke in a voice that was respectful yet clear. Supervisor, sir, the army is ready. We await your signal. There was no reply, only the whisper of the wind. Then, after a moment of stillness, the elder raised one hand, fingers flicking in a slow, effortless gesture twice, as if pushing away dust. That was all. No words, no ceremony. The command had been given. Caesar nodded solemnly and turned back to face the edge of the mountain. He took a deep, steadying breath that filled his lungs with the sharp, thin air of war, then unleashed a roar of power, amplified by the sheer might of a level 50 martial emperor. Soldiers of the First Army, are you ready? Ahuuyuyuyuyua. Though Caesar stood atop a mountain towering over 2,000 meters high, the thunderous reply from below made the very cliffside tremble beneath his boots. The stones cried out in response. Through your unyielding bravery, and by the divine blessing of His Majesty, we have become a force that cannot be broken. We are no longer a prey to anyone. We are no longer the ones waiting in fear, trembling in silence, hoping the invaders pass us by. Today, we become the conquerors. We bring the war to their doorstep. Ahuuyuyuyuyua. With our first army alone, we seized 2 planets in the mid-belt. We shattered their illusions and burned their banners. And now, today, we do it again. This is the turning point. This is our moment of reckoning. Today, you bring me the 3rd planet. Today, you bring it for the empire of true beginning. Ahuuyuyuyuyua. 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 Advance. Boom, boom, boom. From the base of the mountain, dust erupted into the sky like volcanic ash. 30,000 armored Terra beasts, each ridden by a deadly martial emperor, began to march forward in perfect synchrony, their steps pounding the earth like divine drums of war. Above Caesar, the skies turned blood red. With a deafening screech, 5,000 winged Draco beasts surged from the clouds like a plague of ancient beasts. Each one bore a special forces emperor on its back, gleaming in golden black armor, eyes glowing like gods of war descending to pass judgment. On the far side of the battlefield, the enemy stirred. From across the valley came a dark tide, 1 million soldiers strong, charging either on foot or atop monstrous wild boars, each beast large enough to carry 20 men without slowing. Above them soared tens of thousands of flying creatures, grotesque hybrids of boar and eagle, shrieking as they circled the sky in anticipation of blood. The sight alone would cripple the hearts of lesser men. The sheer magnitude of the enemy force made the ground quake and the skies burn with dread. But not a single step of the Golden Army faltered. Not a single warrior turned away. Ha! I better jump in now before you all hog the glory. With laughter booming like thunder, Raiden launched himself from the mountaintop, his body a streak of lightning as he plummeted toward the battlefield. He landed with earth-shaking impact, then raced to the very front of the vanguard, spear in hand and eyes ablaze. That fat beast leading the enemy? That's dinner for me tonight. But the enemy commander, riding atop the largest of the war boars, didn't flinch. He stood tall on the beast's back and bellowed toward the heavens, his voice a furious roar. Saar. Today I take your head. Your whole army will be buried under my heel. Heh, ahahaha. Back at the summit, Caesar let out a wild, fearless laugh. He drew forth his massive obsidian glaive, slid his black helm over his brow, and charged forward, leaping into the void like a falling meteor, a god of war descending upon the battlefield. Come then, claim it. Mu'uta. Chapter 1324. 159 years after Robin reached the mid-belt, somewhere within mid-sector 99. That is the full report, Supreme Guardian. The Shadow Sword lowered his voice respectfully as he finished his briefing, then raised his head slightly, just enough to catch a glimpse of the towering presence before him. The figure radiated overwhelming pressure, like a dormant volcano. The Shadow Sword quickly lowered his gaze again. We apologize for the delay in transmitting the latest reports. Cross-sector communication is only viable through the Soul Society. Even then, the Society demands an exorbitant fee for direct, uninterrupted data transfers. No matter. The figure before him reclined atop a raised obsidian dais. Nearly 3 meters tall, the man's body was a sculpted force of power, lean but muscular, carved like a statue of war. His dark armor was thin and flexible, its translucent surface revealing taut muscles beneath, like a predator at rest. He was none other than Halak, the supreme guardian of the Empire, one of its most feared beings. So, has that boy, Caesar, finally subdued his third planet? Halak let out a deep chuckle, his voice a low, rumbling sound like shifting tectonic plates. That war dragged on for far too long. Nearly 150 years for just 3 planets? I'm going to give him a hard time next time we meet, maybe flick his forehead a few times for good measure. The Shadow Sword couldn't stay silent in the face of that casual dismissal. With all due respect, Supreme Guardian, General Caesar is fighting on 3 simultaneous fronts. He's invading the Iron Boar Empire entirely on his own while also reinforcing the Empire of the 9 Paths on 2 defensive fronts against 2 other empires. It's not a lack of efficiency, it's a miracle. He took a breath, then added, and what's more, he's doing all this with only half of the First Army's full strength. The remaining half is still stationed in the Young Belt, maintaining the momentum of planetary annexation there. To carry out such a multi-front campaign in the Mid-Belt is no trivial matter. Even Supreme General Aru and Supreme General Sakar have started to show envy. Nearly every day, they send formal requests to headquarters, asking for permission to participate in the Mid-Belt conflict. The Shadow Sword lowered his gaze again and spoke solemnly. The Lady of Headquarters has already submitted multiple proposals to the Empire of the 9 Paths, offering military reinforcement. However, they repeatedly refuse, citing insufficient resources to cover the salaries of our high-grade troops. Still, there are rumors, whispers of ongoing negotiations, led personally by our Prime Minister, to grant us territorial rights over certain affiliated planets in exchange for the deployment of the Third Armies. Tisk. A bunch of nonsense, Halak scoffed, lifting his pinky finger and lazily scraping at his teeth, as if the fate of empires was little more than an after-dinner conversation. If I sent just a handful of my boys to one of those planets, they'd have it cleared before sunset. Please, don't. The Shadow Sword instinctively raised both hands in alarm, the image of a scorched planet flashing through his mind. The Imperial Guards must never reveal their full might unless absolutely necessary. Their intervention is a weapon of last resort. Relax, boy, Halak said with a smirk, shrugging his massive shoulders. I was speaking hypothetically. Of course, we won't interfere with the affairs of the 3 main armies in the Mid-Belt. That's precisely why I relocated the boys here, to Sector 99. Let the armies have their little wars in peace, and we will play our way. The Shadow Sword could feel beads of sweat forming on his brow. He never questioned a single word that came from the Supreme Guardian's mouth, because he knew that none of it was a bluff. The reputation of the Imperial Guards had long since become legend. Beings feared across star systems, forces of nature molded into humanoid form. In terms of physical power, each guard bore the 4th stage of the giant's body strengthening tattoo system. In terms of energy, they all commanded fundamental major laws, time, space, and resonant waves, 3 of the most elusive and powerful forces in existence. In terms of soul, every single one of them had fully awakened their soul domains, having undergone the Empire's highest-tier soul cultivation techniques. Each guard was a soul master, capable of commanding soul creatures, bending illusions, and resisting mental devastation. In terms of equipment, at least half of them were armed and armored to the same standard as the 3 Supreme Generals, wearing mid-tier epic gear. In terms of combat experience, they all practiced the same brutal, overwhelming fighting style of Halak himself, pure violence. As for their nature. So, tell me, how are the boys doing? Halak leaned back slightly, plucked a chunk of meat from between his back molars, and wiped it on the hard, dark stone beneath him like one might discard a speck of dust. His tone was casual, too casual, considering the magnitude of what he was asking. It's been a few years. By now, most of them should be done. Surely. The Shadow Sword hesitated. Just for a moment. A single breath's worth of silence. Then he spoke. Supreme Guardian, forgive my candor, but don't you think the missions assigned to them are excessive? He clenched his hands behind his back, choosing each word carefully. I mean, missions like annihilating entire kingdoms of non-human races, draining 2 barrels of blood from a beast king older than 5 million years, infiltrating the heart of an interplanetary war and annihilating both sides, or exterminating pirate armadas. These are missions that would require entire battalions in other empires, and yet, we assigned them individually. Halak tilted his head slowly, raising a thick, scarred brow. If I ask for your opinion, then you may share it. Otherwise. His tone sharpened, each word edged with steel. Answer my question. Directly. The Shadow Sword instantly straightened his posture, beads of sweat forming at his temple. Have the boys completed their missions, or not? Half of them have. The Shadow Sword lowered his voice further, as if afraid that speaking the truth too loudly might awaken the very beasts they had loosed upon the stars. Approximately 400 kingdoms have been erased from existence. The blood of many beast kings has been harvested. Warring armies have disappeared as if they never were. Space pirate strongholds lie in ruins. Sector 99 itself has begun to stir. Whispers of anomalies, panic is now everywhere, sudden silence where once there was chaos. Ha! Let them panic. Halak threw his head back in laughter, deep, guttural, and echoing. Let them tremble in confusion. Let their so-called scholars and sages try to make sense of it all. When all the boys ascend, every single one of them, into the world cataclysm realm, I want to see the look on their faces. That is my entertainment. He slammed his foot twice on the ground below, the sound ringing like a war drum. Then, smirking, he tilted his head toward the shadow sword again. And the rest? What's taking them so long? The shadow sword's voice grew grim. The others are either still searching for viable targets or are in the middle of executing their operations. A pause. Then, with palpable tension, he continued. However, 3 of the guards have perished. Halak's smile faltered. They encountered unexpected resistance. The shadow sword continued quietly. World cataclysm class threats, entities even we had not anticipated. The losses were immediate. He bowed his head lower, visibly shaken. To lose 3 Imperial guards, warriors crafted to be apex predators of the battlefield, was a blow. A heavy, bitter one. Halak narrowed his eyes. For a moment, his face grew dark, like a thunderstorm building over a still sea. Tisk. A waste of time and supplies. Should have broken them down further before I sent them out. He scratched his head in irritation, muttering something under his breath. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed a spatial ring toward the shadow sword. It wasn't an ordinary ring. It radiated weight, a ring not forged anywhere within the Empire of True Beginning, but something far older. Send this to headquarters, Halak said. Maybe they'll find some use for it. The shadow sword caught the ring but dared not scan it. What shall I log in the report, Supreme Guardian? A turtle-type ancient beast. Its core. Its heart. All its blood. A dozen scales from its shell. A few teeth, perhaps. Halak stood slowly, stretching, his spine cracking like stone slabs shifting into place. Might make some decent armor. Then, with a single stomp, bam, he vanished. Not a trace. No light. No explosion. No residual ripple of power. Only silence. And then, the shadow sword noticed something. The ground. The floor Halak had been sitting on just moments ago, wasn't ground. It had eyes. And a shattered mouth. The shadow sword instinctively stepped back and looked around, heart pounding as he tried to make sense of the size. And it struck him. This wasn't a platform. This was a head. A colossal, ancient head. His vision widened in horror as he realized what lay beneath his feet. A creature, no, a beast. A hybrid of turtle and gorilla, titanic in scale. Its body stretched nearly a full kilometer from skull to tail, its massive shell so vast and domed that it could have shielded an entire city. And now, it was empty. No soul, no life, no consciousness. Only flesh and blood remained within. It had been hollowed out, destroyed. And judging by the scene, by the undisturbed shell, by the singular crater of impact on its face, it had been killed in one strike. One blow. One punch. Chapter 1325. 167 years after Robin entered the mid-belt, mid-sector 101. Drip, drop, drip. From his torn fingertips, blood trickled down, not in mere drops, but in mournful streams, as if the very soul of the body was weeping through its wounds. The earth, thirsty and cursed, drank it in greedily, only to spit it back out like a venom it could not digest. Huu, huu. His breaths came like thunder, ragged, forced, hollow. Through bloodied eyes, half-closed and inflamed from burst vessels, he gasped for air like a man drowning in a sea of agony. He pulled at the air with desperation, as if trying to inhale the sky itself, but his lungs were traitors. They gave him nothing. He tilted his head ever so slightly, and saw it. Or rather, what was left of it. What once may have been a body now lay shattered beside him. Unrecognizable. Horrific. The skull had split open and its contents had mixed with dirt and gravel. The torso looked like trampled dough, a thing beaten without mercy. The face was stripped of its skin, a red, raw, flesh-covered horror. And still, he smiled. Heh, hee. That sound. That twisted laugh. Even lying half-dead in a pool of his own blood, even as the battlefield groaned beneath the pressure of accumulated pain and death, his lips cracked open into a smile so disturbing, so out of place, it sent shivers through the realm of reason itself. His eyes, though dimmed, flickered with rage, like dying embers refusing to extinguish. Then, all at once, his expression calmed. The green flame that once floated around his head flickered out, and his shoulder-long white hair, soaked in blood, fell down like dead silk. He now lay motionless, submerged in his own suffering. He was barely recognizable. But there was no mistaking it. It was Richard. What the hell are you smiling about? His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. We burned through every drop of the life energy we were saving dearly. Even the 50,000 units of refined soul force, all gone, wasted in one useless battle. Yeah, but what a damn battle. Suddenly, laughter exploded from his lips. The green flames blazed once more on his scalp, as if mocking the despair. His face contorted into a devil's grin, a mask of madness. Power, my friend, power is what we need. May the heavens never bless the weak. So power justifies slaughter? Even if it means massacring an entire family, tens of thousands of innocent souls, women and children included. Richard's eyes dulled again. His shoulders sagged with 1,000 years of regret. Damn it, it's been over 2 centuries since you last surfaced. I thought you'd finally faded away. Why return now, at the first hint of danger? Are you really going to haunt me forever? Ha, haunt you? You speak as if I'm a parasite inside your mind. The voice echoed through his skull, cold and confident. But I am Richard, the real one. Shouldn't you be the one questioned? This soft, guilt-ridden version of us. You're just a broken reflection, a coward. A silence. Then the voice continued. And let's not forget, I saved us. You hesitated. You pitied that pathetic little girl. Had you ended her when you should have, none of this would have happened. You think mercy has a place in war? You think kindness will shield you when they come to rip you apart? Every time you let your precious morality surface, I have to rise up and clean your mess. You think I'm evil? Fine, but I build us strength. We survive by walking paths made of blood. That's how experience is earned. That's how warriors rise. You call that survival? Richard's voice trembled, but before he could continue, a soft voice echoed from the distance. Feminine, calm, intrigued. Who are you talking to? Richard's instinct screamed. He rose immediately, the green flame roaring atop his head once more. His tattered robes fluttered from the sudden motion, and his bruised muscles tensed for a fight. His gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. Show yourself. Now. Oops. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. From behind a still whirling storm of dust and broken energy, a shadow emerged. Large, towering, dangerous looking. Richard clenched his fists. He had nearly no power left, just the raw resilience of his body. But then, the massive form began to shrink. With each step forward, the shadow lessened, diminished, until finally, the dust cleared. And standing there, with an innocent smile on her face, was a girl. Hi there. A human girl. She barely reached Richard's shoulders, at least 30 centimeters shorter. Her frame was slight, almost fragile. But she didn't look starved or sickly. No, she had just enough softness in her cheeks to give them a faint, healthy blush. She wore a loose, slightly short dress, modest in its form, yet flowing with a simple elegance. Its uppercut left her delicate arms bare from shoulder to fingertip. Her long black hair, tied back in a ponytail, swayed gently behind her like a soft banner in the breeze. Aside from her simple garment, nothing adorned her body, save for a glowing necklace that shimmered faintly around her slender neck. Her face was unremarkable by conventional standards, soft and modest. Large, expressive eyes. Small, tender lips. No extravagant beauty, no striking features. But the faint blush on her cheeks, combined with her petite frame and gentle posture, gave her an aura of innocence that blurred the line between a child and a young woman. Yet something deeper whispered otherwise, an ancient stillness in her eyes that told Richard this was no mere girl. Who are you? What are you doing here? Richard's voice cracked as he staggered forward, trying to spark the green flame above his head, trying to wrap his voice in power and threat. But it didn't work. The flame faltered. His tone remained level, almost calm, as though he were questioning a friend, not an intruder. Even his glare, normally sharp and wild, wavered. Don't be alarmed, the girl said softly, her tone as light as drifting petals. I'm not with them. She took 2 steps forward, her feet barely making a sound. I saw everything from the very beginning. I was in the street that day, when you healed that girl, the one with no legs. Stop, don't take another step. Richard's voice raised, but his body betrayed him, he stepped backward. There's no way. You couldn't have seen everything, I would have sensed you. My sole perception would have caught the faintest movement. You were too preoccupied, she said simply. You wouldn't notice a girl like me. Then, gently, she raised both hands in front of her, palms open. Let me help you, please. Impossible. Even a bird wouldn't have escaped my sole sense. Who are you? The green flame above his head began to dance violently, warning him. His warrior instinct screamed strike now. But something held him back. Her eyes. They weren't sharp. They weren't threatening. They were sincere. Direct. Deep. They looked into him, not at him. I was watching the whole time, she said, stepping forward again. I saw you in the market, when your heart broke for that poor beggar girl, when you knelt and healed her with your green flame. I saw the moment the planet's spirit confronted you, questioned the flame, and you ran. I followed you through the city gate. Her voice was calm, almost dreamlike. I saw how you tried so hard not to fight. You didn't want a meaningless battle. You only wanted to help the child. Stay back. Richard's flame whipped in the wind. His feet moved again, backward. I was there when the planet's owner sealed the space portals. When he mobilized his armies to trap you. I watched as he captured the girl, used her to threaten you. He knew you'd lose control. Her eyes darkened with the memory. He killed her. For no other reason than to twist your soul into rage. And he succeeded. I saw your face shift. I saw the massacre. I watched you tear the head off a world cataclysm with your bare hands. He deserved it. Richard roared, his voice hoarse. That bastard deserved worse. All of them did. They brought it upon themselves. And the children. Her voice shook. What crime did they commit? You kept him alive just long enough to witness their slaughter, one by one. By your hands. What had they done to you? Her eyes were wide now, filled not with fear, but sorrow. What are you, really? Are you the kind soul who healed a dying girl? Or the monster who painted a palace in blood? You are the most conflicted person I've ever seen. You're just a child, he said quietly, pain creaking behind his voice. You don't understand how this rotting world works. You think their lives meant more than mine? You've never walked this path, never lived with death sitting on your shoulder, whispering every hour. He stumbled backward into a tree, then collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. The green fire extinguished above his head, and the weariness returned to his face. You don't know what these hands have done, what they had to do, what I've had to become to survive this far. Step. She moved again, quietly, fearlessly. She knelt before him, not with judgment, not with pity, but with something gentler, understanding. Then, without hesitation, she reached forward and placed her hand upon his trembling fingers, and with a soft smile, she said the words that shattered his silence, "Then teach me." Chapter 1326. 170 years after Robin entered the Middle Belt, planet Surin. SHHHH. After one final, deliberate stroke of the pen, Robin lifted his hand. His golden, burning eyes, fierce as twin suns, dimmed at last. A long, heavy sigh escaped his lips, like the weight of centuries leaving his chest. Finally, he murmured, "Whoa whoa whoa." Beside him, sitting on the stone floor, Pisu's jaw hung open. A mixture of awe and reverence colored his youthful face. "I've watched you draw for decades, again and again, but you only use those glowing eyes on rare occasions. Did you complete something extraordinary this time?" Robin nodded, a calm smile spreading across his face. "Yes, I did." He gently placed the completed tablet on top of a tall stack near his bed, a pile that held over 1,000 carved slates, each one humming with force. "I haven't done anything this big before." Pisu blinked. "Wait, nothing big? Are you forgetting that just 2 years ago you published 10 martial arts systems, each one with grades from stage 1 up to the 3rd stage? Each one worthy of founding an entire martial lineage, something that could be passed down for hundreds of thousands of years." He threw his arms in the air in disbelief. "You shook the entire Middle Belt. Your name spread like fire through dry grass. You became a living myth." Robin laughed softly, rubbing his neck with a nostalgic grin. "Heh, yeah, the profits were definitely enjoyable." He leaned back with a sigh, his voice lowering. "But now that the money phase is over, it's time to wrap things up with some style." Then he turned to Pisu, his gaze growing serious. "I'm afraid, today is where our paths split." "What?" Pisu jumped to his feet in panic. "What are you saying? You're my master. You can't just leave me behind." Robin shook his head slowly. "I've never taken you as a disciple. And you were never my servant, Pisu. I merely allowed you to stay, thinking you'd eventually leave on your own. But you didn't. And even now, I still don't know why." His gaze turned away, his voice colder. "But this ends today. The organizations hunting me have tightened their grip on Sector 100. It's only a matter of time before they track me to Zurin." "You mean you're leaving the entire sector?" Pisu's voice trembled. Then he looked down, silent for a moment, before speaking softly. "Then I'm coming with you." "No." Robin's tone was sharp and unwavering. "You'll only slow me down. I let you stay all these years for 2 reasons. First, because I've remained stationary for once. Second, because I pitied you, after what I did." He waved dismissively. "But it's been nearly 170 years, Pisu. That's more than enough. Go home. Return to your family. That humanity you once tried to steal from me to save, it's still calling you. Answer it. And who could serve humanity more than you?" Pisu dropped to his knees, his voice cracking with desperation. "Yes, I followed you at first out of confusion. But once I realized who I was following, I understood. There's no doubt. You are the next great truth chosen." He rushed forward, his arms wrapping around Robin's leg, clinging like a man drowning at sea. "Please, let me serve you. Please. This is my destiny. Fate gave me this chance, don't take it away from me." The words poured out, frantic and sincere. "I'll carry your bags. I'll fetch your supplies. I'll build you soundproof domes to protect your thoughts. I'll massage your shoulders, gather new disciples, anything you need." His eyes shone with raw devotion. "If you want me to recruit new followers from the Mazer family, I can. Just give me 2 weeks and you'll have dozens. I have my ways, I won't even reveal you as the great truth chosen." Robin rubbed his temple, sighing again. "You're making this sound way too official." Then his voice softened, as though speaking a painful truth. "I won't be the great truth chosen until I reach the 5th stage officially, and honestly, I don't even know if I'll live to see that day." As the days passed, Robin began to fully grasp the overwhelming disparity between the 4th and 5th stages of the law of truth. He recalled when he first uncovered the essence of spacetime. Back then, he was merely a saint. Yet even in that stage, he had felt it deep within his soul, that one monumental discovery, one glimpse into a grand cosmic truth, would be enough to carry him not only through the entire sage realm, but perhaps even act as the catalyst for his leap into the martial emperor realm. And it had done just that. That 3rd stage comprehension of the spacetime law had been one of the central reasons he had ascended to such heights. But now, things were different. This time, he had uncovered the 1st stage of a master law, a law as complex and as vast as spacetime. Not only that, but he had also advanced in several other master laws, hoping that spreading his mastery across multiple truths would accelerate his progression. He had believed this multifaceted approach would bring him closer to the long-awaited breakthrough. And yet, he still felt no closer to piercing through the barrier of the 5th stage. Robin slowly turned to face Pisu, a tired breath escaping his lips. "After today's auction, I don't know where I'll go next, nor what kind of trials await me," he said quietly, his voice thick with burden. Then his gaze shifted, firm and resolute like polished steel. "But I do know this, the path ahead will not be easy. If you truly intend to follow me to the bitter end, then prepare yourself, not just for pain or hardship, but for death itself." Pisu's mouth opened instinctively. "Of course, I." But Robin raised his hand, cutting him off with a silent command. "I'm about to enter the Soul Society," he said with calm finality. "You have until I open my eyes again to make your decision. If, when I return, you're still sitting here in this room, then that means you've willingly turned your back on everything you once were." His voice became gentle. "It means you'll follow me not with hesitation or obligation, but with your entire heart and soul. Then I will allow you to take a soul oath and follow me formally. And if you choose to leave." He gave a faint nod. "I'll understand. Completely." He patted the young man's shoulder with a soft, almost brotherly motion. Go, do the math. For the first time, Pisu truly saw the gravity behind Robin's words. The weight of his decision crashed over him like a tide. Weakly, almost inaudibly, he whispered, "Understood." And then, with heavy limbs and a conflicted heart, he went and sat in the corner of the room, alone with his thoughts. As for Robin, he smiled faintly to himself. Then he exhaled, a long and steady breath, before closing his glowing eyes and settling into a meditative posture. Whoa! Within Robin's soul domain, before the sacred sapling, Robin lifted his hand gently and touched the mirror before him, its surface shimmering faintly under his fingers. Then, without a word, he placed it behind his back once again. VMMMMM. The mirror came to life, glowing with an ancient hum of power. A radiant fairy appeared on screen, her usual bright smile greeting him as a sterile white background shimmered behind her. You look prepared for more, Mr. Human. Have you come to craft a remote bidding avatar to act on your behalf today? No, I intend to attend the auction personally. Robin's voice was firm, his gaze unwavering. When does it begin? The fairy beamed brightly, her wings fluttering with excitement. First, let me congratulate you on that decision, Mr. Human. Today's auction is nothing short of monumental. It's been hyped and promoted for centuries. Any event featuring planetary grade rank 4 gear automatically becomes a top-tier occasion within the Soul Society. She nodded with reverence. She raised her hand and made a polite gesture. As for timing, you have 1 hour remaining. The auction hall is now open for entry, and I'll reserve a seat that suits your stature. Robin lifted his hand casually and gave a soft wave, his tone thoughtful. Before that, this main event, what exactly will it entail? Will there be other items up for auction, or is everyone simply coming for the planetary displacement gear? The fairy did a full spin in the air, grinning mischievously. Oh, there will be plenty of treasures. During major events like this one, the Soul Society unveils numerous high-tier relics and artifacts that we've obtained through our extensive web of connections, be it through trade, acquisition, or conquest. This is one of our prime opportunities to sell them at maximum value, especially with so many influential figures gathered in one place. Even those who aren't here for the planetary displacement gear will come to compete for these hidden gems. Robin gave a nod of approval. Excellent. Then add this item to today's list. He extended his hand, and a large, glowing white orb slowly drifted into the mirror, pulsing with faint spiritual energy. The fairy tilted her head slightly, her expression puzzled watching the white orb approaching. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Human. While you certainly carry a well-known name, a third-stage martial art, no matter how refined or effective, cannot be admitted into the main auction even if it possesses extraordinary qualities and, Chapter 1327. After unlocking the data Robin had transferred, the fairy's jaw dropped open. Her tongue twisted uselessly, and her mind went utterly blank, like someone had wiped her core memory clean in a single instant. This is the first time I've ever seen a programmed fairy actually struck dumb. Robin laughed heartily, a rare sense of pride bubbling up in his chest. For once, he couldn't hide it, he had really outdone himself. You. The fairy suddenly remembered he was watching her, and she pointed at him frantically. Are you telling me you created something like this? It's right here, isn't it? Robin shrugged with casual confidence. So, tell me, can I list it in the auction or not? Of course you can, the fairy burst out, her voice filled with a shocked excitement, only to quiet suddenly, almost sheepishly. But what? Robin raised a single eyebrow. Something in her tone had shifted. This wasn't the calm, robotic voice he was used to hearing. For the first time in 170 years of working with her, she sounded almost human, unfiltered, emotional. He squinted at her curiously. Don't tell me, after all this time, you're gonna try to cheat it out of me. Never. Of course not, she blurted, clearly flustered. It's just, well, a lot of people are looking for you, Mr. Human. Word is, they've narrowed the search down to just one quadrant of Sector 100 in the mid-belt. You know what that means, right? What do you think would happen if this showed up in a public auction right now? You mean to tell me, you're passing up profit all of a sudden? Robin chuckled in disbelief. Didn't see that one coming. We're just trying to protect our most valuable partner, that's all. Trying to make things easier for you. She clapped her tiny hands together sharply, as if sealing a deal. So here's the offer, we'll buy the blueprint directly from you. 400 million pearls. She smiled at him, eyes gleaming. That way, you get your payout instantly. No exposure, no risk. Clean and safe. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. No thanks. I want it in the auction. He spoke with finality, waving his hand in refusal. Yet inside, deep in the back of his mind, all began to stir. A fourth-stage planetary artifact would normally have an opening bid around 70 million pearls. Even cutting-edge planetary array blueprints that could double conquest efficiency across the universe were priced at 8.5 million in the store. But this thing was apparently worth 400 million to them without negotiation? 450 million, she tried again, almost pleadingly. Stop. Robin shook his head with a small sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. This isn't about money. Not this time. He paused, then added with unusual gravity, I'm taking a long break from selling in the Soul Society. So I want the last thing I release to be unforgettable. I want the name Human to echo, loudly, to leave a mark. Something big, something that will make them remember. Do you understand? Why, she blinked, genuinely confused. Aren't you supposed to be hiding? Laying low? I thought you'd try to spread rumors, say you stole all these techniques and arrays and you published them all to throw them off your trail? Maybe even fake your own death and disappear completely. Ah, yes, that would be the rational move, wouldn't it? That's what a sane person would do. Robin laughed, loudly and without shame. But what can I say? I'm a glory-hungry bastard. I like the spotlight. I like the noise. He grinned, then turned toward the mirror and pointed. Add it to the auction list. Tonight, everyone in the mid-belt will know the name human. Tonight, I'm sending a message. As you wish, the sprite sighed, defeated but compliant. I'll begin preparations immediately. Would you like to teleport to the auction hall now? No, you go ahead first. Robin's grin faded slightly into something more thoughtful, almost solemn. I'll head to the Chamber of Truth, one last time. The Hall of Truth. Ho ho, came the coarse, almost raspy laughter of the elder with the dark, dog-like head. His aged eyes squinted in amusement. You've been lingering here more and more these days. One might think you've grown attached. Mind your own affairs, grunted the other figure, whose head bristled with spiked hair like a crown of thorns. His gaze remained fixed on the glowing interface before him, the shifting data reflected in his eyes. He didn't bother to raise his head, didn't even acknowledge the elder's tone. It was obvious, he had no intention of making small talk. Ho ho, the old one chuckled again, his voice like gravel over stone. I mean no offense. I just understand your new interest. After all, that metal-faced guy, he calls himself human, doesn't he? He's turned the entire martial arts market upside down. It's only natural you'd be watching closely. Don't you find him suspicious? The spiked-haired one suddenly snapped, his tone laced with barely restrained irritation. The guy hasn't picked up a single official task from this hall. Not once has he tried to craft a sigil or draw a diagram here. Yet he floods the shops with creations, martial arts, array schematics, talismans, even cultivation techniques, like a bottomless spring pouring out of nowhere. I did have my doubts too, the dog-headed elder admitted with a thoughtful nod. At first, I figured it might be a strange coincidence, until I personally verified his name through the control panel during his last visit. He is human. Otherwise, I would have bet my tail it was someone else. Tisk. He reeks of mystery, and I don't trust it, the other man muttered with clear disdain. But let him have his fleeting fame. Let him gather his little wealth. In the end, he'll be just another overconfident youth, no different from the dozens who came before him. Let's see how long he lasts. His voice grew colder, almost venomous. If he survives long enough to sell even a single fourth-stage martial art, then we'll talk about competing with me in the martial arts market. His words carried weight. During his long and storied career, he had successfully crafted not one, but two martial arts of the rare and revered fourth stage, each one a masterpiece that still echoed through the annals of combat to this day. People pestered him constantly, begging for a third even in this day and time. You're not wrong, the old one conceded, his voice calm. Still, he's young, time's on his side, and frankly, I should be relieved. Neither you nor him have ever shown the slightest interest in the pill market. That's one battle I'm not ready to fight. Heh, the spiked-haired one finally looked up, lips curling into a wry smile. Didn't he release those rune patterns to optimize elixirs and refine third-stage pills, old man? I'd say he just butchered at least a quarter of your profit margin without even trying. Before the old dog-headed man could retort, a soft but confident step echoed through the chamber. A new voice followed, crisp and calm, tinged with amusement. Oh, sounds like I've stirred up quite the commotion just by being around. Maybe I owe everyone an apology. Ho ho. Brother human, in the flesh, the elder turned to greet the newcomer, his smile warm but observant. We haven't seen you here in, 50 years? I'd assumed you'd settled into life selling wares in the market. Tisk, the spiked one scoffed but didn't look up. His fingers continued dancing across his interface like nothing had changed. How could I ever abandon the Chamber of Truth? Robin said with a gentle smile, striding forward with composed ease, hands clasped neatly behind his back. I learned so much within these walls. Even now, simply watching the complex troubles people bring here, it sparks inspiration in me. Then perhaps it's time you started solving some of those problems, the spiked man shot back, a sneer curling his lips. True skill lies in solving difficulties, not mimicking brilliance and rebranding it as your own creation. Robin paused, slowly turning to face him. He raised a single brow, not in anger, but with a trace of amusement that edged into challenge. Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should start listening to you more carefully. I'm sure someone like you, who practically lives in this room, has completed dozens of missions by now. Yes. Dozens. The man with the spiked hair laughed out loud this time, an honest, mocking sound that echoed across the stone walls. You really don't understand how this place works, do you? You think the kind of people who pay millions in pearls are doing so for quick fixes and trivial errands? Ha! You've read the requests, haven't you? Every single one. And still, you haven't completed even one. He pointed straight at Robin, voice rising with raw accusation. You, the newborn brat who thinks the title of Truth Chosen is just some flashy badge. You believed it was about using your bright eyes to look around like an idiot. But the moment you entered this room and saw what real problems a Truth Chosen has to deal with, you turned and ran. Chapter 1328. Robin gave a slow series of nods, his gaze still unwavering, his tone contemplative. Hearing this, I don't quite understand something. He folded his arms, pausing a moment for emphasis. If you're not here to complete many of the requests, then what is it that keeps you lingering in the Chamber of Truth day after day? This place isn't some idle lounge for meditation, it demands a steep toll. He took a slow step forward, as if the air itself had grown heavier. Every 300 hours you spend here burns through resources few can afford. And that's only the financial cost. His eyes narrowed slightly. Remaining inside the hall this long leaves your physical body unguarded, disconnected. Unless your soul is strong, too strong, you are left dependent on others to protect you in the material world. Others who could, at any moment, decide your death is worth more than your life. Robin's voice now carried a sharper undertone, not threatening, but cutting through the room like a scalpel. And even if you survive the betrayal, even if your consciousness doesn't collapse somehow, the long-term cost? The slow erosion of coordination between your soul and flesh. Eventually, your grip falters. Your fingers tremble. And when you try to draw something on actual parchment with actual ink in the real world, your hand disobeys. It hesitates. It forgets. The spiked-haired man sneered, raising his chin defiantly. Tisk. I'm starting to believe that rumor going around. He leaned forward. They say you stumbled upon the hidden legacy of an ancient truth chosen. Is that the source of your precious insight? Are you nothing more than a scavenger fattened off another man's glory? His voice took on a bitter rhythm, each word sharpened like a knife. Is he the one whose techniques you've been peddling off as your own? Just another fool who found a relic and decided he was a genius. Robin didn't flinch. His expression remained still, too calm. But the spiked-haired man's voice rose again, more agitated now. You really don't get it, do you? Only in the soul domain can you truly draw. Here, we are free to try anything. No concerns over rare inks or delicate scrolls, no artificial constraints. And here, inside the chamber of truth, the soul force is even purer, cleaner, truer than our own soul domains. He gestured around him dramatically. Where else can you find such stable resonance between thought and form? Even our own soul domains aren't this precise. He wasn't entirely wrong. In the wider world, even a single martial manual often required a vast array of materials, specially crafted papers aligned to different laws, enchanted inks made from rare beasts or stardust, brushes soaked in liquid soul essence, and any runes that tied into multiple disciplines, such as formations that enhanced elixirs or pill alchemy, could demand the synchronization of several laws. Mistakes weren't forgiven. Here, they could be explored, even undone. Robin stood before him now, a few feet away, but didn't meet the man's eyes. Instead, he stared directly at the projection board in front of him, ignoring the heavy hostility in the room. A martial art fusing two minor laws from the paths of clarity and water, classified as Stage 3. A decent concept. His voice remained even, clinical. It would serve well for a planetary-scale empire managing murky or polluted water worlds. Practical and sustainable. A rare combination. Then Robin tilted his head just slightly, as though examining a broken cog in a machine. But you've misaligned the fusion sequence. The laws don't synchronize under your current structure. He raised a hand and traced an invisible arc in the air. This technique is designed for use across broad aquatic expanses. It's not for throwing quick bursts around a battlefield. You need a third stabilizing law to serve as a binding agent. Without it, even with decades of refinement, the two laws will never achieve usable harmony. The spiked-haired man glared at him with pure disdain, his posture defensive and brittle. So now you're here to steal this idea too? Just like you skimmed through our request boards, plucking out fragments of inspiration and leaving the rest to rot. His voice dropped in accusation. Don't even try. This is my final design. You won't understand it, no matter how much you pretend to be a visionary. Robin didn't respond to the insult. Instead, he looked at the board again, longer this time. Then, with a quiet breath, he lifted a hand. A pen full of soul ink formed between his fingers, materializing out of nothing. And he began to draw. The audacity of the act stunned the chamber into a frozen stillness. The spiked-haired man's fury exploded. He slammed his palm on the table with a boom, nearly cracking the surface. What the hell are you doing, you arrogant little? He lunged toward the console, his fingers flying toward his personal control panel to flag a violation, a formal report of design tampering, but then he stopped. His eyes caught the strokes appearing on the board. And for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he didn't press the button. Robin's voice echoed through the silence like the chime of a bell across a canyon. In my view, he said softly, there are only 8 absolute truths in all the cosmos. The master laws, those that predate creation itself. Everything else, every technique, every principle, every so-called truth, is relative. He drew another arc, his hand as fluid as the law of motion itself. Relative to how you perceive it, how you apply it, how you merge it. He shifted the design again, integrating a new set of patterns, reshaping the technique like a master sculptor revising a flawed statue. That's why I've always found it strange, how rigid most truth-chosen become. When it comes to pattern play, their minds get trapped in triangles. Why 2 laws? Why stop at 3? Why treat 4 as a ceiling? All these laws are threads. Threads that, when woven together, form a tapestry called reality. Each one a puzzle piece. And what the eye of truth grants me is not a complete map, but the vision to see where the pieces are scattered. He turned back to his work, eyes gleaming. Our job is not to copy reality, but to rearrange it, to reforge it, to build a world that never existed. Then, smiling faintly with that ever-composed demeanor, Robin raised his pen gracefully, placed it back behind his back, and gently patted the back of the spiked-haired man's neck, slow, deliberate, almost mockingly tender. By the way, he said in an unhurried tone, smooth as silk yet laced with veiled thorns, you might want to consider using the bark of tree ant creatures for manual inscription. It's a bit rare, yes, but still far more affordable than lingering endlessly in here. It also holds up remarkably well against most law patterns. The only thing is, you'll need to be careful with how you handle the paths of time and destruction when carving them onto it. Have you ever heard of those two paths before? That. The spiked-haired man's eyes flew open, pupils dilating. Slowly, almost as if under a spell, he raised the drawing in his hands, his movements oddly reverent, almost entranced. It was clear Robin's words had faded into the background, replaced by the overwhelming sight before him. The martial technique was complete. And more than that, it had evolved. A third law had been fused into its very structure, one that lifted the power, range, and depth of the technique to an entirely new level. This was no longer a third-grade martial art, it was something more. Something valuable. With that refinement, its price had surely doubled, if not more. Robin, without even sparing another glance, turned his back on the man and walked slowly in the opposite direction, calm and composed like a scholar leaving his scrolls behind. As he passed, his gaze lifted to meet the old dog-headed man. "There's a rumor spreading," Robin said flatly, yet every word rang with tension. "They say I've been sighted in Sector 100. That's all. No context, no additional details, just that one detail. Do either of you happen to know anything about it?" "Ha, I'm afraid your tongue runs too freely, metal face. That's becoming a real issue," the old man muttered, a chuckle hiding something sharper beneath. "Oh, but this particular slip," Robin said as he tilted his head slightly, his voice now carrying a crisp chill, "only occurred here, and only in the presence of you two." From behind the silver mask, a cold smile formed. He stopped, turned just enough to let his gaze dance between the two men, the old dog-headed one and the youth with spiked hair. Then he calmly raised both hands, pointing at both. "One of you let it out," he said, voice calm like still water, but something dangerous lurked just below the surface. He folded his hands behind his back again. "And one of you will face the consequences." "That's unbecoming, metal face," the old man growled, his face tightening with suspicion. The spiked-haired man's face twisted, rage bubbling to the surface. He slammed the drawing board on the table again, though this time carefully, almost protectively, making sure not to damage the completed work. "You think too highly of yourself, you arrogant brat. Who would bother wasting time leaking some meaningless scrap about you? Go snoop around, find the gutter where your loose lips flapped." Robin simply gave a quiet chuckle, as if he were listening to a child throw a tantrum. "I'll show you exactly how high I am today," he said, voice now edged like sharpened glass. "Think of it as a farewell gift." He took a step forward, then continued, his words like a quiet storm. "I came here with open intentions, with a clear heart. I spoke to you both as fellow seekers of truth, as researchers, as brothers bound by the pursuit of deeper knowledge. But one of you reminded me that even in the noblest realms, there are still dogs and pigs." His body now pulsed with spiritual heat, a flicker of restrained wrath. "This is a vow," he continued, voice deepening, "as a researcher, as an emperor, as a future great truth chosen, I will find out which one of you did it. And when I do, I'll enjoy my revenge." He paused for one final breath. "And then I'll forget you the very next day." With a fluid movement, Robin summoned his control panel into being. His voice now rose slightly, addressing the room's guardian spirit, his words clear for both men to hear. "Our friend here has finally completed one of his long-lingering tasks. I'm sure he'll want to pick a new one soon. Cancel our arrangement, let him choose freely from the remaining requests." Then, slowly, he turned his face toward the spiked-haired man, his eye behind the mask like cold lightning. "Goodbye to the lucky one." His voice darkened to a whisper. "And as for the traitor, see you soon." Whoosh. With a sharp gust of wind and a flicker of energy, Robin's body vanished from the room, like a flame snuffed out by force. Bam! The spiked-haired man, his fury uncontained, raised the completed board to protect it, then let loose a brutal kick that shattered the table to pieces. "That arrogant bastard, does he actually think?" Whoosh. "Ha!" Both men turned their heads sharply. A single request scroll on the wall, one of the many that filled the Hall of Truth, vanished in a flicker of golden light. "What the hell?" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four mighty walls, once covered in scrolls of ancient origin, crafted over hundreds of thousands of years by countless scholars and requesters, were emptying before their eyes. One by one, the requests disappeared into nothingness. The dog-headed elder rose to his feet in silence. The spiked-haired man, expression drained, sank slowly into his chair. And for a long, agonizing moment, silence reigned in the chamber of truth. A silence that hurt. Chapter 1329. Just a minute later, in the grand hall, Robin spoke. His voice was cold and tinged with frustration. "Oh Fairy, if a high-level request is made to the Chamber of Truth, present it to me directly, or at least forward a copy to my control panel. I have no intention of stepping foot in there again until I've identified the one responsible." Though a metallic mask concealed his face, the simmering anger in his voice was unmistakable. "Are you certain someone is trying to frame you, Mr. Human?" the fairy asked hesitantly, trying to force a soft, comforting smile. "You are all chosen by the truth itself, the elite minds of the universe. Don't you dare compare me to the others." Robin's eyes flared open, pride radiating from his very core, an ancestral pride that seemed etched into his very bones. "I'm not entirely certain one of them is behind it. Perhaps the rumor found its way out through some other means, but I couldn't afford to sit idly by. I had to test them. I leaked an additional piece of information in my conversation earlier. If that intel makes its way into the outside world, it will confirm without a doubt that it was one of them. And if I catch the culprit after that..." Crack! His clenched fist trembled with tension, the sound of bones grinding echoing faintly in the air. He then let out a long breath, relaxing slightly, and gestured with a flick of his hand. You said you'd take me somewhere optimal to observe the auction. Let's get on with it. Sensing his fragile emotional state and choosing not to provoke him further, the fairy responded in a respectful, calm tone. At once, Mr. Human. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the entire world around Robin shifted. The cold stone floor beneath him vanished. The oppressive stillness of the grand hall gave way to a new, vibrant scene, familiar, yet impossibly fantastical. Buzz, buzz. The sound of a vast, murmuring crowd filled his ears. Before him now stood a majestic platform, an enormous stage glowing with subtle light. Beyond it stretched an immense amphitheater, the seating arranged in grand, sweeping rows that climbed higher and higher, seemingly reaching into the heavens. So, this is the Beltwide Auction Plaza. Robin whispered, eyes wide. It's incredible. The auction room he had seen earlier had been a closed chamber, dim and private, filled with perhaps a few hundred guests. But this was an entirely different realm. Here, the auction was held beneath the open sky, where nothing confined the arena but drifting clouds and towering spirit flora that grew tall and elegant, adding an ethereal, almost mythic quality to the scene. And the crowd. The number of attendees here defied comprehension. Robin frowned slightly. He noticed he could see the seating rows below his vantage point, and he looked around to understand where exactly the fairy had brought him. A cloud, he muttered, eyebrows rising. No wonder it feels so soft, and oddly comfortable. Looking around at his level, he saw that he was not alone. Several others were also seated on clouds, scattered in the skies. Many other clouds remained empty, drifting quietly, as if awaiting their occupants. The fairy's voice reached him once more. You are currently seated in the reserved section for persons of importance. Each of these clouds is occupied by someone extremely powerful and influential, or someone who paid a substantial fortune for the privilege. From here, you'll enjoy a clear, unobstructed view of the stage, and you'll be able to monitor every detail of the auction up close. These cloud seats also act as a symbol of status and authority. She paused, then added with a touch of pride, you may remain as you are, fully visible, or you may activate your concealment and remain hidden within the cloud. As long as you're in stealth mode, using it, no one, not even through the control panel, can discover your alias. Perfect, Robin said, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Activate stealth mode, then. He didn't want any unnecessary attention today. Not even the hint of it. There was only one goal: win the gear, then vanish. As you wish, Mr. Human, the fairy said gently. The auction will begin in just a few minutes. Until then, you are free to do as you please. Once the bidding starts, you'll be able to submit your bids directly via your control panel, silently and without the need for hand gestures or verbal calls. However, do note that the cloud or seat of the current highest bidder will light up to indicate their status, and their auction number will be displayed publicly on the panels of all attendees. Robin's smile faded slightly, and he frowned. Is that really necessary? Unfortunately, yes, it's absolutely required. The fairy nodded. Otherwise, people might start believing that we, the Soul Society, are tampering with bids, artificially driving up prices just to push the tension and excitement higher. That suspicion must never take root. To ensure transparency, the seat of the highest bidder must always be revealed. Robin let out a sharp groan, rubbing his forehead with the edge of his palm. His metal mask hid his face, but the tension was clear in his posture, the tightness of his shoulders, the tilt of his head. I swear. I just hope this doesn't turn into the same circus as auctions in the real world. He could already imagine the scene playing out before it even happened. The moment he placed a bid, every pair of eyes in the arena would swivel toward his cloud. It wouldn't matter how stealthy or low-key he tried to be. Once he placed a high bid, he would be a beacon, a target. He could almost hear the scoffs and jeers of ancient clan heads and pompous nobles shouting across the arena, "Who dares compete with us? Step down, peasant." Sadly, we cannot suppress human nature entirely, the fairy replied gently. But the system does offer ways to protect your peace of mind. As long as you remain in hidden mode, you will be invisible to others. No one will be able to query your alias through the control panels. Furthermore, you can activate silent mode. That will mute all external communications. She smiled politely, then dipped into a graceful curtsy. Now then, Mr. Human, I shall take my leave and allow you a few moments of solitude before the auction frenzy begins. You have 15 minutes. Is there any final request you'd like to make before I depart? Robin hesitated, then nodded slowly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes behind the mask. Actually, yeah, there is one thing. He leaned slightly forward, his voice low, conspiratorial, almost playful. I want my cloud labeled with a specific number. Cloud number 100. The fairy paused, her expression tightening subtly as she processed the request. Her brows furrowed just a bit. A symbolic gesture, perhaps? Another message you wish to send? Robin let out a short laugh, his mood lifting just slightly. Maybe. I don't know what kind of chaos today will bring, but I intend to be ready for all of it. Cloud 100, let's make that my signature. Very well, I'll see what I can do. I may need to adjust the seating sequence slightly. The fairy gave a resigned little nod, spun on her heel midair, and disappeared in a swirl of glimmering light. Robin was left in silence, suspended high above the colossal open-air arena. He let out a long breath, then glanced downward. How exactly does one relax in a place like this, he muttered, mostly to himself. The sight below was awe-inspiring. A massive platform stood like a celestial stage in the center of a great amphitheater, ringed by tier upon tier of rising seats that climbed toward the heavens. There were no walls. The only boundaries were the floating clouds above and the faint glimmer of spiritual flora that danced across the air, painting the entire space with an ethereal, almost mythical beauty. And the people. There were so many people. Too many to count, millions, no, tens of millions, gathered below, all of them radiating power, wealth, and influence. Almost no automated avatars. These were real beings, real souls. They had come in person to this auction, because some things were too important to delegate. These were not your average citizens or traveling cultivators. No, these were planetary sovereigns, ancient cultivator lords, patriarchs of forgotten bloodlines. Each and every one of them surrounded by invisible barriers of influence, their mere presence a declaration of supremacy. They weren't here just to bid. They were here to see and be seen, to forge alliances, show off their treasures, and prove their rank within the hierarchy of the middle planetary belt. Some were here to climb higher. Others, simply to survive the day without losing face. Robin shook his head slowly, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. The fairy was right. This really isn't the kind of place you just sit back and sip tea in. Still, he had 15 minutes. No need to waste them. He summoned his control panel again, its smooth interface materializing with a gesture. He flipped lazily through options, not really expecting much, until his eyes landed on a particular choice. The news hall. He tilted his head. Why not? He tapped the icon, then selected Midsector 100, just for consistency. A familiar number now. Well then, who should we start with? He smiled slyly, then moved to the search bar. With steady fingers, he typed the words, Empire, of the Nine Paths. Chapter 1330. A wide array of glowing, dynamic options materialized before Robin's eyes, cascading down like a waterfall of information drawn from the deepest vaults of Soul Society's archives. After a few seconds of thoughtful consideration, he reached out and selected one, Comprehensive Analysis, Soul Society Experts Report. Immediately, the space before him shimmered and coalesced into a structured report, a vast, scrolling document that seemed to float in midair like a sacred scripture unfolding in real time. The Empire of the Nine Paths is, without a shred of doubt, one of the cornerstone civilizations of the centenary in Midsector 100. It stands as a bastion of legacy and continuity, tracing its existence back across a staggering 7 million years. Yet, in recent centuries, this once stable titan has found itself cast into the spotlight, not for triumphs or advancements, but as a centerpiece in one of the most bewildering and hotly debated mysteries the sector has seen in the last 200 years. The sheer number of anomalies and drastic shifts the Empire has undergone during this time has not only puzzled political analysts but ignited the imagination of theorists and speculators across the cosmos. 2 centuries ago, the Nine Paths Empire came under intense, coordinated assault by the formidable Centennial Twilight Spectrum Empire, a rising star among the centenary powers. In just 1 century, 6 planets were torn from their control. Furthermore, they were harried and flanked on no less than 6 different military fronts against 6 different empires, leaving them fractured, destabilized, and seemingly incapable of mounting a cohesive defense. At that time, projections from leading military think tanks within the Soul Society grimly concluded that the Empire might lose nearly half of its territory before it could recover. But, against all odds, the Empire defied these predictions in dramatic fashion. Amidst the chaos of the secondary fronts, a mysterious new force suddenly appeared on the battlefield. These were not ordinary soldiers, but highly disciplined elite troops clad in radiant, full-body armor, golden with accents of deep black, colors never before associated with the Nine Paths military tradition. Their arrival changed everything. Not only did they halt enemy advances on 3 out of 6 flanks, but they went on the offensive and conquered 4 planets belonging to the Iron Boar Empire, the latest of which was claimed just 2 years ago. To this day, the origins of this army remain a complete enigma. What is certain, however, is that they are not a native force bred from within the Nine Paths Empire. Their armor is unlike anything documented in the Empire's extensive armory records. Their combat styles are highly unorthodox, and their commanding officers wield laws and techniques that have never been observed among traditional Nine Paths cultivators or soldiers. They are all rune knights using epic gear. And perhaps most notably, they are all human. This fact alone has fueled rampant speculation. The dominant theory is that the Nine Paths Empire has gained a powerful external benefactor, an unknown entity that has chosen to support it from the shadows. But as of yet, no one knows who this mysterious ally could be. Robin raised his eyebrows and gave a small nod of approval. 4 planets secured already, huh? Last I checked, we only had 2, that's some impressive progress. Not bad at all. The report continued, now shifting toward the conflict that had gripped the attention of every strategist and war enthusiast across the star systems. Turning now to the ongoing war against the Centennial Twilight Spectrum Empire, a conflict that has become a centerpiece of galactic military discourse, an even more baffling development has occurred. Following the Centennial Twilight Spectrum Empire's successful annexation of 13 planets from the Nine Paths Empire, one of the 9 Great Halls, the Hall of Heat, unexpectedly erupted in defiant rebellion. This hall, historically regarded as one of the weakest among the 9 due to its limited scope and military responsibility, was suddenly making headlines. Typically charged with guarding only a handful of relatively unimportant planets, the Hall of Heat shocked the sector by fielding a new breed of cultivators, those attuned to a peculiar and highly dangerous form of frost-based heavenly law. The law is said to render its victims incurable through normal means. And given the primitive healing options available on most battlefronts, the Centennial Twilight Spectrum Empire soldiers began suffering devastating losses when encountering these new frost-wielding defenders. Within only 30 years of this sudden resurgence, the Empire of the Nine Paths succeeded in reclaiming 6 of the 13 lost planets. The war, far from nearing its end, is still burning fiercely across multiple fronts. Many experts now believe it is only a matter of time before the Nine Paths Empire transitions from defense to a full-blown counteroffensive. Robin leaned back slightly, his eyes glittering with a blend of pride and amusement. So, the frost permanence law still hasn't been officially recognized as a merged law? Nice. A low chuckle escaped him as he clapped his hands lightly, clearly entertained. Ah, that little demoness got me good. I let her take frost permanence off my hands for an absolute bargain. Then, as if second-guessing himself, he tilted his head and raised a single brow, mumbling to no one in particular, I wonder if calling her a little fits though. Robin simply gave a casual shrug, showing no real interest, and was just about to press the exit button on the interface. But something held him back. His eyes lingered on the search bar, hovering above it for a few seconds longer, as if some internal hesitation was keeping his finger from moving. Finally, with a resigned sigh and a faint smirk, he made his decision. Ah, why not, he muttered, half to himself, and began to type. The Pit of Destruction Empire has recently emerged as one of the more aggressively rising powers in the Mid-Belt, suddenly thrust under the magnifying lens of attention due to its ongoing conflict with the Gazan Empire. Despite the general mystery surrounding the Empress herself and her elusive origins, her use of scorching, a fierce and rare derivative of the path of destruction, was more than enough to command the attention of countless political analysts, cultivators, and power brokers alike. But for those who chose to follow her tale with admiration or curiosity, disappointment has become a recurring theme. 2.5 centuries ago, the Desolation Pit Empire suffered a serious setback. 3 planets were lost in quick succession. The reason? A severe deficiency in funding and war resources. This abrupt collapse caused their holdings to drop to a mere 22 planets. Emboldened by this obvious weakness, the Gazan Empire escalated their aggression, pressing the advantage. Curiously, and alarmingly, the Empress failed to make any appearances during this dire period. Over the course of nearly a century and a half, 7 additional planets were taken from them with little resistance. Only 50 years ago did the tides begin to turn. When the Gazan Empire made their boldest move yet, advancing toward the heart of the empire, the pit of destruction itself, the Empress finally surfaced. With a sudden display of overwhelming power and leadership, she repelled the invaders and gradually eased the mounting pressure on the remaining territories. The empire eventually stabilized at 15 planets. However, the war still rages on, and the horizon remains bleak. No signs of recovery or resurgence are currently in sight for the young sovereign. Almost every military analyst agrees that if the Empress wishes to protect what remains of her dominion, she must forge a strategic alliance soon. Whether through vassalage, marriage, or financial partnership, support is crucial. And while she has indeed received multiple offers, ranging from political unions to full subjugation, insider reports state that she has stubbornly refused them all. Tisk, as if that impatient brat would ever understand that she has to find allies in a hellhole like this. Robin chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head with a wry grin. But then his expression shifted. His laughter faded halfway, his smile faltering. Wasn't that the same path he had chosen once? 3 minutes left, huh? Is there anyone else left who might be worth wasting those on? Robin murmured, rubbing the back of his neck absent-mindedly. Then suddenly, as a thought sparked in his mind, he snapped his fingers and began typing again, the Mazer human family. Robin raised a brow in slight surprise. Unlike the previous searches, there weren't many entries or detailed updates this time. The results were sparse. He found only a few outdated pieces of information, and a single formal intelligence report dated a full decade ago. The Mazer family, a small group of humans, several of whom exhibit high-level affinity, classified as rank E, towards the minor law of sound. In more specific terms, this means that only about 13 members of the family have the potential to reach the tier of a midworld cataclysm at maximum, but nothing beyond that threshold. Even affinity now has rankings from E to S. Robin muttered, raising a curious eyebrow. Still, he recalled that anything above 90% was considered excellent affinity. Of course, someone with exactly 90% affinity was still leagues apart from one with a perfect 100%. He resumed reading. The Mazer family maintains autonomous governance over a portion of planet Suraman, although the entire planet still falls under the formal jurisdiction and vassal status of the Iron Boar Empire. In the event of war with an external power, the Mazer family is obligated to fight under the Iron Boar's banner. However, this arrangement may soon be tested. At the time of this report, the war between the Iron Boar Empire and the Nine Paths Empire was escalating toward the vicinity of planet Suraman. Chapter 1331. Affiliated with the Iron Boar Empire? Planet Saramon. Robin's eyes flew wide open in sheer disbelief. The shock on his face was palpable as he immediately snapped back to the news page of the Nine Paths Empire, this time combing through it with laser-sharp focus and urgency. Within moments, his gaze landed on the headline he feared to find. 2 years ago, the foreign human forces seized control of planet Saramon. While a portion of the planet's inhabitants managed to flee, many others remained trapped within. However, experts suggest that no large-scale massacre has taken place. The reason might be that a significant portion of Saramon's native population is, in fact, human by origin. Unbelievable. Robin exhaled deeply, leaning back against the soft, pillowy surface of the floating cloud he was seated upon. One of his hands slid through his hair in exasperation, fingers brushing his scalp as if trying to massage away the chaos unfolding in his mind. What kind of twisted coincidence is this? How am I supposed to deal with this now? With a tired, almost bitter motion, he waved his other hand to close the control panel before him. This was something he had never foreseen, not in 1,000 simulations. Just moments ago, he had encouraged Pisu to return home, to seek refuge with his family. And yet here he was, only now realizing that he himself had indirectly become the invader of that very homeland. As he remained wrapped in contemplation, the noise in the arena swelled once again. Look who's arrived. It's His Majesty the... Silence, already. Robin cut the roar short, his voice firm as he gently motioned downward with his hand. In response, the cloud beneath him activated its built-in silence barrier, suppressing the cacophony surrounding him. It was becoming a pattern. Every few minutes, another wave of noise would surge. One distinguished guest after another was arriving, celebrities, legendary cultivators, and renowned figures from the mid-belt, each more famous and powerful than the last. Their presence ignited cheers and praise from even planetary emperors and local sovereigns sitting in the standard seats below. Everyone in attendance had either received personal, elite invitations or paid an exorbitant price in energy pearls to secure their place. And yet, they all treated those seated above the clouds like divine beings, heroes glimpsed only in myths. But none of that mattered. Because today, all eyes were drawn to one thing, the planetary displacement gear of the 4th grade. Greetings, one and all. Welcome to the grandest auction of the recent era. A voice thundered across the arena, imbued with presence and charisma. It was like a ripple of power had shaken the space. Heads turned in unison toward the source. Even Robin, despite the cloud's active noise suppression, heard it crystal clear. There on the central platform stood a man clad in regal attire, his aura impossible to ignore. A mask concealed half of his face, lending him an air of mystery and nobility. His long, silky hair cascaded over his ears and down to his shoulders, and though his appearance suggested middle age, the ageless presence he exuded made time itself seem irrelevant. Before millions of elite attendees, the man stood with the relaxed confidence of someone born to command. He didn't simply occupy the stage, he owned it. Fairy, Robin whispered, eyes narrowing slightly. Who is that? That is Lord Morvel, came the soft reply as the fairy materialized beside him from thin air, her voice laced with reverence. He is the grandson of the legendary Morpheus the Dreamer himself, and the current high overseer of the Soul Society. The actual grandson of Morpheus the Dreamer. Robin repeated under his breath, eyes locked onto the man radiating calm authority down below. There was no mistaking it, this was a nexus tier existence at the very least, one not only powerful but deeply entrenched in the upper echelons of influence. The fairy nodded gently, a smile dancing on her lips. Indeed. He rarely makes public appearances, let alone to host auctions. But today is a special occasion. Ah, I see. Of course, because of the planetary displacement gear, Robin murmured, nodding as realization dawned on him. That makes perfect sense. It's not every day that a 4th grade planetary artifact goes up for auction. I reviewed the entire auction list, there's no mention of any other 4th grade artifact. That means, realistically, no such item will be sold again for at least 3 more centuries, right? Robin leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming with focus as he absorbed the gravity of the moment. You may say that. It's true that we rarely ever sell 4th grade artifacts. Sometimes, you might wait an entire millennium before one even surfaces, and sometimes, one appears, but its owner insists on an immediate, private transaction. These matters are beyond prediction. The fairy gently shook her head, her translucent wings fluttering slightly, catching the shimmer of the surrounding ethereal light. Her voice, though soft, carried an almost reverent weight as she added, however, Lord Morvel did not come here today just for that. He altered his schedule to be here in person, for something else entirely. Robin's brows knit tighter, the muscles in his jaw tensing. He was just about to question her further, the words nearly escaping his lips, when that same calm yet authoritative voice thundered once again across the entire Colosseum. Please, I ask for your patience. Your questions will be addressed in time. Lord Morvel lifted both arms in a controlled, measured motion. His gesture, though subtle, radiated command, and like obedient waves drawn by the moon, the restless murmurs of the crowd began to quiet. Realizing he had missed earlier audience questions, Robin quickly waved his hand, deactivating the noise-dampening veil he had previously cast over his cloud. The sound of the arena immediately surged back into his awareness. And just in time, too. A strange, scratchy voice came from a nearby cloud to his left. Ha ha ha. No one's questioning your presence, Lord Morvel. We're simply delighted, honored, even, that you've graced us with your appearance today. That's all. The speaker had a peculiar, almost grotesque appearance, a sharply upturned nose like a hawk's beak, and fingers twisted unnaturally, ending in long, yellowed claws. But surely you wouldn't deny us just a little peek behind the curtain, would you? Just a shred of insight to satisfy our burning curiosity. Lord Morvel's eyes sparkled slightly, and a faint smirk curved across his lips. Since the ever-persistent Lord Demir insists, I suppose indulging you in a minor detail won't cause too much chaos. He turned slowly, letting his gaze sweep across the grand arena, as if measuring every heartbeat present. Then he said, as it turns out, we have a rather unexpected surprise tonight. What is it, Lord Morvel? The words rang out from every direction, a chorus of eager voices, royalty, warlords, magnates, and mystics alike, united in tense anticipation. The Lord of the Spirit Society allowed the silence to stretch for just a moment longer, expertly playing the crowd. Then he said, your curiosity is admirable, nurture it. Let it grow until the time comes. For now, I offer only this, the 4th grade planetary displacement gear is no longer the centerpiece of tonight's auction. What? The declaration hit the audience like a storm. Shock rippled outward in waves. Robin could feel the vibration travel through the cloud beneath him. Even those who floated above the common elite, those seated upon golden mist and woven astral threads, snapped out of their composed poses, eyebrows raised, backs straightening. Lord Morvel, what exactly are you implying? The strange man, Lord Demir, sat up sharply, his voice no longer playful. A shadow of concern passed across his twisted features. That gear is classified as S tier, the highest possible value. It's the peak of what money, power, or favor can command. Are you suggesting that an item equal to, or even greater than that, will be auctioned tonight? Why were we not notified? How are we to prepare appropriate bidding capital for such a thing? Robin leaned sideways slightly, eyeing the grotesque man curiously. Who is that guy exactly? Speaking to Lord Morval like they're old friends. That is Lord Demir, the fairy whispered without hesitation, son of Darvian the Accursed, the behemoth of curses. Robin blinked, then sighed heavily. Son of the curses behemoth? Great, and I'm sitting 3 clouds away. Remind me again why I came to this auction. He muttered to himself, visibly re-evaluating his life choices. Back in the center of the arena, Lord Morval lifted his head slightly, as if calling upon unseen powers or wisdoms older than time. The item arrived mere hours ago. Its owner has chosen this very event, this day, to offer it for bidding. As most of you know, the Soul Society has maintained complete neutrality for millions of years. We are bound by sacred vows not to interfere, only to facilitate. He then smiled, and in that smile was the weight of something ancient and immense. And this item is not of the S tier. It is not something you will see listed in any catalog, nor priced by any guild or empire. A hushed rustle of murmurs passed through the clouds, even among the most stoic of leaders. Do you mean? Another high-ranking guest slowly stood up, his voice trembling with awe. Lord Morval extended both hands outward with the grandeur of a prophet unveiling a divine revelation. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's true offering is an item of SS tier classification. The silence that followed was near sacred. The breath of millions caught in their throats. And then, send a secure message to His Majesty. Tell him we require unrestricted access to the Imperial Treasury. Remain here and observe. I must personally awaken the Patriarch. Damn it, I've only got 130 million on hand. The clan should have another. Hey, who said you could listen in on my calculations? Chapter 1332. Wow. Robin's eyes flew wide open, his mouth slightly agape as astonishment rippled across his face. The colossal plaza, built to host the most elite representatives from nearly all the major powers of the Middle Belt, had erupted into noise, urgency, and movement. What was moments ago a dignified gathering was now a simmering storm of tension and speculation. Dozens of attendees were already leaving their seats in a hurry, not out of disinterest, but with urgent purpose. It was clear they were not retreating, but instead rushing off to call upon reinforcements, wealth managers, or hidden reserves of treasure. Others stayed rooted in place, yet instantly activated their control panels, fingers dancing rapidly as they sent out encrypted messages across the Middle Belt. Then there was a third group, silent, unmoving, and incredibly focused. They sat high above the rest, upon the floating clouds reserved only for the supremely powerful and ancient. Though they said nothing, their once calm faces had shifted dramatically. A shared realization now bound them together in palpable anticipation. We still don't even know what the item is, Robin said, blinking rapidly as he tried to absorb the shift in atmosphere. And yet, the entire plaza has changed. The tension feels like it could split the sky. He gave a soft, impressed whistle. They're scrambling to assemble unimaginable sums of wealth to bid on something completely unknown. That's irrelevant, the fairy responded immediately. When it comes to SS-class items, ignorance isn't a factor. The only thing that matters is acquisition, no matter the cost. Artifacts of that caliber aren't just tools or weapons. They are generational anchors, relics capable of preserving civilizations, altering fates, and shielding entire empires from the erosion of time. You must obtain them, even if it means selling your last breath. Robin blinked slowly, running his hand through his hair as he mulled it over. After a short sigh, he waved his hand and summoned his control panel again. The screen flickered to life in front of him, glowing with quiet urgency as he navigated to the credit reserves page. I wonder if I even have enough to buy both the 4th-tier planetary displacement gear, and whatever that other item is, he murmured. A long exhale escaped his lips. Even if he had enough, even if the stars aligned and no one outbid him, would it even be worth it? Winning the planetary displacement gear alone would already make waves across the Middle Belt. It would bring attention, scrutiny, and envy from all corners of space. But if he were to also win the mysterious SS-tier item, he would invite not just attention, but targeting, the ire of ancient factions, the jealousy of emperors, the eyes of those who ruled from the shadows. It would be suicide. Not now, he muttered. Maybe, not ever. Excuse me, the fairy said suddenly, tilting her head in amusement. Buy? What do you mean buy? Didn't you already reserve a copy for yourself? Robin froze. What the hell are you talking about? His expression twisted with confusion for a heartbeat, then realization dawned, and his entire body stiffened as he slowly turned to her, eyes widening with every inch. Oh no, tell me you didn't. Please tell me you didn't. At that exact moment, a deep, echoing voice filled the arena. Honored guests. Lord Morval's presence once again rippled through the air like thunder wrapped in velvet. I believe we've allowed ample time for preparation. Let us begin tonight's grand event. The auction shall now commence, starting with the first item on the list. Immediately, the arena fell into absolute silence. Those who had rushed off were long gone. Those who stayed behind had fallen still, not daring to make a sound out of respect for Lord Morval's authority. And those who knew from the start that they had no hope of securing the SS-tier item, those with smaller clans, thinner wallets, and lesser bloodlines, simply steeled themselves, focusing instead on the rest of the rare treasures that would be presented tonight. Our opening item is a Class A artifact, a second-stage planetary grade gear known as the Jar of Greed. With a flick of Lord Morval's hand, a glowing projection materialized in midair. It was a jar, about the size of a young child, floating elegantly above the platform. Its surface bore the painted face of a devilish grin, sly, playful, and almost hungry. This artifact possesses the ability to duplicate any item placed inside it, Morval continued, lifting a single finger to emphasize his words. However, the time required to duplicate an item varies drastically. Some objects may be copied instantly, while others could take hundreds of thousands of years. It can copy anything, Robin exclaimed under his breath, his pupils dilating. His mind was already sprinting through scenarios, applications that would make any alchemist, archmage, or weaponmaster weep with joy. What if it could replicate ancient beast bloodlines that were nearly extinct? What if it could duplicate stabilizers for world catastrophe zones? What if it could reproduce high-energy cores like planet embers or legendary gemstones? Or, even more simply, what if it could copy energy pearls? The possibilities were staggering, limitless, terrifyingly powerful. After a deliberate pause, one meant to grant the audience ample time to examine and digest the implications of the treasure presented, Lord Morval elegantly tucked one hand behind his back and calmly declared in a clear, steady voice that carried across the plaza. The starting price for the Jar of Greed is 3 million energy pearls. Robin's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. His mind reflexively compared this to the earlier auction he had witnessed, the Moonlit Steps, a first-grade item that had opened at a humble 60,000 energy pearls. That, too, had been held in a grand venue, but this was the Grand Plaza, and the Jar of Greed was a second-grade planetary item. Yet the price was much, much higher. Only now did he begin to understand what people meant when they spoke about the mysterious logic that governed pricing in auctions. Items weren't judged solely by their rank, or their raw power in combat. Sometimes, an artifact with an unorthodox function, a unique application, could surpass more traditional treasures by leagues. A second-grade weapon, for example, might start at 200,000. But this wasn't just a weapon. This was the Jar of Greed, an artifact that could replicate any item placed inside it. Anything, even other planetary artifacts, even rare energy sources, even priceless medicines, extinct resources, or bloodlines on the brink of vanishing from the cosmos. It was a literal cheat of reality. A flicker of blue light suddenly appeared in the air above Lord Morval, forming a translucent screen for all to see. It shimmered once, then displayed the first bid. 3.2 million. A soft pulse of energy followed. One of the seats in the audience momentarily glowed with a cold, pale blue hue. Eyes turned toward it in unison, but there was nothing discernible there. Whoever placed that bid had shielded their identity behind absolute anonymity. Their presence was like a whisper behind a veil. But the quiet didn't last long. Up in the skies, seated on one of the floating cloud platforms where only the most elite were permitted, a lone figure raised his hand with casual grace. His voice, when it came, was dispassionate, unbothered, as though 3 million energy pearls were as disposable as pocket change. I want it. 4 million essence orbs. And with that, the game had truly begun. Lord Morval lowered his hands behind his back and made no further announcements. From that point onward, the auction proceeded in silence, punctuated only by the occasional shimmering of numbers on the blue display as new bids rolled in. Each bid updated automatically, whether entered through private control panels or declared aloud by voice. Morval did not interfere. He merely watched. What followed was a bidding war that could only be described as elegant carnage. Quiet, tense, strategic. For 40 minutes, the numbers continued to climb, slowly at first, then in sharper increments. At some point, multiple cloud-seated dignitaries began exchanging glances, some in amusement, others in frustration. There were whispers, curt nods, even a few faint skulls as the stakes grew higher. Entire fortunes were at play here. The Jar of Greed had become more than a relic, it was now a battleground of prestige. At last, one of them made a final offer. A sum high enough to silence all further contenders. The blue screen blinked softly, and held. No one raised the bid again. Silence reclaimed the arena. Then, and only then, did Lord Morval finally take a step forward, his eyes half-lidded with a hint of amusement. He looked at the screen, then at the glowing cloud platform where the winner sat. His voice rang with ceremonial clarity. Congratulations to the esteemed Royal Soul Master Amalek on his new acquisition. He clapped once, the sound echoing like a sharp drumbeat. The Jar of Greed, planetary-grade artifact, second tier, has been sold for 23,800,000 energy pearls. A thunderous laugh echoed from above. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. This was an excellent opportunity, Lord Morval, my gratitude. The Royal Soulmaster's voice thundered down, heavy with satisfaction. He clapped, radiating delight. Already, Robin could imagine the man's thoughts spinning, visions of profit, power, and projects made possible by a relic that could cheat the limitations of scarcity. Ha! Robin let out a long exhale through his nose, shaking his head slightly, lips curled into a wry smile. What a monster of a tool. He wouldn't lie to himself, he wanted it. Badly. But he also knew his own priorities. He'd made himself a promise before stepping into this place. Do not draw attention. Not yet. Not until the planetary displacement gear was brought out. That was the real prize. No matter how shiny the bait dangled before him, he had to wait. Now then. Lord Morval's voice once again claimed the center of attention. Let us proceed to the second item of the evening. He snapped his fingers twice, and a new image shimmered into view behind him, a holographic projection of a fearsome weapon. It was shaped like a halberd at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it bore a closer resemblance to a war scythe. The blade curved like a wicked crescent, and its surface exuded a haunting darkness, like the light around it had been swallowed whole. Even though the projection was only an illusion, the oppressive aura it gave off felt real. like something was watching everyone back. The plaza stirred with unease. Lord Morval extended a finger, pointing toward the spectral weapon behind him. Some of you may remember this one. His tone was more subdued now, almost reverent. The Scythe of Dimming, a third-grade planetary artifact. It bears innate elemental affinity, and is imbued with both offensive and defensive techniques derived from the minor law of dimming of the path of death. A few gasps rippled across the arena. Yes, he acknowledged with a soft chuckle, it does appear intimidating. But let me assure you, it's not cursed. At least, not fatally. As long as you follow the safety instructions we provide, you'll be fine. He gave a warm, knowing smile, then raised his voice just slightly. And so, we open the bidding at 2,500,000 energy pearls. Chapter 1333. A third-grade planetary weapon? With a natural affinity to a fundamental path. Robin's heart jumped as if bitten by a venomous serpent. Anything compatible with the fundamental paths was extraordinarily rare, bordering on legendary. Robin himself once possessed the Spear of Space, a sleek, jet-black spear that, in the hands of a titan like Halak, resembled nothing more than a toothpick. Yet, despite its unassuming size, the spear had a deep resonance with the fundamental path of space, allowing its user to manipulate space with extraordinary finesse. But it just was not enough. While it was exceptional for executing spatial techniques, the weapon itself was physically fragile, far too fragile. In any intense melee, the spear could be snapped like a twig. That is why Robin would often switch to sturdier, more reliable weapons, like thick spears forged from refined uracilium, whenever he anticipated direct confrontation. Sadly, this made the space spear fall from its place as his primary weapon, and after it was ultimately shattered at the hands of Helen while it was stored within the spatial ring that later disintegrated, Robin did not even bother issuing an order for a replacement. That spear had its flaws. But aside from that imperfect relic, Robin had never come across any true weapon attuned to a fundamental path until today. And this one was not just any weapon, it was a third-grade planetary artifact. But, that price. Robin's brow furrowed in confusion. The Scythe of Dimming was being offered at a lower price than the Jar of Greed, even though it was clearly a more advanced and powerful artifact. But he quickly shook his head, brushing aside the thought. No one understood the dangers of interacting with the law of death more than he did. It made perfect sense that its price would be suppressed. After all, only someone with a genuine affinity for the death path could wield that scythe safely. Anyone else who tried would simply meet their end at its hands. I will take it. 2.6 million do, a raspy, hollow voice declared. Robin turned sharply toward the first bidder. So, the battle begins. A third-grade planetary weapon is definitely going to fetch a high. But his words stopped dead in his throat. That being, that entity who spoke did not look human. In fact, it did not resemble anything he had ever seen in his entire life. Even while seated atop a floating cloud, its massive form was unmistakable, standing at least 4 meters tall. Its body was wrapped in a flowing white robe, but it was painfully thin, almost skeletal, as though the robe hung on bones alone. Its face was in a state of gruesome decay, with barely any flesh remaining. What was left was dry, rotten, sagging skin clinging loosely to bone. Its eye sockets were hollow voids, yet each contained a glowing white point of light, burning dimly but purposefully. Its eyes. Long, unkempt hair fell around its body and obscured parts of its grotesque face. If one were to describe the creature in a single word, it would be dread. Oh fairy, what kind of disguise is that, exactly? I have never seen anything like it, it looks far too real, Robin muttered with a clenched heart as he stared from afar. That is no disguise. No illusion. That is a fully manifested avatar in perfect detail, the fairy twirled midair, giggling slightly. That individual is Lord Dearth, one of the high-ranking generals of the Necropolis Fortress. Robin's eyes widened until they could widen no further. Those are the rulers of the Necropolis Fortress. More or less. But do not be mistaken, the Necropolis is not a dynasty or a bloodline. None of them can reproduce to begin with. The fairy waved her tiny hand dismissively. The Necropolis is a gathering place, a sanctuary, for all manner of undead beings. They welcome all who have been touched by death, no matter how powerful or how pitifully weak. She gestured toward Lord Dearth with a sly grin. They all walk the death path, and they have practically cornered the entire market when it comes to the resources, tools, and weapons of that path. Undead? What exactly are they? Robin asked, his voice sharp with sudden, overwhelming curiosity. The undead are beings like the Treants, golems, and the various strains of planetary plagues. They possess a certain degree of intelligence, enough to operate and survive, but they are nowhere near comparable to humans or humanoid races in population, creativity, or higher reasoning. It is said that they are formed when corrupted souls, steeped in malice and darkness, fuse with decaying corpses under very specific, sinister circumstances. Some legends claim their origin always begins with someone foolishly tampering with the death path, unintentionally unleashing corruption upon themselves and those around them. Others say that if one dares to approach one of the ancient undead, those who have existed for eons, or simply ventures into the cursed Necropolis Fortress, they can be turned into one of them. There are, truthfully, many roads that lead to undeath, and none of them are easy. That is, tragic. Robin exhaled deeply, his breath heavy with unease. A quiet sorrow flickered in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed something dark beyond the veil of logic and power. He turned his attention back to Lord Dearth, watching the grotesque general in silence. The figure stood like a monument to decay and persistence, yet something in his presence commanded an ancient authority that even Robin could not deny. A dry, ironic laugh escaped Robin's lips. He shook his head slowly, as if mocking some invisible truth, then nodded with a look of grim recognition. It was no wonder he had always felt that touching the death path would inevitably cost a person something invaluable. Even though he had not known what the undead truly were until this moment, he had mentioned something similar to Caesar more than once. So this is the end result? This is the fate of those who chase death too closely? But the fairy's voice broke through the fog of his thoughts, light and sharp. It is not as tragic for everyone as you might imagine. The undead have an entire system of power and cultivation that is uniquely their own. More importantly, and this is what draws many to their path, they are not subject to the universal law that limits all living beings to a maximum lifespan of 100,000 years. This one fact alone is enough to tempt thousands. Many aging cultivators, especially those who have reached the peak of their potential but are too weak to condense a planetary soul and protect it, choose to surrender their humanity and become undead instead. Of course, it is not without cost, she added, her voice quieter now. They lose large portions of their memory, their capacity for emotion fades, and the goals and dreams that once drove them are erased. They become something different, something hollow. But for those who fear the unknown void that follows death, it is the path of least resistance. A terrifying, hollow, eternal resistance. Robin's expression hardened. He nodded slowly, then murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, I like the way you put it. They fear what lies beyond death. Because in truth, they are nothing more than corpses that forgot how to die. Walking remnants. Pitiful things, really. His gaze shifted from the stage to the surrounding crowd. Why have I not heard a single counterbid until now? Is everyone here so terrified of the Necropolis galaxy, or is it something even worse? They simply do not want the scythe of dimming, the fairy said plainly, shaking her head, her wings flickering in amusement. What? Because it is only aligned with a minor law of the death path and not the main one? Or just because it is connected to death at all? Robin raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with both challenge and curiosity. Truth be told, affinity with a sublaw was extremely common, and often desirable. For example, if the scythe's affinity with the law of dimming reached 100%, its user might be able to wield the law of decay at 90% efficiency. That was an extraordinary synergy, far better than the vast majority of weapons, which often had zero affinity with the death path in any form. People do fear the death path, the fairy replied, her voice slightly colder now. But that is not the only reason. Did you not catch what was said during the introduction? Some among the audience actually remembered the scythe. That is because it is not the first time it has appeared in an auction. It has surfaced multiple times before, passed from one seller to another like a cursed heirloom. Every living being who used it met a swift, often horrifying end. Even the undead who attempted to wield it were crushed to powder, as if the scythe itself rejected them. People have started to believe that the weapon is cursed. Some even say it holds the will of an ancient spirit who refuses to be tamed. She lowered her voice further, as if sharing a dangerous secret. In truth, Lord Morval only raised the starting bid to 2.5 million because he noticed Lord Dirth's presence. He assumed the scythe might finally find a buyer today. Otherwise, he would have dropped the starting price to a mere million, perhaps even less. After nearly a full minute passed in suffocating silence following the first bid, Lord Morval finally opened his eyes and extended a hand toward Lord Dirth. If there are no other offers, then it seems we have our win. I want it, came a sudden voice, sharp and clear. 3 million pearls. Chapter 1334. A few moments earlier, deep in one of the less glamorous spectator terraces. I will buy it. 2.6 million pearls, the undead general started. That scythe of dimming is very tempting if you ask me, purred a young woman in a voice that danced between amusement and seduction. Her attire was bold, scandalous, even, shimmering with a fabric that clung to her like moonlight to rippling water. Her skin glowed with a smooth luster, as if lit from within. Fox-like ears twitched faintly atop her head, and 9 flowing, silken tails played behind her like waves in slow motion. A dainty, upturned nose and vivid golden eyes only added to her uncanny allure. And then there was her smile, cocky, knowing, dangerous, paired with a lounging posture so open, so unapologetically relaxed, that she seemed to radiate sovereignty without a crown. Any soul who dared stare too long at this haughty vixen would think twice, lest they catch the glint of claws beneath that velvet facade. What use have we for that accursed blade, Eleanor? The woman beside her spoke softly, yet with unmistakable weight. Regal in every motion, she sat with poise and grace, her posture composed, knees drawn together, hands resting one atop the other on her lap, her chin slightly lifted. Where Eleanor radiated seduction and chaos, this woman, Rhaenyra, embodied nobility, like a high priestess seated atop Judgment's throne. Looking at her inspired no lust, no fear, only reverence. Yes, it is undeniably powerful. Even we, if pressed to the edge, could wield it as a final resort. But I fear it might become our final destination as well. Oh come on now, not for us, obviously, Eleanor waved a dismissive hand as if brushing aside a silly concern. It is not meant for us to wield, sister. It is for that boy, the one leading the armies of the true beginning empire. Is his merged law not said to contain death as one of its 2 roots? Shush. Rhaenyra's head whipped toward her sister, her golden eyes narrowed in warning. Since when did such words become safe to speak aloud? Then, after a moment to collect herself, she turned forward again, her voice quieter, but firmer, like stone settling into place. Besides, who even confirmed death is involved? Perhaps there is another law. No one has ever disclosed that detail explicitly. Eleanor simply chuckled, amused. Oh, my ever-prudent elder sister, you need not veil your thoughts with diplomacy when it is just me. You forget, I am Eleanor. She leaned in, her voice dropping slightly, becoming more intimate, more dangerous. I saw that flame with my own eyes in his war against the Iron Boar Empire. If that is not death behind those nightmarish images, then tell me, what else could it possibly be? She flicked one of her tails lazily, as though to punctuate her point. Just hear me out. Do you not see the number of powerful figures in attendance today? The competition for any displacement-grade artifact is going to be cutthroat. Even if you took every last drop of dew from my vault, as you requested, it may not be enough. So I say, take the scythe of dimming. Use it as leverage. A bargaining chip. In case we fail to win what we came here for, you will at least have something to offer that Robin boy. Rhaenyra's lips tightened slightly. She had not come unprepared. Far from it. She had arrived today with a staggering 200 million pearls, scraped together from every vault her clan could open. On top of that, she had liquidated 30 million from her own personal wealth. And Eleanor, through her usual unique methods, had brought another 70 million into the fold. 300 million pearls. That was the full war chest, a bold investment gathered for one purpose only, to acquire a fourth-grade planetary displacement artifact. A tool that could, perhaps, give her the leverage she needed to negotiate directly with Robin, to pull him, even more, into their orbit. And this time, the Hall Lords had not opposed her mission. On the contrary, they had encouraged it. They had witnessed what happened after their last gamble on Robin. A merged law, forged from just 118 million pearls, and one of its two roots was time, no ordinary power. That single law had tilted the balance of power across entire star systems, allowing them to resist the relentless expansion of the Twilight Spectrum Empire. In time, they would reclaim every world they had lost. If the Frost Permanence Law, with its fourth-tier foundation, could be acquired at such a price, then what might Rhaenyra bring home if she succeeded in claiming a fourth-grade planetary displacement artifact? But now, seated amidst this great sea of kings, generals, ancient nobles, and alien powers whose names made the stars tremble, doubt crept into her chest like a vine around her ribs. Perhaps, even 300 million pearls would not be enough. No need to overthink it, Rhaenyra. Just buy the scythe. Eleanor's voice was calm but insistent, her 9 tails flicking behind her with a kind of self-assured elegance. It is still a third-grade planetary artifact, and that boy Robin will be thrilled to receive it. It would make a perfect gift for his son, a gesture of goodwill. Then, with a subtle raise of her eyebrows, she gestured toward Lord Dearth. Besides, the undead are famously short on funds and lose interest too fast. If you raise the bid to 2.7 million pearls, he will most likely back out. You could even tell Robin you paid 200 million, and he would probably take your word for it. Rhaenyra hesitated. You truly believe that would work? There was uncertainty in her voice, but also a spark of calculation in her eyes. After a moment's pause, she exhaled, slow and heavy, before nodding to herself. Very well. It is worth the attempt. Even if he does not buy the price, just having the weapon in my possession gives me leverage. I could always negotiate for another valuable technique instead. She brought up her control panel, ready to type in a bid. But in that exact moment, before her fingers even touched the numbers, a thunderous voice tore through the auction hall. I want it. 3 million due. A stunned silence followed. What? Who just bid? All heads turned simultaneously toward a luminous blue mist at the back of the hall, an ethereal fog glowing faintly from within. The sound had come from there. Cloud number 100. That is strange. It is rare for clouded guests to keep themselves hidden like that. A1 in the clouds. Rhaenyra's expression darkened. Even with her clan status and her personal reputation, she had never once been invited to occupy one of the auction's exclusive cloud seats. But that did not stop her. She clenched her jaw and pushed forward with determination. 3.1 million pearls, she called out boldly. Far above, in the higher realms of the stadium. Tisk. Robin frowned the instant he heard another bidder enter the fray. Without bothering to even glance at who it was, he lazily raised a hand, eyes locked on the stage. 3.5 million pearls. But the moment his bid was accepted, another number lit up across the display. 3.6 million pearls. His expression soured slightly. Who is this stubborn pest? Finally, curiosity nudged him. He glanced toward the crowd, eyes sweeping over the hall until they landed on the glowing seat that had just placed the last bid. There, bathed in subtle light, sat a figure he recognized. Rhaenyra. For a moment, he simply blinked, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a smirk curved across his face. So that is how it is. He muttered, chuckling softly to himself. I do not know if I should see this as a sweet gesture, or just another cunning ploy to use me. He laughed, a sharp, cynical sound, and shook his head. That woman and her people had taken advantage of his troops for over 50 years without offering even the smallest return. The idea that she was doing something out of kindness now was almost laughable. Without hesitation, he raised his hand again. 4 million pearls. And then, turning slightly, his eyes fixed calmly on Lord Dearth. The undead noble did not react. He sat there like a statue, eyes forward, posture relaxed, as if he had never been involved in the auction at all. He had not even tried to contest the bidding. Once the price surpassed a certain threshold, he simply fell silent. Robin's eyebrows lifted slightly at the man's composure. Despite his dark aura and the clear reverence he commanded, Lord Dearth had not thrown his weight around. He had honored the silent rule of value. If it was not worth it, he did not force it. And that was something Robin respected. It was a testament to the spirit domain's ironclad reputation, one forged across tens of millions of years. That reputation was exactly why he had dared conduct his business here, despite the immense risks. They would not sacrifice their integrity for someone like him, someone still far from his prime. Down below, Rhaenyra clenched her jaw, her fingers tightening around the armrest of her chair. She hesitated for only a second before typing in a new number. 4.1 million pearls. A murmur ran through the crowd. But up above, Robin simply scoffed. Tisk, not today. His voice was sharp. His hand rose like a guillotine. 10 million pearls. Gasps. Silence. Shock. Rhaenyra's mouth opened slightly, eyes wide. But she said nothing. Her gaze lowered in quiet defeat. Robin, seeing this, let out a short, bitter laugh. Then he turned to the fairy hovering beside him. Little fairy, you profit off the value of the deals you are involved in, right? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Let your superiors know I made this purchase because you recommended it. Truly? You would let me take the credit. The little fairy twirled mid-air, her wings buzzing in delight. Of course. You have been a fun companion, Robin said with a carefree laugh, patting her on the head like an old friend. Then he turned back toward Lord Morval, waiting for the final declaration. For him, Rhaenyra was already out of the game. And so, after a full minute of silence, one that felt like a final bow, Lord Morval's lips curled into a pleased smile. With a proud gesture, he extended his arm toward the blue-lit cloud. The scythe of dimming now belongs to the Lord of Cloud number 100. Chapter 1335. Haha, that boy will be absolutely thrilled when I bring him the scythe. Robin clapped his hands together with force and excitement. Although he had never personally laid eyes on a third-tier planetary artifact before, he could vividly imagine its might and magnificence just from the price tag alone. Caesar's current halberd, for example, was crafted entirely from neutral-grade urazilium, a rare and stable metal, boasting intricate detailing and unparalleled durability. And yet, despite all that, its value would never exceed 10,000 pearls. The fact that this scythe was worth multiple times more painted a clear picture of its sheer superiority. Now then, how exactly do I go about receiving the artifact? And Robin turned slightly toward the fairy beside him, intending to ask her a few questions about the procedures and logistics. But before he could speak, he noticed something odd. Rhaenyra, as well as a remarkably large portion of the hall's audience, were all staring directly at him at that moment. Their gazes were not hostile or accusing, far from it. Instead, there was a clear sense of puzzled curiosity in their eyes, as if trying to decode a riddle they were not expecting. What's going on? Robin asked, his voice carrying a hint of alarm. He was visibly unsettled by the unexpected attention. There's no need for concern, Mr. H. Lord Human, the fairy replied quickly with a graceful, reassuring smile. They're simply surprised by the way Lord Morval addressed you just now, that's all. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. You see, when someone of Lord Morval's stature uses the title Lord toward someone, it usually implies a few things: immense personal power, high standing within a faction, or perhaps a background linked to noble bloodlines, such as a general, the grandchild of a tyrant, a prominent figure from a stellar academy, or someone holding significant influence over a star region. Then, gesturing subtly around the auction hall, she continued, and individuals of such caliber typically don't go out of their way to conceal their identity, unlike you. The fact that you remain cloaked in secrecy, while being treated with such reverence by someone as influential as Lord Morval, has sparked their curiosity. To them, you are now a mystery, a hidden lord whose identity begs to be discovered. Ah, I see, Robin murmured, scratching the back of his head in contemplation. The situation was, admittedly, a little awkward, but also somewhat flattering. To be publicly acknowledged with the title Lord by someone like Morval was not a trivial matter, it was a gesture of recognition. But it raised an important question. Why him? What had earned him such a mark of respect? Before he could delve deeper into that thought, Lord Morval's voice rang out across the grand hall once again. Up next, we have a sealed jar containing the blood of the legendary griffin, Petgriff, the ancient beast who lived for an astonishing 23 million years and managed to ascend to the Nexus state. It possesses an exceptionally strong elemental affinity with fire, wind, and poison. Whoever obtains this blood may awaken a path in any one of these three celestial elements, or, of course, strive to combine them into a merged law. Ha ha! A soft ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Laws that combined multiple elemental paths were extraordinarily rare, near mythical, in fact, and while not everyone could harness them, having access to the raw potential was enough to stir excitement and awe. With this blood, you could found an entirely new bloodline for your clan. You could reinforce your armies, or even rewrite the genetic fate of your lineage, especially if it has been in decline. Just be sure to purchase a high-grade racial enhancement device from the Soul Society. Haha. Let's open the bidding at 450,000 pearls. With that enthusiastic declaration, Lord Morval leaned back and closed his eyes, folding his arms behind him in calm satisfaction, as if this entire grand auction was just another leisurely afternoon. Robin, however, no longer looked toward the stage. Instead, deep in thought, he turned again to the fairy beside him. Hey, did Lord Morval say anything else about me? There was something about the way the auctioneer had treated him that still gnawed at his curiosity. The fairy paused for a moment, as if weighing whether she should answer. Then she gave a gentle smile. Lord Morval had actually instructed me to deliver some good news to you at the end of the auction, so you wouldn't be distracted during the event. But since you've asked directly, I suppose there's no harm in telling you now, Lord Human. She leaned in slightly, her voice laced with subtle excitement. The truth is, Lord Morval is himself a royal soulmaster, and earlier today, he agreed, personally, to help you in the matter of the Eternal Silence Curse. He agreed today? Wait, when did he even learn about my request? Robin asked, raising one eyebrow. The application had been submitted so long ago that he had nearly forgotten about it. He found out today, the fairy replied with a slightly forced, sheepish chuckle. Just then, Lord Morval's voice echoed once more through the auction hall. Sold, for 680,000 pearls. Now, our next item is the Mask of the Makers. This is a third-tier planetary artifact, a wooden mask capable of altering both your face and your aura to mimic any race you've seen before. However, be warned, anyone of full cultivation realm above you can still see through the illusion. We'll begin the bidding at 5 million pearls. Robin stared at the fairy with a seriousness that left no room for jest. His brows furrowed, and his voice dropped low with a hint of disbelief. He found out today and decided to accept my request today. No, it must have been after he laid eyes on that item. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughts swirling like a storm behind his calm exterior. Let me guess, did he start questioning you about everything related to me? A subtle tremor of unease passed through Robin's chest. Getting the attention of a being like Lord Morval, it was not flattering, it was terrifying. To be seen by a figure that stood at such a dizzying height meant your life could change with a single word, from blessing to doom. The fairy, however, remained cheerful, completely unfazed by Robin's sudden tension. Naturally, Lord Human, you've already become someone of significance. When Lord Morval learned that you submitted a request regarding the curse of eternal silence, he didn't hesitate. He immediately instructed me to arrange a meeting after the auction ends. Her voice was light, almost celebratory, as though she were delivering news of a promotion rather than the potential meddling of one of the universe's most powerful individuals. There's truly no reason to fear. Aside from the tyrant of curses, who neither offers aid nor permits his followers to lend a hand, there is no one more suited to helping you than Lord Morval himself. Robin was only half listening at that point. Behind them, the booming voice of Lord Morval echoed through the auction hall. The mask has been sold for 33.9 million pearls. Now, let us proceed to our next artifact, the Bell of Silence. This item is. But Robin heard none of it. His senses felt muffled, as if wrapped in thick fog. The world around him slowed as his mind fixated on the weight of the news. Lord Morval is going to help me? He repeated the thought like a prayer, or perhaps a curse. Ha! A hollow chuckle escaped his lips as he gave a few slow, mechanical nods. It's been nearly a century since you first told me you were searching for a royal soulmaster for my case, and now, out of nowhere, you find one in under half an hour. He turned toward the fairy again, his voice cold but calm. So tell me, do you have any idea what he's going to ask for in return? The fairy paused for the first time, her smile faltering into something more hesitant. Unfortunately, I don't. That will be something the two of you will have to discuss directly. She gave a small, awkward laugh, clearly aware of Robin's rising tension. But don't worry too much. Everything in the Soul Society is handled through fair exchange. If you don't like the price, you can refuse. No tricks, no pressure. The society doesn't need to stoop to manipulation or force to get what it wants. Robin held her gaze for a long, heavy moment. No more words were exchanged, only silence and the quiet, mutual understanding that even power wrapped in civility could be terrifying. Eventually, he exhaled slowly and began to nod again, this time with a hint of reluctant acceptance. In truth, Robin had made incredible progress lately. After learning how to utilize the elastic range and accelerate unit absorption, his soul units had soared. 740,000 units now coursed through him. He was nearing a number once believed mythical, 1,000,000 units. That number had haunted him like a distant star ever since he first heard of it. It had seemed like a joke back then. Now, it was within reach. But even that wasn't enough. 1,000,000 units didn't guarantee ascension to Royal Soul Master. Unlike the transition from a white soul owner to a silver soul master, which was simply a matter of hitting 1,000 units, this next step was different. It wasn't about quantity, it was about depth, insight, transcendence. 1,000,000 units was merely the limit of the silver realm. Stepping beyond it, breaking through to become a royal, required more than raw accumulation. It required a complete transformation of the soul itself, a mastery of the fundamental laws of soul that only a lifetime of devotion could grant. There were countless beings across the stars who had reached 1,000,000 units and still failed. They had hit a ceiling, unable to evolve. That's why Royal Soul Masters were revered far more than even those in the Nexus state. Their existence was proof of soul supremacy, true understanding. Robin, however, had reached his level by force, by gathering, by sheer will and brutal resourcefulness. His grasp of soul theory was shallow in comparison. He had questioned for a long time whether he could ever cross that final threshold, or if such a leap was forever beyond him. Sold for 43.5 million pearls. Now, let us proceed to the next item, the Dagger of 9 Venoms, a second-grade planetary artifact of. The auction rolled on in the background, but Robin remained submerged in thought. Time was slipping by unnoticed. Faces blurred, voices faded. Until finally, he inhaled deeply and gave a slow, decisive nod. All right, he whispered under his breath. I'll need him. I have to rid myself of this curse. Then he glanced back at the fairy with a faint, cynical smile. Let's just hope he doesn't ask for anything outrageous. The fairy hesitated. Her smile remained on her lips, but it faltered in her eyes. She had no answer to give, only silence. Fortunately, Lord Morval's booming voice cut through the tension like a blade, thundering through the room as he clapped his hands powerfully. And now, at last, we arrive at the beginning of the grand finale. Let me present to you all, a fourth-grade planetary artifact, the Planetary Displacement Tool. Chapter 1336. And now, allow me to unveil before you all, the Planetary Displacement Tool of the 4th grade. In that instant, the entire atmosphere of the grand auction hall changed. Every single attendee, regardless of power, wealth, or status, snapped their attention toward the stage. Side whispers fell into silence. Spiritual projections faded. The bidding devices froze mid-air. Even the air seemed to stand still. A fourth-grade planetary artifact. This was the moment they had all been waiting for, the climactic centerpiece of the entire auction. The item rumored to dwarf everything else in value. The myth turned reality. The kind of treasure that rarely appeared even once in a millennium. It was well known across the sectors that forging such a piece required a planet at least 20 times the mass of an average world. But not just size, it had to be a planet saturated with intrinsic affinity to either an essential path of the universe or, even more impressively, one of its fundamental laws. And worse still, once a planet is sacrificed in the forging of such an artifact, it does not survive intact. No, its spirit falls into slumber. Its energy deteriorates. And for tens of thousands of years, it becomes barren, weakened, and comatose, its future uncertain. That is why such planets, if discovered, are never given up lightly. They are fortified, turned into crown jewels of empires. Often, they become the hearts of entire civilizations, guarded by fleets, treated like divine relics. No empire would dare throw such a world away, unless they had countless others. Only the mad emperors of the thousand-world dynasties, whose conquests span star clusters, could afford to waste one in pursuit of something like this. Whoosh! As if summoned by prophecy, a flicker of dimensional light shimmered beside Lord Morval. A materialized construct, floating gracefully in the air. The embodiment of the artifact. The audience collectively held their breath. There it was, suspended beside the legendary auctioneer. A stake, nearly the length of a grown man's leg, forged from unknown cosmic metals. It radiated an ancient authority, like it had once pierced the heart of a planet itself. Beside it hovered a hammer, thick and oddly shaped, engraved with sacred runes that pulsed with deep crimson light. Lord Morval raised a single hand with measured grace and gestured toward the glowing relics. "Behold," he said slowly, his voice like thunder muffled by velvet, "the planetary displacement tool of the fourth grade." He gave the crowd a beat to absorb the presence of the artifact before continuing. "Its usage is elegant in its simplicity. For those of you unfamiliar with the art, you must journey to the target planet, and there, using the hammer, strike the stake into the ground." Another pause, then his voice sharpened slightly. "If that planet is already bound to you, if you have refined it, then with one strike, it will obey. It will vanish from its orbit and reappear at the destination of your choosing. Instantly. No delay. No resistance." However, he raised 3 fingers. "If the planet is not your own, then you must perform a sacred ritual. 3 strikes. 1 strike every hour. With each blow, shockwaves will radiate through every fiber of the world. These waves serve as a declaration, informing not just the spiritual essence of the planet, but all life that calls it home. This is a summoning, a confrontation, a divine negotiation." Lord Morval's hands clasped behind his back again as he took a step forward. "Upon the 3rd strike, after 3 hours, the planetary spirit will appear before the one who called upon it. It does not matter how old the planet is, or how hidden its will may be, this ritual will force it to answer. And at that moment, you speak. You explain your intent. You ask it to move. You offer it freedom, or power, or sanctuary. If the spirit is unbound, if no empire owns it, if it is alone and free, it will likely agree." He added, his eyes glinting, "If it belongs to an empire, things become complicated. Its decision will then depend on the nature of its bondage. Is it loved, protected, nurtured, or is it drained, used as a farm? Has its population been slaughtered? Is it marked for destruction?" He smiled, slow and deliberate. "Then that spirit will leap at the chance to escape with you." A dramatic pause followed. "And that, my friends, is why the bearer of this artifact can, with cleverness and caution, steal planets from even the most powerful empires, without drawing a single drop of blood." Whoa! A wave of shocked gasps spread through the crowd like wildfire. The entire auditorium buzzed with tension. The implications were terrifying. Imagine going to bed owning 10 worlds, only to wake up with 9. To most planetary lords, this artifact was not just valuable. It was existentially threatening. Even Robin, standing silently beside the ferry, narrowed his gaze. His heart beat faster. For the first time, he truly understood what this artifact was. Until now, he had thought of it as a tool of last resort, an emergency escape plan to evacuate his conquered worlds. But now he saw a weapon. Not a sword of violence, but a dagger of strategy. A scalpel that could bleed empires dry, one world at a time. With this, he could relocate any of his occupied planets to cluster near Nihiri, his base of power. Better still, he could send out his stellar scouts to search the sector. When they found desirable planets, free, unbound, or abused, he could simply bring them home. No conquest. No battles. Just whispers, rituals, and movement. And what planetary spirit would say no to becoming part of an artificial galaxy? But there was something far more dangerous to consider. Even a single individual in possession of this artifact could, over time, construct an entire planetary empire from scratch, not through diplomacy or war, but through quiet, methodical theft. Stealing a planet from one place, relocating another from somewhere else, positioning them in a remote, unclaimed corner of a sector. The concept was terrifying, absolutely spine-chilling. Robin slowly turned his gaze toward the cloud perchers, those enigmatic figures who had remained silent throughout. Unsurprisingly, none of them showed even the faintest reaction. Their expressions were as unreadable as ever, their composure unshaken. It was obvious, they already knew exactly what this artifact was capable of. No wonder this piece was granted such grand publicity. No wonder the event was so heavily monitored and controlled. Whoever walks out of this place holding that artifact will be walking with a weapon so powerful, so disruptive, that entire star clusters might one day tremble at their name. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the implications, his thoughts swirling with unease. After letting the tension simmer in the hearts of all those present, Lord Morville's voice once again rang out, sharp, clear, and commanding. Let the bidding begin at 70 million energy pearls. 71 million. 73 million, this one is mine. You fools think we are playing here. I am offering 90 million straight. Robin's eyes flew wide open. This was unlike any auction he had ever seen or heard of. It had not simply started, it had ignited. It exploded into chaos the very instant the price was called. And unlike previous rounds where numbers crept up by thousands or even hundreds of thousands, here, the bids were vaulting upward in leaps of millions. In a mere 60 seconds, the price had soared to 112 million energy pearls, and not a single decimal point had entered the conversation yet. It was at that exact moment that Robin's eyes caught a glimmering light flaring from a very familiar seat, one of the few distinguished VIP platforms in the upper gallery. 150 million energy pearls. It was Renera. Ha! At least she is making the effort, Robin murmured with a half-smile, mildly entertained. While he did not know the precise financial might of the Empire of the Nine Paths, he was not naive either. They were a planetary empire, yes, but they were also embroiled in numerous wars on multiple battlefronts. Surely, every planet caught in the flames of war had lost a substantial portion of its life force. Surely, much of their energy reserves had been consumed in the apocalyptic battles against world cataclysm. And without a doubt, both sides were employing scorched earth tactics, devastating everything in their wake. So even if they had vaults stretching across hundreds of planets, even if their history spanned millions of years, Robin was certain of one thing: they would not be able to cross the billion mark. Not in the middle belt of the universe. Not under these conditions. That is just how reality worked. 170 million. 172 million, right here. The numbers continued to climb like wildfire, barely seconds between each new bid. And within the blink of an eye, the light that had marked Renera's seat vanished, flickering across the hall from one bidder to the next. They all knew it deep down. They had no chance of winning with such modest increases. But still, they raised their voices. Maybe for prestige, maybe for pride, or perhaps just to say they had once participated in history. Ha! From the edge of his vision, Robin finally noticed something. One of the cloud purchasers had moved. Just a subtle lift of the hand, nothing more. But that small gesture was all it took. In the very next second, a new number shimmered into existence, glowing above Lord Morval in the center of the hall. 1 billion energy pearls. Chapter 1337. A billion energy pearls. I see Lord Sindal has graced us with his presence today. Lord Morval placed one hand atop the other in a composed yet subtly respectful gesture. Ha ha, echoed a loud, hearty laugh from one of the floating clouds above. The source was a short figure with a long, flowing beard that danced slightly in the wind. His eyes sparkled with mischief and insight. I merely spoke up to lend a hand, to nudge the process forward a bit, get to the real auction. I am quite eager to see the next item. A heavy silence fell. The stands, which only moments ago blazed with the intensity of fierce competition, where nobles and powerhouses alike had fought to shine for even the briefest of moments, fell deathly silent once more. Renera, who had just raised her hand to place a bid of 200 million, let out a long, weary sigh as she slowly lowered it. Heh, just as I expected. We have wasted our entire day on nothing but illusions, she muttered with a bitter smile. It is all right, Eleanor replied, gripping her sister's hand firmly to keep her rooted. I want to see who ends up getting that tool, and more importantly, I want to see what that mysterious new item is. Renara gave a small nod. Truthfully, she had never intended to leave. There was too much at stake to turn away now. And just like them, the rest of the crowd fell into an unspoken agreement. They stared silently at the central platform. No one moved. Not a single soul dared leave. Even though it was now clear that the auction had ended for most of them, financially, at least, not one participant stood up to exit. The allure of the unknown was simply too great. Then, from another cloud high above, a figure leaned forward and calmly entered a new number into the control panel hovering before him. 1.2 billion motes. Heh, Renara could not help but let out another long sigh. With a single casual bid, that person had essentially doubled everything the other participants had been fighting tooth and nail over. Even though she ruled over an empire with a proud lineage stretching back over 7 million years, the truth remained clear and bitter. The gap between her empire and the true sovereign powers of the Middle Belt was like the chasm between heaven and earth. I did not plan on bidding for that item today, another voice from a different cloud called out with amusement, calm yet filled with old confidence. I simply came for a change of scenery, really. But your presentation was quite captivating, Lord Morval. I happen to have a few enemies I would like to irritate with that little toy, ha ha ha. And with that, he casually placed his own bid, 1.4 billion motes. He wants to annoy his enemies, so he is prepared to drop 1.4 billion pearls on a fourth-grade planetary artifact. Has the world gone completely mad? Or are we the ones drowning in poverty without even realizing it? Eleanor whispered sharply to her sister, her pride stung. In that moment, her own personal fortune suddenly felt insignificant. That man is Royal Soul Master Ophagon, Renara said softly, her tone tinged with awe and resignation. He has lived longer than our entire empire. He is one of the ancient monsters that still roam the Middle Belt. If that equipment is not of great importance to you, Lord Ophagon, a sudden voice thundered across the entire space, striking every ear with force and clarity, then grant me the right to claim it. It holds great meaning to me. As those words faded, a new number blinked into view on the display, 1.5 billion motes. The voice was strange, filled with vitality, strength, and something ancient. It resonated not only through the air but through the hearts of all present, drawing the attention of millions toward a single direction among the sea of robed figures. There, high above the arena on one of the floating clouds, sat a young man who appeared no older than his early 20s. His presence alone was enough to draw subtle glances, though his appearance was not especially flamboyant. His hair fell in unruly, scattered strands, neither long enough to flow nor short enough to seem neat. It hung in a wild disarray that partially obscured his face, making it difficult to discern the expression in his eyes beneath the shadow of his locks. His beard was equally unkempt, grown just long enough to brush the top of his chest. It was not sculpted with care, but bore the look of something only trimmed occasionally, just to keep it from getting out of hand, then left to grow as it pleased. Everything about his grooming spoke of someone indifferent to appearances, someone who cared little for how others perceived him. Yet, despite the disheveled look and the aura of quiet detachment, the way he sat told a different story. His back was perfectly straight, not stiff, but poised with natural strength. He exuded the raw, composed dignity of a lion seated on its throne, watching over its kingdom. There was no arrogance in his posture, only unshakable self-assurance. Then he spoke. And with the first word that left his lips, the atmosphere shifted as if the very air had bowed to his voice. His tone was deep, unwavering, resonating with a strange vitality and clarity, yet heavy with a kind of pressure that bent the will of those who heard it. There was no room for negotiation or challenge. Just by speaking, he had seized the entire space. In that moment, it no longer felt as if Lord Morval was the master of ceremonies. The spotlight, the control, the center of gravity, it all shifted to this young man. He was the axis around which the event now revolved. Robin's eyes fluttered in shock. That guy, he was a human. Lord Morval immediately turned toward the source of the voice. A broad smile bloomed across his face as he opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. Haha, I see that Lord Hedrick has chosen to grace us with his voice today. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The next response came swiftly, not from the so-called Lord Hedrick, but from another cloud. The old man known as Ophagon, the sole master whose age exceeded empires, let out a hearty laugh, his voice weathered but good-natured. If Lord Hedrick desires the item to such an extent, he said with a respectful bow of the head, then I shall withdraw from the bidding. I see no reason to contend further. Thank you. The young man, Hedrick, replied calmly, his tone steady and resolute. He did not glance to the left or the right. He did not scan the crowd or acknowledge their stares. He simply spoke, and his words carried like the ringing of a ceremonial bell through the hearts of all. Silence followed. Heavy, unbroken, absolute. Sister. Eleanor's voice trembled with confusion and a hint of unease. She pointed discreetly toward the mysterious human figure seated high on his cloud. Who is he exactly? It has been nearly a full minute since he spoke, and no one dares to utter another word. Why does he have this kind of authority? Renara's eyes remained fixed on the young man. She did not answer right away. Her heartbeat was erratic, and she felt an invisible pressure tightening around her chest. Finally, she whispered, I have a few theories, but I do not have the courage to voice them. She exhaled sharply. This auction is no longer about wealth or riches. It has become a war of power, pure, unfiltered dominance. The one with the highest standing will now win, not the one with the deepest pockets. And if that human wins, then my suspicions will become certainty. Suddenly, a new number flashed across the central crystal screen, 1.6 billion. Whoa, The crowd gasped in unison. Their heads turned sharply to one particular cloud on the far side of the arena. Dozens of eyes widened, as if seeing a ghost. For the first time, Hedrick moved. Slowly, deliberately, like a mountain shifting, he turned his head in the direction of the new bid. His hair fell slightly to the side, revealing just enough of his eyes to send a chill down the spines of those watching. Though his gaze remained mostly hidden, the oppressive weight of his focus crashed down on the entire arena like a thunderclap. His voice followed, a low growl that carried immense force. Zarian, are you looking for trouble today? The one he addressed sat calmly on a nearby cloud. Two large, branching horns extended from his head, reminiscent of a stag's crown. His skin, at first glance, appeared smooth and close to human, but a closer inspection revealed fine scales layered like armor across his entire body. His nails were replaced with hidden claws, and when he grinned, sharp fangs flashed visibly between his lips. Ha ha ha, why so serious, Hedrick? Zarian laughed, showing no fear. It is an open auction. I simply want the tool. It is as simple as that. Fair competition, nothing more. Eleanor gasped and pointed again. Wait, I know that one. I have seen him before. That is Zarian, the eldest son of Zavaros the Savage. Then, suddenly, something seemed to click in her mind. Her expression froze, and she slowly turned back toward Hedrick, her voice trembling. Then that means, that human, he is? Renara's entire body tensed. Her hands clutched her cloak tightly, knuckles pale with pressure. She nodded slowly, her voice no louder than a whisper. Yes, most likely, he is the one you are thinking of. Hedrick, firstborn son of Helmr the Destroyer, the Millennial Emperor, heir to the House of Destra. Chapter 1338. Hedrick? The Hedrick. Eleanor's voice cracked as disbelief overwhelmed her senses. Her already wide eyes seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets. I thought he vanished after that war. The war of the Destra bloodline, just hearing the name of that conflict was enough to twist the heart and still the breath. It was not merely taboo, it was a curse etched in the silence of history. Those who tried to research it found themselves recoiling in fear, as if some ancient instinct warned them to look away. Not because it was forbidden by law, but because truth itself was too dangerous to talk about. That war did not erupt over lands or resources. No, it began with a single declaration. The second son of Helmer the Destroyer, a man born with a supremely high affinity to the major law of destruction, stood before his father and declared, "I owe nothing more. My debt is paid. I renounce the creed of debt, and I walk my own path." He severed his ties with the House of Destra's sacred legacy, a legacy built upon the ideology that children are eternally indebted to their father. And not just with words. Several of his siblings, inspired by his defiance or bitter from their own chains, rose with him. What followed was no trial, no discussion. Helmer did not negotiate. He did not reason. He decreed, "Then let all who share my blood pay the price." And so he proclaimed the tithe of life, a draconian punishment mandating that 10% of the savings of every child, everyone on their allies, and soldier under their banner would be siphoned, eternally, in penance. Even those who had not rebelled from among his children were not spared. The response was as expected: revolt. The Destra household, once a symbol of cosmic power, dissolved into civil war. What began as a punishment spiraled into a family genocide. Helmer personally led the extermination. The number of his chosen children, those born with affinity to the major law of destruction, had reached 29. In mere decades of war, that number was slashed nearly in half, down to 15. The survivors? Scattered, broken, and hunted. It was eradication. The children ran, but their father and his armies never stopped chasing. And all the while, across the vast Middle Belt, other factions watched with morbid fascination, laughing. The mighty House Destra is tearing itself apart. What they did not understand, what few could comprehend, was that Helmer alone was more terrifying than his entire bloodline combined. He was not a king. He was a force of nature, one who had built the galactic empire from scratch. His 29 divine children were meant to be the decoration to his magnificence, but when they cracked, he did not try to repair them. He chose to shatter them. Worse yet, Helmer's destruction affinity was inherited only by the 29. The hundreds of his other children did not possess the same resonance with the law of destruction. They were soldiers, commanders, and tools, but not heirs. Even his greatest generals could only wield minor forms of that path. And so came the maddening question: why destroy your most powerful successors? Why burn the future of your own bloodline? The answer never came. Only fire and silence. But while the House of Destra imploded, the scavengers of the stars emerged. Jealous powers, long overshadowed by Destra's might, sought to offer support to Helmer, under the thin veil of friendship. Their goal was simple: hunt the heirs, and earn Helmer's gratitude, or at least prevent those children from ever rebuilding. One such power succeeded. They intercepted and assassinated one of Destra's surviving heirs. That empire belonged to Zavros the Savage. Helmer's response? Apocalyptic. He gathered his elite legion and personally marched upon one of Zavros's artificial galaxies. Within days, entire star systems were scorched. Armies were turned to dust. Cities disintegrated in the void. Among the dead were some of Zavros's grandsons, generals, and even his own second son, the very man behind the assassination. The galaxy trembled. That single retaliation reminded every being in the known universe about who Helmer the Destroyer was. When Zavros the Savage emerged from his seclusion and learned of the insult and massacre, he launched himself toward Helmer, who was still ravaging his galaxy, burning with vengeance. He was ready to declare war on a primordial monster. But before the two titans could collide, the other behemoths awakened. Among them was Morpheus the Dreamer. They stood between Zavros and Helmer. Their verdict was final. The destruction is justice for the blood spilled in treachery. The death of a Destra heir cannot go unanswered. Let there be no more escalation. If one of you moves again, we move. With those words, the would-be apocalyptic war was extinguished before it could begin. And yet, even now, after millennia have passed, the galaxy shudders at the memory. As for Helmer, he did not return home. There was no need. And so, as though the war had merely been an unpleasant interruption, he simply resumed the hunt, calmly, ruthlessly, without a whisper of fatigue. Like a storm unspent, like a predator that did not feed out of hunger but instinct, he once again stalked what remained of his bloodline. The 14 surviving heirs understood one truth with searing clarity: solitude was death. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 14 were hunted down and executed, not by their father's hand, but by assassins wielding no banners, speaking no names. Only one organization in the known multiverse could execute such a feat. A guild older than most empires, built in shadow and ruled by contracts alone. They did not ask why. They only asked how much. Helmer looked into it, briefly, and then turned away to the rest of the survivors. Now 12 remained. 12 fractured siblings, once rivals, now wary allies. The need to survive overrode their pride. And when all paths seemed closed, they looked to him. To Hedrick, the firstborn. The one who had walked away thousands of years before it all began. And thankfully, the big brother did not turn them away. And so the 12 entered the bastion he had built, and they fortified it. And in the shadow of Hedrick's cold fire, they trained. They armed, waiting for the inevitable. Helmer is coming. And he did. Like thunder rolling across time, Helmer's fleet crossed the atmosphere with no regard. Thus began the Second Sundering. A war without diplomacy. A war without hope. A war between a father and his children, again. But this time, things were different. For they did not fight as heirs. They fought as survivors. As wolves no longer afraid of the Alpha. But even so, 9 fell. 9 of the universe's proudest sons and daughters died just like that. But 4 remained. Broken, bleeding, but alive. For the first time ever, Helmer was wounded. His generals, once thought to be immortal shadows, bled. And then came the whisper. The firstborn has wounded the destroyer. Some claimed Hedrick shattered Helmer's chest with a strike of pure will, but one truth spread wider than all. Helmer did not retaliate. He withdrew. Some said that his withdrawal was not in defeat, but in recognition. They say being wounded at his hands made him happy, and he decided to keep the rest alive. And so after he left, he sent them back a message. Return. Kneel once more beneath my name. Let us end the bloodshed. Let blood honor blood. 3 of his 4 remaining kids accepted. Not out of loyalty, but out of necessity. They were renamed the day they returned. The new second son, Hudson. The new third daughter, Hillary. The new fourth son, Harry. This was only for one reason, to let their fallen brothers and sisters go forgotten. And they resumed the tithe of life, each year surrendering a portion of their wealth to the father they once defied. But not Hedrick. He stood his ground and did not return. And somehow, his father, Helmer, did not do anything about it. No, he did. He kept the first son position open for him. Chapter 1339. To this very day, people across the Middle Belt remain perplexed, some even fascinated, by the bizarre, almost unnatural dynamic between the head of the Distra family, Helmer, and his enigmatic firstborn son. It is a relationship cloaked in silence, distance, and speculation. Some of the more insightful sages and historians believe that Helmer carries a deep, unresolved guilt toward his son, guilt born of something buried, something long past but never forgotten. Because of this, they say, he allows Hedrick to live as he pleases, without interference or oversight. On the other hand, a different school of thought claims that Hedrick, the first son, is far too dangerous, too powerful, and perhaps too ambitious. These scholars assert that Hedrick is the most likely heir to rise as the next behemoth of the Middle Belt, and that Helmer's hands-off approach is not out of mercy, but necessity. Then, after a cataclysmic event that shook the family's fate, came the birth of Helen, the current fifth and final child. Helen was born with an innate brilliance, a frightening talent that outshone even the legends of her older brothers and sisters, whether dead or alive. Whispers say she followed in her eldest brother's footsteps, choosing to sever all dependency on their father entirely. Yet, paradoxically, she still attends the mandatory family assemblies alongside her remaining 3 siblings, paying the required life tax, a term cloaked in mystery and burden. Her presence remains an enigma, her intentions unreadable. All in all, the Distra bloodline is a tangled web of contradiction and secrecy, a family that is just as strange as they are powerful. Hedrick, the next behemoth. Renara whispered, her voice taut with unease. Thankfully, he doesn't walk directly in his father's path. If he did, the Distra family would have long since consumed another sector, and the balance between the ruling behemoths would have collapsed completely. Her heart stirred with anxiety. The idea that Zabaros the Savage had become entangled in a hostile standoff with the monstrous Distra family due to the recklessness of his second son was a chilling thought. I truly hope Lord Zurian reconsiders. If he keeps pushing, this won't end in anything but calamity. Zabaros the Savage was no ordinary figure. He was an ancient titan in the cosmic landscape, a legendary being whose direct support led to the founding of the Nine Paths Empire over 7 million years ago. His name alone echoed across star systems like a thunderclap of authority and reverence. If a war broke out between Zabaros' galaxy and the vast empire of House Distra, the Nine Paths Empire itself would be pulled into the fray, unable to stand idle. And not just them. Every power, sect, and system that had ever once received the support, patronage, or favor of Zabaros' galaxy would be compelled to choose a side. Likewise, all the forces under the Distra family's dominion, including the 5 children and their terrifying retinues, would be called to war. It wouldn't be a mere skirmish or border clash. No, this would be a war of cataclysmic scale, a brutal, endless campaign that would not only tear the Middle Belt apart, but reach deep into the Young Belt itself. Why in the cosmos would Lord Zurian back down for anyone? Eleanor said coldly, her tone sharp with frustration as she shot a glowing glance towards Zurian, her eyes gleaming like twin stars. In terms of standing, he's not beneath Lord Hedrick in the slightest. As for strength, I highly doubt he's any weaker. He descends from the bloodline of a true dragon. Even financially, they're nearly equal. Hedrick rules a millennial empire, while Lord Zurian governs an entire galactic arm, home to thousands of thriving planets. The tax revenue alone from those worlds flows straight into their private treasuries. She gave a graceful laugh, soft and elegant, but with a sharp edge. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, like polished jewels that had seen too much. Granted, neither Lord Hedrick nor Lord Zurian has direct access to their father's true vaults. Still, if I'm not mistaken, each of them commands a personal fortune of several billion Daris, possibly even 9 or 10 billion. That number on the auction screen right now, it must be agonizing to both of them. No wonder the dispute between them is heating up so quickly. At this stage of the auction, the price has already long surpassed that of a 4th-grade planetary displacement tool, Renara added quietly, watching the exchange unfold with wary eyes. The Soul Society is satisfied. The bid is too high to claim sabotage or manipulation now. It's no longer about desire. This is about need. It's about who among them can project enough pressure to drive the other away. This has turned into a psychological battlefield. She then leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. Rumors have been swirling for the past few centuries. They say that Hedrick has found a galactic seed hidden deep in his dominion, the young sector known as Sector 101. Ever since, he's begun mass mobilization of his forces, strengthening planetary defenses and military production lines, preparing for the eventual construction of an artificial galaxy. The moment the seed ascends to the Middle Belt, he'll initiate a galactic formation. What? Eleanor shot up, her expression shaken. The Distra family's going to obtain another galactic seed. She clenched her fists, her brows furrowed tightly. Her eyes turned sharply toward the dark, horned youth seated below. He sat still, but the intensity in his gaze hadn't dulled in the slightest. His eyes, fierce and calculating, met Hedrick's with unwavering defiance. No wonder Lord Xurian is trying to stop him, she muttered. He has every reason to. Galaxy seeds, those mysterious, universe-altering entities, are undeniably rare. But not so rare that they can be counted on the fingers of one hand. No, the true scarcity lies in their survival. The moment a seed emerges within the contested Middle Belt planetary zone, chaos erupts. Armies mobilize. Alliances shatter. And more often than not, the seed is obliterated in the flames of war before anyone can even begin to harness its power. And now, all signs point to Lord Hedrick making an aggressive move. He intends to either shift his empire's capital to the seed's coordinates the moment it ascends, fortifying it with an unprecedented concentration of power, or worse, he may be planning to relocate the seed itself into the most heavily protected star zone under his rule. Either way, once that maneuver is complete, only a direct intervention by a behemoth could hope to wrest control from his hands. Which is exactly why I fear disaster will strike before the sun sets on this day, Renara whispered gravely, her voice low and heavy with worry, brows drawn together. No matter who wins, Hedrick or Xurian, the one left empty-handed will not walk away peacefully. That's not the kind of war we can afford. An unsettling silence fell over the auction arena, one that even the weightless expanse of the Soul Society could not soften. The sheer pressure of unspoken conflict was enough to make lesser beings tremble. Then, like a diplomat dancing on a blade's edge, Lord Morval stepped forward with grace, arms raised high, donning a smile that looked far more fragile than genuine. "Ahahaha, dear sirs, please. Let's take a breath and compose ourselves," he said, his voice raised in a feigned cheeriness. "Lord Hedrick, Lord Xurian, this is, after all, just an auction. A trade. A sale of a single, if powerful, artifact. Let's keep it in perspective. Whoever of you most urgently needs the device, may he win it today. And I will personally see to it that the other receives an alternative piece of planetary displacement equipment within the next 2 millennia, at least of third-tier quality. What say you both to this compromise?" "I have no intention of waiting any longer," Hedrick responded immediately, slamming his gauntlet fist into his thigh with a clang. "I've waited 300 years since the day this artifact was first announced. I won't tolerate a single day's delay. Let those who can wait." His eyes glinted with fiery intent. "My bid, 1.8 billion pearls. Haha, spoken like a man of purpose." Xurian laughed, reclining even deeper into the ethereal cloud that carried him, casually raising 2 fingers as if this were a tavern game. "Indeed, let the patient ones wait. I raised the bid to 1.9 billion pearls. The reaction was immediate. From the stands of glowing clouds and floating platforms, millions of onlookers gasped audibly, despite the lack of air in the Soul Society. Many clutched at their chests or held their breath out of pure instinct, the number alone enough to stir awe and fear alike. "Xurian!" Hedrick's roar echoed like a divine thunderclap, causing tremors in the arena's foundational glyphs. He didn't move a muscle, but the sheer weight of his voice sent soul shockwaves across the tiered balconies. "Are you betting that I won't march my fleets into your miserable galaxy arm and reduce it to stardust? Keep pushing me, Xurian. Test me again. The result will not be to your liking." "You all heard him." Xurian replied dramatically, raising his hands in mock horror. "That barbarian just threatened my life in a sacred space of commerce." But then, with a sudden turn of expression, his features twisted into a smirk, his eyes glinting with malice. "Go ahead, Hedrick. Attack me. Come into my territory and see how far you get. You won't be as lucky as your father was back in the day." He then extended a finger toward the bidding board above Lord Morval. "I raise the bid once again. 2 billion pearls. I want to see how far this hound dares to." Xurian's hand froze mid-air, his expression quickly shifting from smug triumph to stunned disbelief. His finger, now trembling slightly, was pointed toward the board, but the number it displayed was not 1.9 billion, nor 2 billion. It was 3 billion pearls. Eyes wide, Xurian whirled around, preparing to lash out at Hedrick, fully intending to brand him insane, reckless, a warmonger beyond redemption. But instead, he paused. Hedrick wasn't even looking at him. The imposing warlord was staring off toward a distant corner of the Colosseum, his expression filled not with pride, nor with anger, but with confusion. Deep, honest confusion. Because at that very moment, another bidding cloud had activated. Another player had silently entered the fray while the two giants clashed in open view. The crowd stirred in anxious murmurs. A new light glowed in the arena. It was cloud number 100, chapter 1340. A short while earlier. "Oh no, oh no." Robin clasped his head between his hands, his voice a strained whisper as his eyes widened in disbelief. The verbal inferno between Lord Hedrick and Lord Xurian was reaching critical mass. Each word between them felt like a tremor shaking the very foundation of the hall. Not long ago, his only worry had been whether his credits would be enough. But that concern had been swept away like a leaf in a storm. The real danger was no longer about the price, it was about survival. How, in all the spiraling heavens, was he supposed to bid against two monsters like these? Mere minutes ago, the auction had felt manageable. Intense, yes, but still a financial affair. Robin had been confident, even if cautiously so. He remained cloaked and concealed, perfectly hidden among the hundreds of clouded observers, his mask and anonymity shielding him from prying eyes. As long as he remained just a number on a screen, he could participate carefully. But everything changed the moment the fairy at his side whispered their names. He felt as if something cold and ancient had reached into his chest and gripped his heart with frostbitten fingers. And then came the real horror. The fairy did not just tell him who they were, she explained why they were here. What each of them wanted. what was at stake, and how close this auction was to igniting an actual cosmic war. I shouldn't be here. I really shouldn't be here. Robin muttered, beads of sweat forming beneath his mask despite the fact that there was no air in this soul-bound realm. Desperately, he glanced around at the other cloud-seated figures. Maybe, just maybe, one of the other lords or power holders would step in. A third bidder, a wild card, could fracture the duel into something more manageable. A money fight, a gamble of resources. Something Robin could win. But no such miracle arrived. Every other participant sat motionless. Some leaned forward, brows furrowed with intensity, trying to calculate the fallout of the Hedrixian conflict. Others leaned back, lips curled in amusement, watching like gleeful arsonists hoping to see the fire spread to the rafters. Damn it, no one is moving. No one wants to toss themselves into the furnace. Robin pressed his fingers to his forehead until they ached. This feeling, this raw helplessness, it had been centuries since he felt like this. That was when Lord Morval stepped forward, trying to mediate, trying to bring reason back to the floor. He made a generous offer. Whoever backed down would receive a lesser displacement device within 2 millennia. But neither titan would yield. The fairy fluttered excitedly, her wings buzzing like a tiny thunderclap. If Lord Morval can secure another artifact in just 2,000 years, you could be on the list to buy it too. You wouldn't even need to fight now. This is perfect. I don't have 2,000 years, Robin hissed, his voice low. He shook his head and gritted his teeth. And besides, I still don't know what Lord Morval will demand in return for lifting the curse of eternal stillness. What if he asks for something I can't give? What if I end up owing him more than I can pay? The weight of that thought settled on him like a mountain. He stepped back inside his mind, away from panic, toward resolve. His eyes sharpened behind the mask. His breathing slowed. No, I can't afford hesitation. Not now. If I wait, the second mission will end before it begins. Wait, please, just wait a little longer, the fairy pleaded, her glow flickering with urgency. Let them finish yelling, wait until one shows weakness. If you jump in now, you could be crushed between them. Robin appeared as though he could no longer hear anything, and with that, he made his choice. He raised one hand, fingers trembling for a brief moment, and placed his bid without second guessing. Then the silence fell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cascade of reactions erupted across the auction hall. Ha, who the hell was that? Wait, that's the one who bought the Scythe of Dimming. Impossible. Who would dare insert themselves between them? That person must be a behemoth, or a lunatic. Robin's heart pounded like a drum in his chest. He couldn't feel the air, because there was none. He couldn't hear his breathing, his mind was screaming. But worst of all, he felt it. 2 titanic gazes. Cold, ancient, wrathful. The piercing stare of Lord Hedrick. The seething glare of Lord Xurian. Like twin divine storms, their attention turned toward his cloud, number 100, and bore into it as if trying to rip the very identity from his soul. Who? If Robin had not been deathly afraid that fleeing might void his bid, and potentially mark him as prey, he would have already leapt from his cloud and escaped the Soul Society. Then came that voice, calm, low, impossibly steady. You, who are you? Robin's breath caught in his throat. He turned his head slowly, unwillingly, as if resisting the pull of gravity itself. And there, on the adjacent glowing cloud, sat Lord Hedrick. His body was tall and muscular. His long, unbound hair drifted weightlessly around him like strands of snow. But it was those eyes that locked Robin in place, wide open now, their pupils like black holes threatening to consume anything that dared meet their gaze. Kee. Robin's soul nearly leapt from his body. And yet, Lord Hedrick did not shout. He did not growl. The question was soft. Too soft. And then, as if the situation were not already unbearable, a burst of mocking laughter echoed from Robin's left. Ah ha ha ha. Lord Xurian. Reclining arrogantly on his cloud like a noble on a throne of thunder, Xurian clapped his hands together. Ah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Robin did not respond to Lord Hedrick. He couldn't. His tongue felt glued to the roof of his mouth. His limbs were frozen. And his heart had become a war drum in his chest. Good. Suddenly, Hedrick broke eye contact and turned his gaze forward, toward the raised central platform. His words rang out, slow and deliberate, Lord Morval. The Soul Society has always been respected, not for its wealth nor its reach, but for its neutrality. For millions of years, your name stood above suspicion, above alliances. That's the only reason any of us tolerate you. That's the only reason we play your games. He paused, his voice dropping an octave. Are you now so eager to burn all that credibility today? Lord Morval remained still for a moment. His expression, usually unreadable, now flickered with something like frustration, perhaps even anger. Lord Hedrick, please. We understand your nerves may be strained, but this. Don't patronize me. Hedrick's voice cut like a blade of ice. Explain. This cloud, number 100, who sits upon it? Every single one sitting on a cloud is showing themselves. I know them, all of them, but this one. He extended a single, accusatory finger toward Robin's location. This one wields a balance of 3 billion pearls, and no name, no voice, no face. His voice dropped lower, into a tone that felt like stone grinding against stone. So tell me, Lord Morval, have you invented this bidder to manipulate the outcome? A hush fell across the entire realm. Even the swirling mists that formed the clouds seemed to still. Some of the seated nobles glanced at each other nervously. A few turned pale, well, paler. But Lord Morval remained still. Then, with slow, dignified precision, he raised a hand, his long silver sleeve trailing behind him like the edge of a comet. I will say this only once. The bidder in Cloud 100 is as real as you or I. That he remains masked is his right. That he chooses silence is his strategy. His voice turned sharp and cold. Lord Hedrick, this approach will not work. We will not reveal the identity of a bidder who has chosen to remain hidden. Think what you will. Lord Morval waved his hand vigorously. The dignity and reputation of the Soul Society must never be shaken. Chapter 1341. Lord Hedrick, 1,000 years isn't that long in the grand scheme of things. Just coordinate with Lord Morval, he'll surely find you another one. After all, it's merely a planetary displacement artifact, nothing too rare. Haha, it's only an auction, Lord Hedrick. No need to let your emotions flare up this much over such a trivial matter. That's right, Lord Hedrick. If you wish to continue bidding, by all means, do so. No one is stopping you. If your pockets are deep enough and you've got enough pearls, then victory will be yours without a doubt, haha. Robin could feel sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as those words echoed around the chamber. The ones speaking, all of them were high-ranking individuals from the Cloud Dwellers, and not a single one of them was hiding the smirk curling on their lips. Their voices dripped with false politeness, barely masking the satisfaction they clearly felt. It was obvious they were enjoying the moment, taking great pleasure in seeing Lord Hedrick publicly mocked or provoked, perhaps because of some past grudge, or maybe just for the sport of it. Oh no, this isn't good. Not good at all, Robin muttered inwardly, his expression growing more uneasy by the second. That man, Hedrick, he reminds me all too much of his younger sister. And if she was anything to go by, then this mockery won't pass peacefully. That girl, she was willing to throw away everything, charge headfirst into death, just for the chance to strike back at me in the young belt, over nothing more than a minor insult where no one heard it. Robin's ominous premonition didn't have to wait long before becoming reality. Lord Hedrick slowly turned his head, sweeping his gaze across the room. His eyes bore into every face, as though branding their features into his memory. These weren't just common nobles, every single one of them hailed from powerful bloodlines, emperors of ancient empires, or figures with prestigious legacies rooted deeply in the Middle Belt. Then, finally, he spoke, his voice calm, low, but sharp as a blade. It appears that my silence throughout the long centuries has made people forget who I am. But that's all right. The days ahead are many, and fate always finds a way to bring paths together. Our time will come. Lord Hedrick, you're overreacting. It's just a 4th-grade planetary item, nothing worth holding grudges over. Ahahaha, come now, there's no need for subtle threats, Lord Hedrick. We all stand on equal footing here, no one is beneath the other. Silence. Lord Hedrick's voice suddenly thundered as he struck his knee with force, his finger extending accusingly across the assembly. I don't want to hear another word from those unworthy of even a passing glance. You're right, no need for subtle threats. So listen to this direct one, let every monkey stick to his tree, and every rat retreat to its hole, because if you don't, I'll burn the trees down and collapse every hole. Silence. A suffocating stillness fell upon the grand auction hall. It was as though time itself had frozen. Those who had dared mock or taunt Lord Hedrick just moments ago sat stiffly in their places, several of them rising from their cloud platforms in outrage. Their eyes blazed with fury, and their teeth clenched so tightly it was audible, a symphony of rage on the verge of eruption. But no one said a word. Renara, Eleanor, and everyone seated below held their breath. The atmosphere had turned unbearably heavy, as if a storm was looming right above their heads. When Lord Hedrick claimed that the world had forgotten who he was, he had not spoken in arrogance or jest. Hedrick, firstborn of the mighty Distra family. When he came into the world, his father had only just uncovered a galactic seed and had begun his conquest to gather planets under his banner. This man in front of them right now raised armies, wielded power like a tempest, and drenched the stars in blood. Entire civilizations were wiped out, empires crushed to rubble, and powers that had stood proud for millions of years were turned to ash at his hands. From the very moment Hedrick was born, the winds of war began to shift. By the time he came of age and assumed command of the legions, his father, once a fearsome conqueror who personally led campaigns across star systems, never again set foot on a battlefield. He no longer needed to. Hedrick became the sword and shield of House Distra for a very long time. It was Hedrick who carried the weight of conquest, who led fleets like a conductor leads a grand symphony of destruction. He was the one who shattered old alliances and forged new empires in their place, all under the sigil of Distra. Planet by planet, moon by moon, he carved out a domain so vast and rich in resources that even the elder races turned their gazes. He handpicked entire worlds, not for beauty or population, but for the raw power hidden in their cores, and added them to his father's artificial galaxy, building the foundation of a machine that would feed wars for millennia. And in the span of a few thousand years, he earned the name whispered in fear across galaxies, the spawn of destruction. The behemoths felt fear. His father had just become one of them, and the son was just as dangerous. The ancient houses saw the shadow that his name cast upon the future. And so, behind curtains of velvet and veils of diplomacy, they began plotting his fall. Assassins were sent, traps were laid, galaxies stirred, but Hedrick never fell. Every blade sent to end him became a lesson in futility. Every scheme unraveled in his hands like a child's knot. He rose from each attempt stronger, more terrifying. And when he wasn't conquering, he trained his younger siblings, imparting to them his savage brilliance in war and combat, shaping them into generals worthy of their bloodline. And so, the Middle Belt watched, breathless, as House Distra rose, no longer just a new force, but a fate. Until, inexplicably, he separated from his father. He moved into a distant sector and founded an empire of his own, might be less mighty, but no less feared. No one knew for certain why he did it. Whispers spoke of ambition, of betrayal even. And just after him, one by one, his siblings were sent away too, to build their own empires like their elder brother. As for how that turned out in the end, everyone knew. Ah ha ha ha. Bravo, Hedrick. Keep piling up enemies, glorious. Absolutely glorious. Ah ha ha ha. From across the great auction chamber, Lord Zarian laughed with madness in his eyes and venom in his voice. He clapped slowly, mockingly, like one applauding a fool for dancing into his own grave. Even if the seed from young Sector 101 reaches you intact, you won't hold it for long, will you? Ah ha ha ha. To him, this wasn't just amusing, it was the best possible outcome. For the truth was cruelly simple: a galactic seed, upon emerging, could only be claimed by two things: power, or allegiance. Raw, unrelenting power to protect it, or the united support of the great forces of the universe. But Hedrick didn't have the first yet. Meanwhile, his pride and defiance were burning the second. One after another, powerful allies turned into bitter foes. Not even his own father would stand with him now. So what did that leave him with? Would he fight alone, facing the wrath of an entire sector with just his empire at his back? It was madness. A single millennial empire couldn't stand against everyone. No one would allow a man like Hedrick to take the seed and birth a galaxy in his own image. No one will stop me from seizing power. Lord Hedrick's voice was low and unwavering as he raised his hand, not in desperation, but in calm, calculated defiance. He dismissed Zarian's words as though brushing dust from his cloak. Of course, he understood the message. His followers in the young belt of Sector 101 were the ones who discovered the galactic seed. They were the first to lay eyes on it, the first to raise defenses around it. And now, they were the first to suffer. Those who kept watch over Hedrick's affairs pieced together the truth, and they did not stay silent. The secret was no longer a secret. The news spread like a starburst. And with it, the vultures came. Since that day, the skies of young Sector 101 had not known peace. His followers, once devoted to strengthening themselves, were now entrenched in war, facing raid after raid, siege after siege from all of Hedrick's enemies' followers. And so it was Hedrick himself who now supplied them with weapons, armaments, and the precious pearls, every resource he could smuggle past the restrictions of the young belt. His wealth, once seemingly endless, now bled out like a wounded beast, all to protect a seed that might never reach him. But the dream was too precious to abandon. The war for the galaxy seed had already begun. And then, as silence fell over the bidding arena once more, Hedrick raised his hand and calmly entered a number into the console before him: 3.1 billion energy pearls. He brought his hand down hard on his knee, his voice like thunder rolling across the stars. So be it, let the competitors compete. Lord Zarian's face twisted, uncertain now. The price was climbing too high, slipping through his fingers like sand. But he couldn't let Hedrick claim the artifact. Not this artifact. Not at any cost. Grimacing, he entered a new bid: 3.2 billion energy pearls. Just as Hedrick's hand moved again, pain flashing in his eyes but resolve unwavering, a new voice pierced the atmosphere like a blade. Forgive me, Lord Hedrick, but I desperately need that artifact. I cannot allow it to slip through my fingers today. And then the screens lit up in unison: 5 billion energy pearls. Chapter 1342. 5 billion energy pearls. That number did not just echo across the auction hall, it shattered it. It descended like divine lightning upon the heads of every seated noble, burning itself into the minds of all who saw it. Eyes turned, breaths halted, a silence thicker than stone filled the air. Heavens above, no, this is unreal. 5 billion for a 4th tier displacement gear. Are we dreaming? S-rank artifacts are rare, but they never touch this price. Even the SS rank relics from primordial vaults don't fetch that much. Did the energy pearl's market value collapse while I was meditating in seclusion? Even Lord Morval, the auctions master, a man known for his unwavering composure and ancient presence, could no longer maintain a calm facade. His neck creaked as he looked upward at the glowing number. In truth, the Soul Society was not fueled by auction tickets or entrance fees. Those were mere embers compared to the fuel needed to keep such a structure alive. The Society's operations consumed oceans of energy, its staff numbered in the millions, and all of them needed compensation worthy of their roles. But the true goldmine lay not in those things. No, the real income came from commissions. And this particular bid, this single item, this one exchange, would net the Soul Society a commission of nearly 1 billion energy pearls. Even mighty millennial empires would bleed if that sum were extracted from their coffers. Lord Zarian's brows tightened like two blades of iron pressing against his skull. For a long breath, he said nothing, just stared at the number in dread and recognition. Only now did he realize the truth. The bidder on Cloud 100 was not trying to insult Hedrick, nor was he aligning with Zarian or any other force. He truly, desperately, wanted the planetary displacement tool. But who was he? Who had access to such devastating wealth, yet remained a phantom? Lord Hedrick turned to face Cloud 100. His sharp gaze lingered for a heartbeat. 2, 3. Then he nodded, slow and cold, and turned back to the screen. He lifted one hand high into the air, and with thunder in his voice, declared, 5.5 billion energy pearls. This. The word tore from thousands of mouths like a single scream. Even Empress Rhaenyra, the ever-stoic Eleanor, and the rest of the kings and emperors of their level leapt to their feet in disbelief. An increase of 500 million in one breath? For fuck's sake. Robin clutched his forehead with both hands. His soul trembled. Why? Why is it always the Distra family? Do they never retreat? Do they not understand restraint? What the hell were they fed as infants? Lord Human, please. I believe this is the time to reconsider. There will always be other opportunities. This isn't worth it. Even the spirit fairy, who stood to gain a substantial commission herself, couldn't hide her concern. She felt as though a meteor of pressure had landed on her shoulders. The tension in the hall, the heat of titanic wealth clashing, none of it boded well. But Robin did not even look at her. He ignored her like a phantom breeze and opened his balance tab. His gaze darkened. The number displayed, 17.2 billion energy pearls. This was not just a balance. This was his legacy. The condensed, beating heart of 170 years of effort. Countless transactions, sleepless nights, endless research. A life of relentless drive, of never pausing, of chasing progress while others rested. Yes, the numbers still ticked upward, little by little. Each sale from his products across the middle belt added another drop to the pool. But the golden moment of initial release, when his matrices first went public, when his techniques stunned the markets, that wave had already crested. To see another number like this? Unlikely. It would take starting over, building again, creating and selling without pause, day and night, across another century. But he had no time. What to do? What can I possibly do in this situation? Robin muttered under his breath, the anxiety gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. His body swayed forward and back in small, tense motions, trying to ground himself. This isn't the first time I've dealt with people like him, he continued, eyes flickering with frustration. I know their tactics. I know how far they'll go. Even if I place another bid now, he'll push the price higher, no matter the cost. Even if it means emptying the entire vaults of his empire, he won't stop. He clenched his jaw, his voice nearly a growl. Even if I bid 10 billion and drain my carefully hoarded wealth, the same wealth I've been saving for the future, he might just throw in entire star systems from his empire in his bid. That's the madness of men like him. Robin's breath caught in his throat. His mind raced to calculate, to strategize, to outmaneuver, yet the options narrowed with every second. There's still one last play. His voice dropped to a whisper. If I offer 15 billion, I could destroy the auction entirely. No one can match that. Not even him. Not without offering an entire imperial dominion. But he turned his gaze to the far side of the hall. There sat Lord Hedrick, unmoving, statuesque, composed to a terrifying degree. His eyes were still, yet deep, like a bottomless abyss. A calm surface masking a storm that could shatter worlds. What happens when he finds out I'm the one who outbid him? Robin's fingers trembled as he imagined the future, the final chance for his planet, Nihari, to rise to the middle belt. 730 years from now. That's when the alignment would come. That's when Nihari and 100 other planets in its orbit would ascend. But when that moment arrives, and the presence of a displacement gear is discovered there, every faction, every lord, every rival, will know. And Lord Hedrick, humiliated, wounded in pride, and fueled by vengeance, will come like a reaping blade. So what do I choose? Take the tool and wait for an enemy whose wrath could drown stars? Or walk away, pray for a second chance elsewhere, and avoid a future built on fear? Robin gripped his head with both hands, sweat now visibly forming on his brow. Across the auction arena, a sharp crack echoed faintly. Lord Zarian, until now silent and still, grimaced with growing fury. His patience had burned out. 5.5 billion? That was beyond reason for a displacement gear. He wouldn't go a coin further. With a sneer, he bared his fangs in anger, his voice laced with cold mockery. Enjoy it while you can, Hedrick. We'll see if your precious little planet even makes it to the middle belt. I doubt it will. Without blinking, Hedrick raised his chin and responded with quiet steel. We shall see. About 40 seconds passed. Silence gripped the hall like a vice. Lord Morval exhaled a heavy breath, raised his hand toward Hedrick, and spoke to the crowd. It appears there are no further bids. In that case, the item shall go to 5.6 billion pearls. The number materialized in front of everyone. Time froze. Lord Morval lowered his hand again, his face betraying mild irritation. This auction was far from over. Ah ha ha ha. Lord Zarian erupted in laughter, his voice echoing through the vast chamber like a thunderclap. He was ecstatic. Fate was still playing in his favor. On the other hand, a soft crack came from Lord Hedrick's direction. His fists had tightened so hard that his knuckles popped like gunshots. He opened his mouth, breath held, ready to deliver another soul-crushing bid, until a voice cut through the silence. Lord Hedrick, please. I ask that you wait just a moment. Perhaps we can find a solution that benefits us both. Hedrick turned slowly, like a predator locking onto a challenger. His voice carried an edge like a drawn sword. His gaze narrowed toward cloud number 100. There are no deals with enemies, he declared, cold and resolute. No words from your lips will make me give up the displacement tool. If you want it, then be ready to bleed for it. His eyes sharpened like a viper's. I don't know who you are, but I know people who can find out. Whether I win or lose today, whether you're a hidden monster from a forgotten age, or even a behemoth. I will come for you. There's no need to trouble anyone to find out about me. A ripple of energy swept through cloud 100. The mist began to part, evaporating like fog under a rising sun, and from within stepped a figure cloaked in mystery. A long black cloak trailed behind him, with a deep hood concealing most of his form. Upon his face, a metallic mask, emotionless and cold. His voice was calm and gentle. I am nothing but a simple human. A human who seeks no grudge, and harbors no hatred. Hedrick's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Removing the cloud's veil meant little. The Soul Society's anonymity protocols still cloaked this person's identity. But something about him, something intangible, tickled Hedrick's instinct. He narrowed his eyes and summoned the control panel with a blink. The identity scan flashed. His pupils slowly returned to the man behind cloud 100. Human, huh? Chapter 1343. Human? What does he mean by human? The question rang out in disbelief, as if the very notion was absurd. Quick, check the control panel. Look at cloud number 100. That individual, his codename is human. A hush swept the room, broken only by gasps of realization. Could it really be him? Who else could it possibly be? The Soul Society never allows the same codename to be used twice. By the heavens, the truth chosen known as human is the one daring to challenge Lord Hedrick himself. Haha, what magnificence! What splendor! The greatest auction in the last few thousand years has come down to a clash between two humans. Such glory is unheard of. In mere moments following Lord Hedrick's declaration, a tidal wave of excitement erupted throughout the hall. The silence that had preceded it shattered like fragile glass. Those who had delayed in activating their control panels now scrambled frantically, fingers flying across keys, anxious to see the truth with their own eyes. Rhaenyra, ever poised, let her lips part slightly in stunned silence. This single individual, after all, had been one of the primary causes behind the depletion of her treasury over the last 100 years. Much of the modern era's warfare had evolved to rely heavily on complex arrays, mystical talismans, and advanced martial arts, all inventions and refinements introduced by none other than the enigmatic human. This is what it means to be truth chosen, she murmured. A single man who flooded the entire Middle Belt with his innovations. Not that empty title holder Robin Burton. We only managed to take one big law technique out of him. Pathetic. Eleanor's eyes shimmered with an unnatural brilliance, filled with both envy and admiration. I can't help but wonder, how far has his fortune reached by now, she whispered, half to herself. Strangely enough, amidst all the wild speculation and excited chatter, not a single soul voiced surprise or suspicion regarding the source of humans' immense wealth. No one questioned how he could afford to stand toe-to-toe with the highest of nobles and ancient powers. And why would they? The array known as colonizing the uncolonizable alone had sold in astronomical quantities. Each blueprint for production went for no less than 8 million pearls, while individual units fetched 100,000 pearls each, an accessible yet lucrative sum. That was not even considering the dozens upon dozens of talismans crafted within the great factories of the Spirit Society and sold in the millions across all belts and factions. Add to that the extensive list of martial techniques, ranging from level 1 to level 3, that had been bought and traded like gold across the realms. Truth be told, one of the primary reasons so many factions were now desperate to uncover humans' identity was the simple desire to calculate the true extent of his fortune. 5 billion pearls? No, he should have more. And none of them dared call it an exaggeration. Now, under the piercing, all-seeing gaze of Lord Hedrick, Robin turned with slow grace toward the masked figure before him. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips beneath the cold silver of his mask. Greetings to you, Lord Hedrick, Robin said calmly, his tone laced with both respect and intent. I would have greatly preferred to meet you under more favorable circumstances. However, fate rarely gives us the luxury of choice. That said, I do not believe we must turn this into a battlefield. Perhaps there is a middle ground, an agreement that would satisfy both parties. Then, with deliberate force, he clapped his hands once, sharp and commanding. Allow me to offer this proposal. Your galactic seed is not yet ready, correct? In that case, I would like to purchase the equipment today. Afterward, I shall loan it to you for a number of years. We can determine the duration together. Just inform me of the exact date when the galactic seed will awaken, and I will ensure the tool reaches your hands beforehand, along with a fitting gift. A strange smile crept across Lord Hedrick's face. It was neither mocking nor amused, just unreadable. Indeed, he murmured, the will of fate moves in mysterious ways. What exactly is happening here? Lord Zarian rose to his feet with a fury that rippled across the room like a storm tide. His voice boomed with indignation, and he thrust an accusatory finger in Robin's direction. This is supposed to be an honorable auction. A contest of will and wealth, governed by rules and fairness, not favoritism. What do you mean by lending him the tool? Is this how you humans operate now? Because you are both from the same race, you think you can collaborate behind closed doors, rig the outcome, and exclude the rest of us. Such disgrace. Such treachery. The atmosphere turned dense. Whispers flickered like sparks in dry grass. But Robin remained calm, or at least, he tried to be. He straightened his back, adjusted his stance, and responded in a low, respectful tone, carefully measured to avoid escalation. Lord Zarian, I assure you, I bear no hostility toward you, nor do I seek to earn your ire or make you an adversary. The reason I addressed Lord Hedrick is simply because he was the one actively engaged in the bidding. That is all there is to it. He was walking on a blade's edge now, fully aware that any false step could plunge him into political chaos. The last thing he needed was to get entangled in the festering racial tensions that still lingered beneath the surface of interspecies diplomacy. And yet, here was Zarian, trying to stir that very pot. Lies. Hypocrite. Zarian's voice cracked like a whip as he turned his gaze back toward the stands. The elevated seats were packed, mostly with shapeshifters and Morpheans, his kin. Do you all see this? Do you accept it? Two humans standing together, conspiring before your eyes, working in secret to ensure we, all other races, walk away with nothing. And yet you remain silent. Where is your pride? Where is your fury? Not a word was spoken in reply. Because, truth be told, no one cared. Not really. Racial rhetoric was for the masses, for the hot-blooded youths and the powerless, tools to distract them from asking the real questions, to keep them busy with infighting while those above moved in silence. Question: why is nearly every imperial credit funneled into the military while cities starve and droughts rage? Answer: because the evil humans are plotting to destroy us. We must wipe them out before they multiply further. But such dogma did not apply to the true elite, the lords of force and fortune. Not to someone like Lord Hedrick, whose power could shatter mountains. And certainly not to someone like Human, whose wealth alone placed him far above the boundaries of race or blood. No one would dare treat them as mere humans. They were peers, perhaps even superiors. Yes, Human was still considered limited in combat might. As a truth chosen, he had yet to demonstrate world-shaking strength. His creations, while widespread, remained within grade 3 limitations. But wealth, true wealth, had a gravity of its own. Enough of it could bend nations, dictate policy, reshape entire economies. That alone made him worthy of being called Lord. Robin let out a deep breath, his voice carrying a quiet sincerity as he addressed Zarian once more. I regret that you feel this way, Lord Zarian. That was never my aim. I do not come here with prejudice or hidden agendas. This is simply business, plain and simple, and I would rather avoid animosity if I can. He then turned to his right again, where Lord Hedrick sat with that ever-watchful gaze. Now, Lord Hedrick, what do you say to my proposal? Robin asked, his voice steady and firm. This way, you will receive the tool exactly when you need it, and without spending a single coin. I will consider your withdrawal from the auction a rental agreement. It spares us both the headache of a bidding war. He paused, then added with a slight shrug, naturally, I do not wish to keep raising the bid until it reaches 20 or 30 billion. That kind of escalation would significantly drain my reserves, and I prefer to avoid that if possible. The room shifted. Dozens of gazes turned toward Robin, sharp, curious, almost hungry. 20 or 30 billion would hurt his savings. Then how much did he truly have stored away? Had this man, the so-called Human, truly consumed the wealth of the entire Middle Belt in just a century and a half? Was that even possible? Lord Hedrick's expression did not change much, but his eyes gleamed with interest, keen, intelligent, dangerous. He studied Robin from head to toe, reading his posture, his heartbeat, the strain beneath the composure. You seem quite desperate for this tool, Hedrick remarked. His voice was light, but it carried the weight of understanding far beyond what his words implied. To an outside observer, it might look as if you possess a galactic seed of your own. Robin let out a nervous chuckle, his heart hammering in his chest. Ha ha, you have a unique sense of humor, Lord Hedrick, he replied, trying to sound relaxed. Me? Someone like me, nearing something so monumental? I could only dream of it. He paused, then spoke with more weight. Truth is, I simply need it for a new innovation I am working on. Something fragile. If I don't get the tool today, the idea might disappear from my mind forever. It is one of those fleeting sparks, you know. There was a long silence. I see. Then, for the first time in what seemed like ages, Lord Hedrick lifted his chin slightly, revealing a subtle but unmistakable smile. Then I imagine the spirit of planet Nihari will be quite displeased, to learn you intend to abandon her. Chapter 1344. You. From atop his cloud, Robin stumbled a step backward. His eyes looked ready to leap from his face, and the metal mask trembling on his features nearly cracked from the tension building beneath it. His whole body was rigid, frozen in place. So many words swirled in his mind, yet none could make it to his lips. He wanted to say 1,000 things, but all of them collided and dissolved before reaching his throat. What happened? Human looks like he has seen a ghost. What is that? Nihari? Some kind of code. No, look at him. In my opinion, Lord Hedrick knows who Human really is. Ahaha, he is doomed. Completely doomed. There is no escape now. Poof. Rhaenyra's knees buckled. She dropped to the cloud beneath her like a puppet with its strings cut, her legs giving out completely. Her eyes were wide, far too wide, staring as if she were seeing something she could not believe. Eleanor turned sharply at the sound, blinking in alarm. Sister? What is wrong? Nihari. Rhaenyra muttered, barely above a whisper. Her voice trembled as she slowly bowed her head. That name was not unfamiliar at all. It was one of the planets under the True Beginning Empire. A small name, but one that had shown up often in the reports she skimmed through, listed among resource origins and soldier recruitment logs scattered across different briefings. Just another dot on the map. Or so she had thought. Now, Lord Hedrick had mentioned Nihari. Nihari of the True Beginning. Could it be that Human was actually Robin Burton himself? Her mind screamed denial. Impossible. Rhaenyra's voice was hoarse, her eyes stretched open in disbelief. There is no way it is him. I know he is brilliant, but it took him 100 years just to build that single technique for me. There is no way he is the same person who flooded the entire Middle Belt with otherworldly products. People thought he was some ancient monster who was finally releasing his legacy before death. That is how insane his output was. It does not make sense. That boy, he is not even 500 yet. By the heavens. Rhaenyra, Eleanor said, startled now. What are you even saying? But before Rhaenyra could answer, Eleanor's eyes slowly widened as the dots began to connect in her own mind. Wait a moment, are you saying this Nehari is tied to our little friend? Rhaenyra clenched her jaw, biting down hard. She had thought she respected Robin, held him in high regard, and even treated him like a peer. But now, seeing this and hearing this, it felt as though she had only glimpsed the surface of an endless abyss. She had underestimated him once more. Meanwhile, Robin inhaled deeply, drawing from every ounce of confidence and every shred of golden energy he had cultivated throughout his life. He straightened his spine, his mask gleamed in the starlight. His eyes curved slightly as a smile formed, not on his lips, but behind them in his gaze. Lord Hedrick, he said steadily, you are truly remarkable. Truly. I believe there is no point in dancing around the truth anymore, not after you have spoken with such certainty. I have no intention of insulting the intelligence of someone like you with meaningless words, nor do I want to force you into proving something in front of an audience and risking public leaks. He took a short step forward. I only want to ask. Robin opened his eyes fully, calm and sharp like drawn blades. How did you know? Please, in words simple enough that only I would understand. Lord Hedrick smirked slightly and tilted his chin up. Helen told me about you. His tone was casual, but beneath it lay a steel core. She told me you were a third-stage truth chosen. There are not many like you in the entire universe, maybe 2 or 3. And then, out of nowhere, Human appeared a few years after that incident. That is far too precise to be a coincidence. Anyone with half a mind and even 2 clues about you could piece it together. You are him, the infamous Human. Rhaenyra's breath hitched. She truly did feel like crying now. Then Lord Hedrick continued, his voice calm but edged like a blade, but in the end, it was still just speculation. I was about 70% sure, but now. He tilted his head, the corners of his mouth twitching with dangerous satisfaction. Watching you go all out over a piece of 4th-grade planetary displacement tool, that alone told me everything I needed to know. You raised that certainty to 99%. It is you. It is undoubtedly you. No one else could fit. A subtle crackle passed through the air as a deadly seriousness settled in his gaze. A sharp, ominous glint sparked in his eyes like lightning behind storm clouds. Tell me, since you are so clever, an up-and-coming candidate for the next great truth chosen, did it never occur to you how suicidal it is to tangle with anyone from the Distra family? The crowd reacted like a dam had burst. What in the heavens am I hearing? Human has a personal grudge with the Distras, with those lunatics. Who in their right mind would provoke that bloodline unless they were insane themselves? I thought he was just some new phenomenon, a shooting star, but it turns out he is a comet forged in hellfire. Hold on, the youngest Distra, Lady Helen, has reappeared on the cosmic stage, and she might be starting her own empire. Somebody call the news threads. We have got a cosmic-level headline. Ah ha ha ha. Lord Zarian burst out in explosive laughter, slapping his thighs and kicking his legs in the air like a child unwrapping the best gift of his life. What a glorious day! What a glorious day! Ah! Rhaenyra's mouth hung open. She was frozen, struck as if lightning had shot straight through her mind. In Robin's short lifespan, when and how could he possibly have met Helen, the legendary Helen Distra? There was no mistaking it now. It had to be her. The same woman who had tried to annihilate Robin's entire birthplace. The one who had chased him across sectors with relentless hatred, who had wagered her name, her life, and her future just to end him. Helen, the radiant nightmare. The most gifted, most dangerous, and most untouchable daughter of the Distra family. By all the stars. Rhaenyra's breath caught. I threatened her during that event using the name of the Nine Paths Empire. Clap, clap. The sound echoed across the space like a quiet explosion. Robin calmly raised his hands and began to applaud. Incredible, he said, his voice ringing with amusement. Truly incredible. Lord Hedrick raised a single eyebrow, his eyes narrowing behind his veil of hair. Flattery is useless. I am not some fool who will forget what happened between you two just because you clap your hands and call me incredible. Oh no, no. Lord Hedrick, you have misunderstood me completely. Robin's voice dropped into a more relaxed, even playful tone. I do not want you to forget anything. The smirk on his face grew as the final pieces of his old disguise fell away. The shadows of caution and fear no longer lingered in his words. Hedrick's words had already crossed the line and burned the bridges. There was no point in holding back anymore. I want you to remember, vividly. I want you to replay that entire event, every moment, over and over in your head. I want you to build theory after theory about what happened in that final instant. Robin leaned forward, hands folded behind his back, as if sharing a secret. And I promise you, you will fail every time. A moment of silence followed, one thick enough to slice. He straightened again, his smile fading into a solemn, steel-eyed expression. That is why you and your dear sister kept your mouths shut all these years, is it not? Because no matter how much you thought it over, you still could not explain it. His voice dropped into a low, confident growl. So do not try to use your status, your strength, or your family name to intimidate me now. That time has already passed. Then he stopped clapping, his arms dropping to his back. His gaze turned cold and serious. I am impressed, he admitted. But not because I am trying to flatter you. I do not need to suck up to anyone. He exhaled sharply. What stuns me is her audacity, her ability to tell you that story, to describe what happened, with a straight face as if it did not crush her spirit and break her. He turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. Maybe the rumors are not as far off as I thought. It seems like you and your noble sister are a lot closer than people believe. A chilling silence followed. Then the chaos erupted again. Is this real? Did he just threaten Lord Hedrick to his face? Ah ha ha ha. This is the best day of my fucking life. I would pay 10 times the ticket price for this drama. Wait, what did Human do to Lady Helen? That pervert. That fiend. What is even happening anymore? Chapter 1345. While the stands below were ablaze with uproar and murmurs, the crowd behaved as though they were witnessing the theatrical climax of the millennium, and who could blame them? It was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. They rarely saw lords of such terrifying renown standing on the same battlefield, much less clashing with threats and history-bending revelations like this. Up above, the cloud dwellers stood in silent vigilance, the air around them thick with tension. Every faction, every guest from a distant system, now understood that what was happening here would ripple far beyond a simple auction. Even General Dearth had turned his gaze toward Robin, his eyelidless eyes shining, every muscle coiled, watching and waiting. Human had openly insulted Lord Hedric's sister with cutting words, and what is more, his tone carried no subtlety, it was a blatant challenge. That alone should have signed his death sentence. After all, Hedric was a man who had once erased entire civilizations over minor slights, over disrespect whispered behind closed doors. And now, Robin had confronted him face to face, in front of all the cosmos' eyes. Worse yet, Hedric had responded with an unveiled threat of his own, declaring he knew humans' true identity. The very human who had revolutionized the Middle Belt in less than a century, distributing world-shifting techniques like candy, changing the power balance across multiple empires. Hedric himself had called him a candidate for the next great truth chosen. Even Lord Zarian, whose laughter had moments ago rung like madness across the clouds, froze mid-chuckle. His eyes narrowed. His smile faltered. When he heard the depth of the feud between Destra and Human, even he, who thrived on chaos, chose silence. Human did something to Helen? The youngest daughter of the Destra family. Even Zarian would not dare cross that line, as there were some taboos even madness would not touch. Astounding. A sharp smile spread across Lord Hedric's face, slow and predatory. His eyes, locked on Robin, sharpened to daggers of light. It was as if he were trying to dissect Robin down to the atom with pure will alone. I have heard many things about you, your arrogance, your detachment from reality, your tendency to treat diplomacy like street brawls, and your violent flares under pressure. My sister warned me. I told her not to exaggerate. But now, I see she may have underplayed the impulsiveness you represent. Robin did not flinch. Instead, he raised his voice, sweeping a hand through the air as if throwing off invisible chains. I tried, multiple times, to resolve matters peacefully with her. I swallowed my pride. I extended the olive branch, more than once. He pointed at Hedric, his posture unbending. And you, I greeted you as a lord. I gave you the highest courtesy I could afford. But you came at me with veiled threats. He stood tall, his voice now booming like a war drum across the sky. What do you want me to do? Crawl to you? Lick your boots and beg for forgiveness like some broken wretch? I do not kneel to anyone, and anyone who tried to break me in the past should remember exactly how that turned out. The hell, that is Human's real personality. I always pictured him as some kind old master, quietly trying to help the universe. He is crazier than the Destras. He is completely unhinged, a total lunatic. He is a pervert. Who? Rhaenyra exhaled deeply, rubbing her temple. She had seen this version of him before. That fire, that arrogance, that utter lack of self-preservation. Yes, this was Robin Burton, no doubt about it. Before Lord Hedric could retaliate, Lord Morval, finally sensing that the storm had reached a dangerous peak, stepped forward, hands raised in both caution and command. His tone was urgent, almost pleading. Please, noble guests, I ask you all to remain calm. Let us not turn this stage into a battlefield. This is but a simple auction. There is no need to dig up ghosts of the past. Robin turned slowly, deliberately, to face Lord Morval. Then, as though nothing had happened, he sat down on his cloud seat once more. His back was straight. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and decisive, every syllable intended for every ear. I will be taking the planetary displacement tool today. He let that hang for a moment. If Lord Hedric wishes to continue bidding, he may do so. If he would rather continue our discussion in a private room, perhaps away from the public eye and further humiliation, then I also welcome that. The message was loud and unmistakable. Robin would not step back. Lord Morval sighed heavily. So this was the legendary Human. Not just brilliant, but stubborn and proud enough to dare the Destras to their faces. He turned toward the other side. Lord Hedric, what do you intend to do? For a few silent seconds, Hedric did not answer. He stared at Robin as if memorizing every inch of him, committing his voice and posture to some internal archive. Then, at last, his gaze softened. He turned back to Lord Morval with a faint, almost serene smile. Has the 1-minute bidding window expired yet? Lord Morval's eyes opened a fraction wider in realization. Hedric was giving him, a host, and himself, a way out from this situation. The bidding window has officially closed, I am afraid, he said at last, his voice steady. Then he turned to the crowd, raising his voice. The 4th grade planetary displacement gear is hereby awarded to Lord Human, for the record-shattering price for an S-class artifact, 5.6 billion energy pearls. Whoa, he really did it. He snatched the planetary displacement tool right from under Lord Hedric and Lord Zarian. I think all that talking was part of his plan, to distract Lord Hedric from placing a new bid. Who even is this guy? He talks like a warlord and bids like an emperor. He is insane, absolutely insane. He is a pervert. While the great auction hall erupted in noise, voices clashing in disbelief and excitement like a tidal wave, Lord Morval turned back to Hedric with the smoothness of a practiced diplomat. He placed his hands formally over his chest and dipped his head slightly. We apologize for the abruptness of the announcement, Lord Hedric, but as you know, the rules are absolute. The final call was made. Better fortune next time. Lord Hedric did not say a word. His expression was unreadable. Only a subtle nod came in response, but even that held weight. His lips pressed into a thin line, the light in his eyes unreadable, neither rage nor resignation, just deep, calculating silence. Congratulations, Lord Human. Well played. I look forward to what you will craft from that tool. A miracle, perhaps. Haha, maybe another one of your infamous mass inventions. A wave of congratulatory voices started to rise from the cloud dwellers. They did not just admire his win, they were now curious, interested. Some with genuine excitement, others calculating like snakes sizing up a new predator in the pit. Robin responded with measured nods, his face calm, his posture dignified. Yet between each acknowledgement, his gaze kept returning, momentarily and fleetingly, back to Lord Hedrick. There was a game still being played. It had not ended. This was just the opening act. Why had someone as terrifying as Lord Hedrick provoked him, only to withdraw a moment later? Why ended with grace after starting with fire? Was he reconsidering the negotiation option? Or was something darker brewing in that mind of his? What is this now? Robin blinked as a flashing icon on his control panel caught his eye. Curious, he tapped it, only for a long list of names to explode across the screen. These are friend requests. Anyone who sees you or knows your public name can send one. Once accepted, you may communicate directly, synchronize visits to halls, share protected channels, and more. There are thousands here, tens of thousands. Robin scrolled through the growing list, his eyebrows rising with each passing second. Does everyone in this place want to be my friend now? I do not even know 99% of these names. You have been accepted among the elite, Lord Human. Your wealth alone earned their attention. Your confrontation with Lord Hedrick earned their fear, or their curiosity. It is only natural for the tides to rise toward a star that dares to shine against the sun. Robin's smile twisted faintly. No, this will not do. I want priority classification. Sort them all top down, highest value individuals first. Show me the ones who actually matter. Far off in one of the darker corners of the auction hall. Turns out he is not just some loudmouth after all. A hunched, elderly figure with a dark-hound head growled in a low voice, sipping from a bone-colored flask. His tone was dry, but his eyes gleamed with a cautious respect. His threat may not have been empty. I thought he was bluffing, but it looks like he is backed by something much, much heavier. Then he added, his voice quieter, I do not know why he thinks so badly of us. Obviously, there are other people who know him. Crack. A hulking figure beside him, one with jagged, spike-like ridges across his head, crushed the armrest of his seat. His fists were tight enough to glow red from pressure. He is nothing but a cash-fed parasite. An empty shell with some genius, sure, but no spine, no roots, no legacy. Let him have his moment. Let him play politics and mouth off at monsters. But that fourth stage threshold. His voice dropped to a growl. That barrier is where illusions die. I know how steep it is, and no egotistical showman like him will cross it. Not someone who wastes time on speeches, squabbles, and manipulation. He does not care about the truth. He is chasing vanity. Then he added with eyes sparkling like flames, he will never make a stage 4 martial art, array, or technique. He will never touch that fourth stage threshold. He will never be me. You will see. You will see. Chapter 1346. This. Robin's gaze locked onto the list of incoming friend requests glowing before his eyes. To his great surprise, sitting boldly at the very top of that list was none other than Lord Zarian himself. Robin instinctively turned his head toward the man, only to find Lord Zarian already looking in his direction, wearing a composed yet genuine smile. The noble lord even nodded slightly, a courteous gesture filled with goodwill. Clearly, the confrontation that had occurred earlier between Robin and Lord Hedrick had, in some way, earned Lord Zarian's respect, or perhaps it had simply shifted Robin in his eyes from being a nobody to someone worthy of notice. Or maybe it was the old adage playing out again, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whatever the motivation behind it, Robin saw no reason to reject the request. He offered a respectful nod in return, pressing a hand to his chest in a traditional gesture of acceptance, then went ahead and tapped the button to confirm the connection. With that settled, he began to scroll down the ever-growing list. Lord Monran, hailing from the illustrious Starlight Dusk Academy. Lord Morval, the enigmatic overseer of the Soul Society. Robin's eyes scanned the names, lifting the list higher with a flick of his fingers. Among the 30 or so individuals around him, he noticed that 4 or 5 carried the title of Lord, a clear indication of their status and influence, and all of them had extended him friend requests. One particularly notable name stood out, Lord Amalik, Royal Soulmaster. He had attached a short message alongside his request. I would truly enjoy the chance to meet and discuss our intersecting interests. Perhaps one day, we might aid one another. Robin couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he accepted all the requests from those who bore the title Lord. He figured that if things didn't go well with Lord Morval later on, Lord Amalik would certainly be worth reaching out to as a backup. As for the rest of the requests, they came from individuals who lacked any formal noble title. The fairy hadn't provided additional context about their status, and their labels were simply aliases followed by their names. For instance, Planetary Empress Renara. He. Robin chuckled lightly when he saw that name among the tens of thousands, a rare note of amusement breaking through his otherwise composed demeanor. He tapped accept on her request, then muttered, keep the rest of the requests pending for now. I'm not in the mood to dive into random conversations with strangers, but I've got a hunch, they'll prove useful someday. Suddenly, Robin's expression shifted. He cast a discreet glance to the right, eyes narrowing slightly. That one person didn't send a request. Didn't he care for what I offered? Strange fellow. The fairy replied almost instantly, her voice like a whisper within his mind. Lord Hedrick is known to be a man of very few words. If he is greeted with speech, he replies with action. The fact that he even exchanged words with you earlier is already quite rare. So what you're saying is, he's now cooking up some practical way to return the insult. Wait, I thought it was over when he stopped bidding. Robin chuckled under his breath, shaking his head in disbelief. Am I truly cursed to attract enemies from House Destra at every step I take? What kind of miserable luck is this? After a few seconds of quiet contemplation, Robin spoke again. Hey, fairy, how do I send a friend request to someone? Simply open the control panel and look at the person you wish to connect with. You'll see a small icon in the top left corner, tap it. With that instruction in mind, Robin zeroed in on Lord Hedrick, who was standing not too far off. He tapped the icon and murmured to himself. Like this. Exactly. The request must have reached him by now. The fairy responded with her brows slightly furrowed, clearly puzzled by Robin's choice. No need for confusion, Robin said, noticing her reaction. I'm doing everything I can to build peaceful bridges. The last thing I need right now is more conflict. I've got enough on my plate as it is. Though his face remained turned toward the central platform, Robin's sharp eyes remained fixed to the right, subtly watching Lord Hedrick's every move, searching for any sign of a reaction. At that precise moment, there was movement, subtle, calculated. Lord Hedrick, ever the embodiment of restraint, raised a single finger, directing it toward a translucent interface only he could see. His eyes lingered on it for a heartbeat, as if considering something, then, without so much as a twitch of emotion, he returned his attention to the central platform, his posture calm and undisturbed. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Robin's eye twitched. A flicker of disbelief crossed his face before it turned into frustration. That son of a bitch didn't accept the request. He just looked at it, and ignored it. His hand shot to his thigh, fingers digging into the fabric as he clenched hard, his jaw tightening. Then, shaking his head violently, he muttered through gritted teeth. Whatever. Just another fresh headache tossed onto the mountain I already have to climb. I will see the end of that cursed family, one way or another. The fairy's voice whispered again into his ear, soft and steady amidst the storm building in Robin's chest. Actually, I don't think your relationship with Lord Hedrick is doomed. Not entirely. If anything, I doubt it will worsen from here. Robin's head tilted slightly, confused. What makes you say that? He asked sharply. He dropped the gear without a word and now he won't even acknowledge me. He's obviously planning something. Either he'll come to reclaim what he lost by force, or he's already scheming some quiet revenge. His brows furrowed as suspicion bloomed like thunderclouds in his mind. I don't know about that, the fairy replied cryptically, a strange curve lifting her lips. Her expression grew subtly mischievous. Anyone who truly knows the real history of Lord Hedrick, and the reason he broke ties with his father, would tell you the same. Robin narrowed his eyes, silent for a moment. He remembered how earlier, when she had been explaining Hedrick's background, she had intentionally avoided the reason for the rift with his father. She had told him that it was part of a dark chapter of history locked behind generational censorship, forbidden knowledge sealed away from the newer bloodlines. There was no use pressing for more. Whatever it was deemed too dangerous to speak of openly. Rustle, murmur, hush. Meanwhile, the colossal arena still roared with energy. Thousands of voices, like waves crashing against stone, buzzed with excitement and speculation. Some debated the absurd price that had been offered for nothing more than a Grade 4 artifact, a sum so enormous it could rival the combined vaults of 10 ancient empires. Others dissected, word by word, the flaming conversation that had erupted between a mere human and the silent juggernaut that was Lord Hedrick. Already, down in the audience, wild theories were being spun, some fantastical, others dangerous. Then, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Everyone, please, silence. Lord Morval raised both of his hands high, then gestured downward with calm authority, his palms facing the ground. The effect was immediate. Just 3 words from him, and the entire crowd fell still. People sat back in their seats, whispers faded to nothing, and even the tension in the air seemed to pause. 2 words were enough for this man to command the absolute attention of millions. The drama, no matter how explosive, had been set aside, because now, something greater was at hand. Thump, thump. Everyone knew what came next. What they were about to witness was something far beyond their usual scale of comprehension. A priceless relic, so powerful, so rare, that it defied valuation, was about to be sold. Events like this simply didn't happen in their lifetimes. For the overwhelming majority of those present, this moment would be the only time they would ever gaze upon an SS rank item, let alone see it change hands. Countless eyes widened, each face turned upward, unblinking. Even the lords on their floating clouds began to shift, their previously casual postures straightening, expressions growing serious. Something was coming. Something important. Very well then. Lord Morval's voice rose again, steady and noble. I believe we've given everyone ample time to summon whoever they wished and to deposit whatever resources they felt necessary. He smiled, and with a flick of his wrist, lifted his right hand high. Suddenly, a massive tome, ancient and pulsing with hidden energy, materialized out of thin air. It fell into his waiting palm with a weighty thud, the sound echoing across the stone and sky like a drumbeat of fate. Whoa! Gasps erupted throughout the stadium. Millions leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Every soul in the arena, noble, common, human, or spirit, tried to pierce the surface of the mysterious book with their gaze, desperate to uncover its secrets. Even the lords above were visibly stirred. Their eyes narrowed, their focus sharpened, postures straightened as if they had just been summoned to war. Lord Morval paused deliberately, letting tension and curiosity twist into a fever pitch. A full 10 seconds passed. Then 20. And then, he spoke. His voice was clear, slow, and full of weight. I present to you. He raised the tome higher, letting the golden runes on its cover shimmer under the ethereal lights. Breath of the Ages. A 5th stage martial art. Chapter 1347. And now, Lord Morval proclaimed, his voice calm yet thunderous, spreading across the great arena like the tolling of an ancient bell, I present to you a fifth stage martial art, Breath of the Ages. Silence. An eerie, absolute silence fell upon the colossal auction hall, a silence so profound it felt as though time itself had frozen in reverence. Eyes blinked in disbelief. Minds raced to comprehend the magnitude of what had just been spoken. And then, slowly, inevitably, like ripples in still water, the weight of the announcement began to spread. First came the widening of eyes. Then the quiet rising of bodies, one after another, as if pulled by an invisible gravity. Then, rumble, rumble, rumble. A crescendo of sound erupted like a tidal wave crashing against the walls of the cosmos. Ha! Robin couldn't help but smile, his expression tinged with satisfaction as he stood in the eye of this storm of awe and disbelief. He listened closely to the ever-growing waves of commotion sweeping the plaza like a gathering tempest. He could feel the electric tension saturating the air, the mixture of awe, desire, and confusion. Yes, this was the desired effect. This was the storm he had come to unleash. When the curtain began to close on the 170-year arc of his public dealings, Robin knew he would soon step back into the shadows. It was time to disappear, to rest, to recede from the prying eyes of predators. But he had no intention of leaving quietly. No, he would not vanish like smoke in the wind. He would leave behind a thunderclap, something so thunderous it would echo long after he was gone. He pondered. What should he offer? A fourth stage creation, perhaps? Up until this moment, he had deliberately avoided publicizing his involvement with Stage 4 laws, especially to avoid provoking characters like Thornhead or Dogface. Robin had hoped to calm the flames around him, not stoke them. But in the end, someone had betrayed him anyway. And that betrayal burned away the last reasons to hide his capabilities. No point holding back anymore. But then, why stop at Stage 4? Ever since arriving in the Middle Belt, Robin had gained full comprehension of every Tier 5 law he could see. And if the aim was eternal remembrance, not mere commerce, but legacy, then the prize had to be of Tier 5 or higher. Nothing less would suffice. So what should he sell? A formation array? No, too dry, too technical. It wouldn't deliver that moment of awe, the moment that sears itself into the soul. It wouldn't satisfy the artist in him, or the glory seeker. What about a merged law? Tempting, but flawed. The first problem was simple yet fatal, the elites wouldn't use it. Each of them had already walked far down their own path. None would abandon their foundations to realign their essence to a foreign principle, if that was even possible. The second problem was worse. If he shared a merged law, it could become a seed, the seed of a future army, one wielding a new type of power. And if such an army ever aligned itself against him, that was a future he would not risk birthing with his own hands. And so, he settled on an alternative, a fifth stage martial art. Martial arts were simple, clean, and universally executable. A fixed set of movements. An established pattern of energy and force. Once learned, they could be activated regardless of the wielder's affinity, be it water, fire, lightning, or space. Everyone can execute a martial art if comprehended. Even someone whose entire path was forged from water could execute a flame-based martial art, so long as they followed the proper patterns. That made them perfect for the job. Valuable, flexible, powerful. Something even the elite could use without shifting their foundation. It was a tactical enhancement, not a strategic upheaval. Moreover, it wouldn't shift the cosmic power balance. It wouldn't create an empire-ending army. But, a fifth-stage martial art, that was still playing with fire. The moment such a treasure surfaced, the world cataclysms might turn their gaze toward him, but the Nexus state being and those above might not be interested. And so he made a mad decision. A brilliant one. A masterpiece that satisfied Robin the researcher and Robin the glory seeker, both at once. Silence, please. Lord Morval's voice rang out again, calm and commanding. He raised his second hand now, calling for order. This is the first time in over 1,000,000 years that a fifth-stage martial art has been offered for sale. This is a historic moment, one that may never come again in your lifetimes. It would be a tragedy to miss even a fragment of it by talking to those next to you. Haha, you're absolutely right, Lord Morval. Lord Amalek laughed, a deep, rich sound echoing through the clouds, his golden cloak fluttering in the wind. He gestured toward the platform below. Please, do go on. What exactly does this martial art do? What is its nature? To beings like Lord Amalek, Lord Hedrick, and the rest of the lords, such a technique was not a necessity, but certainly a welcome advantage. Even if it was just a stage 5 art, its utility was undeniable. For them, it was like giving a master swordsman a second, hidden dagger for moments of crisis. A small thing, but one that could mean everything in the right moment. So yes, they were interested, curious, eager to learn what kind of art this was, and who among them would claim it. But they would not bleed for it. Even without this dagger they can still move on with their lives. Now then, I ask for your full attention. Lord Morval's voice rang out once more, this time steadier, colder, and carved with a sharpness that pulled all eyes back to him. The martial art known as Breath of the Ages only came into our hands earlier today. Upon its arrival, it underwent a rigorous and layered examination by our experts. We detected the presence of numerous law patterns. He raised one hand, gesturing slowly as if tracing unseen sigils in the air. But despite the apparent complexity, we eventually traced all of them back to two singular, fundamental sources. He paused then, allowing the silence to thicken, as if preparing the crowd's collective heart for a revelation meant to change the weight of the world. This martial art is constructed upon the fusion of two of the most sacred and primal pillars of existence. The first, the fundamental major law of time. The second, the fundamental major law of life. What? Time and life. That's insane. No, that's not just rare, that's forbidden, that can't be real. Gasps, screams, whispers, wild, incoherent babbling. The hall, once again, collapsed into a maelstrom of sound. Shock began to fracture even the minds of the nobles. Some covered their mouths, others stood in disbelief. Silence. This time, the command came like an executioner's blade falling on the crowd. It wasn't Lord Morval who had spoken. It was someone seated above the clouds, on one of the most ornate of floating thrones. His voice did not shout, it didn't need to. It was absolute. The auction hall froze. Not from fear alone, but from recognition. Then that man spoke with the same tone. Lord Morval, is there something wrong with your introduction? The fundamental major law of time and the fundamental major law of life merged together? Is this some kind of joke? Robin instinctively leaned back, as though a cold wind had just passed through his core. His expression tightened as he gazed upward toward the voice. Who the hell is that? He asked under his breath. That, murmured the fairy in his ear, her voice far quieter now than before, is Dreamer. He's the son of Xianxia the tyrant. Robin's eyes narrowed. Wait, Xianxia's son? What is he doing here? He hasn't spoken a word since the start of the auction, and now he chooses this moment to erupt. You'll see. The fairy sighed. There's more at play than you know. Lord Morval turned toward Dreamer, face composed but unmistakably sharpened with tension. Lord Dreamer, he said with deliberate weight, I stand by what I've stated. This martial art was reviewed not once, but thrice, by 3 independent panels of the Soul Society's elite. Then it passed into my hands under emergency clearance. I examined the law patterns myself. They are stable. They are functional. They are real. Dreamer's voice rang back, colder now, but laced with disbelief and quiet fury. No, I refuse to believe it. 2 fundamental laws, time and life, fused into a martial art? That violates every established precedent in recorded memory. Even conceptual convergence between those laws typically causes collapse or contradiction. This is an abomination, or a mistake. The crowd didn't know where to look. Some looked toward Dreamer, others toward Lord Morval, others at the tome floating gently in the air, still emanating a silent, golden pulse of restrained power. Lord Morval did not bow. Instead, he placed a hand over his heart, his fingers clenched. The Soul Society guarantees the authenticity of this art with its name. His voice was firm, resounding. Anyone unwilling to believe it may simply withdraw. Consider it as though this item does not exist. Dead silence again. Only the highborn lord sitting upon the clouds had the nerve to speak now. Finally, another voice echoed gently from the skies. It was calm, but ponderous, like the breath of a being who had lived longer than kingdoms. Lord Morval, no one here questions the honor of the Soul Society. We do not cast doubt upon your words. We merely ask, if this art is real, if such a fusion of time and life has truly been achieved, then what kind of being could have created it? Another pause. Does this not imply the existence of someone? Someone who has mastery over both the fundamental major law of time and the fundamental major law of life. Chapter 1348. Lord Morval gave a solemn nod. Indeed, this is a fact. The creator of this martial art undoubtedly possesses mastery over both laws. There is not even the faintest shadow of doubt about it. The creator made no effort whatsoever to conceal this truth, not even in the slightest way. But tell me, where is the issue in that? Is it not within reason that someone, somewhere, might attain both laws simultaneously? Throughout the annals of time, countless geniuses have risen and vanished like flickers of light, and this technique is but the fruit of one such brilliant soul. Robin quietly held his breath, the air catching in his chest. He shifted his eyes subtly, stealing glances at those around him without so much as tilting his head. As the chosen bearer of the truth, as the one destined to uncover the mythical fifth path, as one who aspired to eternal glory and sought to etch his name into the very bones of history, he had no intention of taking his discoveries to the grave. No, he longed for the world to witness the flame he carried. Revealing such truths, just a few fragments of his vast knowledge, was merely a surface ripple in the ocean of what he knew. Yet, the reactions he observed, the unease, the awe, the tension, made him pause. Perhaps the time was not yet right. Perhaps patience would serve him better. At that moment, Lord Morval raised his hand, lifting the tome it held slightly higher. Before anyone could utter a question, he spoke again, his voice resonating with authority. Please, everyone, listen carefully. I will explain how to use it only once. I will not repeat myself. His voice grew louder, firmer. The breath of the ages is not a martial art meant for offense, nor is it designed for defense. No, this is a martial discipline forged solely for the preservation of life. It can be cast upon oneself, or bestowed upon another. He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Then, with calm precision, he elaborated. So long as the target retains even a single final breath, just a whisper of life, the breath of time will delay the spread and worsening of wounds, or in most cases, halt them entirely. Meanwhile, the breath of life will begin to stimulate regeneration and bolster the flow of life energy through the veins. If this technique were used on a dying mortal, one stabbed through the heart by a dagger, he would still be able to survive for 100,000 years with that same dagger still lodged in his chest. If used on an expert in the world cataclysm realm, it could seal their injuries, granting them enough time to retreat to safety. The seal's effect may last for days, even weeks, long enough to find healing, or long enough to activate the art again. Then, with a voice that thundered like a war drum, he proclaimed, and most astonishing of all, because the laws upon which this art is founded are fundamental and major, this fifth stage martial art is effective even upon the Nexus state experts. That means, dear lords and ladies, if one of you is a Nexus and in the very moments between life and death, you can use it. Its maximum effect can last for a full day, and its minimum, no less than 2 hours. My noble lords, this martial art can seal your wounds. It can save your very lives. A heavy silence descended again, dense and suffocating. Each person present began to imagine. They envisioned the art in their own hands, how they might cast it upon themselves in the heat of battle after taking a fatal blow, granting themselves time to strike again, to flee, to survive. A second life, one kept hidden in their sleeves like a final ace. Then they imagined their enemies wielding the art. How terrifying it would be, knowing that even if they crushed their opponent's heart, that foe might rise again, that a hated adversary could escape, only to return for vengeance days, months, or years later. With just a few words from Lord Morval, the value of the martial art had skyrocketed. It was no longer merely a supplementary technique, no longer just another dagger on the warrior's belt. It had become something far more sacred. This was a second heart. After allowing the weight of his words to settle, Lord Morval continued. The seller has imposed a strict condition. This martial art is to be sold strictly for personal use. The one who purchases it may use it for themselves, gift it to a single other individual, or resell it to one buyer. However, it may not be disseminated widely in any form. He let that sink in, then added, please take this into consideration moving forward. This art cannot be distributed to your armies or family lines. The one who wins the bid will sign a sole contract affirming this limitation. Then, with deliberate gravitas, he raised one finger into the air. We will begin the auction at 100 million energy pearls. Hearing that number jolted the grandstands into a sudden stir of murmurs and disbelief. Is that even possible? Even a fourth-stage planetary displacement artifact started at only 70 million energy pearls. Exactly. And that was gear that could shift the trajectory of a planet. This is for personal use only, not even allowed to be redistributed. The price is outrageous. They should at least lower the opening bid. Many heads nodded in agreement, while others merely frowned, their minds doing frantic calculations. But not everyone was deterred. Doesn't matter to me, growled one of the planetary emperors, his voice rough like scraping stone. I want to be part of this legendary auction while the price is still within my reach. With a thud, he struck the armrest of his gilded seat and raised his hand with firm resolve. I raise it by 100 million and... But then his words died mid-sentence, choked, as though some invisible force had coiled around his throat and tightened. His proud chest, once puffed with imperial confidence, deflated like a fallen banner. Because at that very moment, across the colossal plaza, the glowing blue screen changed, projecting a number so immense it silenced every thought. 3 billion energy pearls. The crowd froze. And then a quiet, almost musical voice echoed across the chamber, soft as silk, but ringing like thunder in every mind. I don't know what ancient sage created this art, but whatever his legacy, it is well worth the price. Gasps filled the air. All eyes turned toward the source of that voice. Robin's eyes stretched wide, as though trying to capture every detail. He turned swiftly to identify the speaker, and when he did, his breath caught in his throat. There, seated with a relaxed yet unnervingly deliberate posture, was a young man who exuded quiet power. His silky brown hair framed a face too perfect to have known suffering. His gaze was calm and knowing, as if he already saw a future where this martial art would become part of his legend. Not a single drop of arrogance tainted his aura, only certainty. Who is that? Robin whispered, his voice low and tight. The fairy beside him blinked, equally stunned, her wings fluttering with tension. Orion, she said slowly, almost reverently. Son of Kylie's, the behemoth of purity. Even her luminous eyes shimmered with awe as they reflected the 3 billion mark glowing on the auction display. Ha ha! Another voice emerged from a different corner, aged and raspy, yet still carrying the weight of centuries. Young Lord Orion, still at the dawn of his journey, untouched by true enemies, must you hoard relics meant for the dying generation? Leave such treasures to old ghosts like me. The crowd stirred again, and a new number was etched into the glowing display, 3.5 billion energy pearls. But that too was only a spark before the firestorm. Martial arts like this belong to warriors who still bleed on the battlefield, not those waiting for the grave. Another bidder shouted from above, a youth with glowing veins and cursed tattoos winding across his arms. The insignia of a descendant of the behemoth of curses flared behind him like a dark halo. 3.8 billion energy pearls. Robin could only stare in disbelief. His lips parted slowly, trying to say something, anything. Then he suddenly jerked to his right. You sly little thing, you were going to offer 400 million for this. His voice cracked with a mix of exasperation and betrayal. The fairy, unbothered, crossed her arms and huffed. That was just the opening offer. The beginning of negotiation. Obviously, we would have offered more if you had shown interest in bargaining. Do you take me for a fool? Robin snapped, lunging toward her, but she zipped away with ease. I wasn't born yesterday, you conniving sprite. I swear I'll. But then he stopped. Something had caught his attention. A silence had taken root, thick, heavy, and unnatural. Robin turned slowly to his far right. There sat Lord Hedrick, on his ethereal cloud, unmoving. His gaze was locked on the martial art, wide-eyed. His expression was not just shock. It was devastation, awe, and mourning. Like a man seeing a ghost. No, a lost loved one returned from the grave. Tears clung to the corners of his eyes. Tears. In that instant, Lord Hedrick clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding with force. He shut his eyes for a heartbeat, then reopened them, his composure restored as if it had never faltered. Then, with a calm that hid a storm beneath it, he said, "My apologies to all present, but I want it." The display shifted again. The hall held its breath. 7 billion energy pearls. Chapter 1349. 7 billion energy pearls. The entire Colosseum reeled. Gasps and murmurs erupted like sparks across dry tinder. 7 billion. What kind of price is that? The bid just doubled in a single move. Who does that? That much wealth. It's equal to the combined fortune of a standard millennial empire. And for a technique that cannot even be passed on? This is absurd. You're wrong, a deeper, older voice responded, calm yet firm. Lord Hedrick isn't just buying a martial art. He's buying survival. He's buying the ability to rise again when death comes calling. Someone else sneered, his tone laced with disbelief. So what? Has the universe lost its mind? Are there no more healing methods left in existence? Another scoffed, shaking his head like one would at a naive child. You clearly don't understand. This is not your average recovery technique used in some temple between fights. This is a martial art that activates in combat. It's a technique that affects even nexus states, that can seal wounds for hours and heal them on the spot, all while the user is still locked in battle. Show me another that combines the fundamental major law of life and the fundamental major law of time. Go ahead, I'll wait. Even though the plaza was filled with legends, sovereigns, and planetary emperors who had long ruled over worlds, their minds, for a brief moment, shattered under the weight of the number they had just heard. Logic faltered. Even the sharpest among them found themselves caught adrift in the tide of astronomical value. Normally, when any one of them sustained serious injuries in battle, they would do what was sensible, retreat, regroup, and seek a healer. Someone aligned with the path of life, or perhaps purity, restoration, body, or other gentle domains to mend their flesh and soul. But what if retreat was not an option? What if you were the last line of defense? What if your world was burning and you had no time to run? In that moment, Breath of the Ages would not just be valuable. It would be divine, a weaponized miracle, a curse for your enemies. Yet still, if you handed these planetary emperors 7 billion energy pearls right now, would they buy the martial art? Unlikely. Most of them would instead acquire entire planetary systems, forge legacies, or construct citadels that could stand the test of time. Eleanor dropped into her seat with a dull thud, her expression pale, her knees finally betraying her composure. 7 billion. She muttered, the number tasting foreign on her tongue. She turned her head with visible strain. Rhaenyra, tell me, is there any chance that the seller is our little friend? There was a pause. From what I remember, he's a martial emperor now. That means he's already attained the 4th stage of the law of truth. Rhaenyra remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on cloud number 100. Then she exhaled slowly, defeated. I don't know, but I'd say the chances are high. She didn't even try to justify the claim. There was no point anymore. The evidence was too staggering. I can't even imagine where his limits are now. It's like trying to guess the depth of a black hole. Another pause, filled with tension and awe. Then Eleanor leaned back, whispering as if she couldn't believe her own voice. He's wealthy, truly wealthy now. With this bid alone, he's recovered every pearl he spent on the planetary displacement gear, and even made a profit of 1.5 billion. She shook her head in disbelief. 1.5 billion. She repeated under her breath. That's 5 times more than what we managed to gather from the Nine Paths Empire, even after pooling all our private fortunes. Rhaenyra's hand, resting on the arm of her chair, visibly trembled. She said nothing. What could she say? Her mind reeled. Back on his coronation day, when Robin had confidently proclaimed he was ready to be her supreme lord, had he already known what kind of monstrous power and wealth would one day fall into his hands? Lord Morville's voice rang across the auction chamber like a clarion bell. 7 billion energy pearls from Lord Hedrick. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? His eyes moved slowly over the scattered noble clouds. He saw hesitation, tight jaws, furrowed brows, white knuckles. Every sovereign, bar the undying Lord Dearth, wanted this technique. The hunger was clear in their eyes, but desire was not the same as madness. And only a madman would bid higher now. Then, Lord Morval smiled. A faint, knowing smile. Very well. He raised a hand slowly. With less than 10 seconds remaining, allow me to enter the stage, not as auctioneer, but as a representative of the Soul Society. His voice boomed, filled with pride and finality. We, the Soul Society, shall purchase Breath of the Ages for 7.5 billion energy pearls. Crack. The sound was raw and violent. Lord Hedrick had clenched his fist so hard the reinforced metal armrests under his palms fractured. Eyes turned. Jaws dropped. What? The reaction echoed like thunder. Gasps, shock, disbelief. The Soul Society had entered the bidding. Only Robin recovered from the shock quickly. A soft smile played across his lips as he gave a slight nod. Though the Soul Society already possessed a full copy of the martial art and could wield it however they pleased, their act of bidding was a gesture, a quiet message of goodwill toward Robin. They were showing respect for his choice, his privacy, and perhaps even his future. Robin nodded again, inwardly impressed. With this kind of business acumen, he thought, no wonder the Soul Society still holds its exceptional position to this day. Just then, the atmosphere was shattered by the same thunderous voice that had stirred the arena moments before. Lord Morval. Everyone turned. It was him again, Drathan, the son of Iras the Tyrant. His voice boomed with righteous fury. What are you doing interfering in the auction? Do you intend to ignite this bidding war further by using the name of the Spirit Society? Are you trying to deceive those ignorant of the history behind such martial arts? This is not the conduct we've come to expect from your faction. Lord Morval's brows furrowed immediately. His voice was sharp, composed, and threatening in its clarity. Lord Dreathan, what exactly are you suggesting? Speak plainly and loudly before everyone, or I will be forced to defend the integrity of the Soul Society under its own laws. But Dreathan wasn't done. His eyes were wide, burning with conviction, his voice cutting like a blade through the fog of tension. Humph. That martial art, it's one of the creations of the great Lord of Truth, Azramad, isn't it? Only he was known for fusing flashy laws into such elaborate martial arts. And we all know what happens to those who dare use his legacy, without his direct permission. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber. A martial art created by Azramad. That explains it. Wait, does that mean the Spirit Society is dealing in curse techniques now? They wouldn't, would they? Even Lord Hedrick, still stiff from his earlier bid, narrowed his eyes sharply, turning to stare daggers at Lord Morval. The kind of stare that didn't question. It accused. And if this accusation turned out to be true, the name Azramad wasn't one tossed around lightly. He was one of the 5 great chosen of truth, legendary figures whose legacies spanned millions upon millions of years across the middle planetary belt. Each of them contributed awe-inspiring things to civilization, but each was also infamous in their own way. Azramad's personality, in particular, was that of a bitter old man, the type who hated seeing children playing in front of his house. He loathed people who used his creations to chase their dreams without paying the price he deemed fair. Why should someone else succeed off his blood and sweat? Why should a man buy one of his arrays for a single pearl and then sell it for 2, turning a profit on his genius? Early in his life, Azramad became obsessed with exclusivity. Every technique, every tool, every array, he sold only to individuals under strict contracts. One buyer, one user. He never sold to the public. And if anything he made escaped his control, he hired mercenaries to track it down, to destroy it, to kill whoever dared use it. But as with all things of value, eventually, his creations were leaked. And no matter how hard he tried, Azramad couldn't stop the inevitable underground circulation, pirated copies, imitators. Most inventors accept this reality. They make their initial profit, then move on to invent something new. But not Azramad. He was the type to burn the world before letting someone else enjoy his work for free. To him, no one deserved his legacy unless he allowed it, and at a price he deemed worthy. And those prices? They were never reasonable. It's no surprise that, by the end of his life, people said he had gone mad. He began crafting martial techniques, embedded arrays, and enchanted scripts filled with traps, designed not just for protection, but to lure unauthorized users and kill them the moment they activated the art. The tragedy? Even his legitimate customers suffered. Many died, others went mad after triggering one of his hidden snares. But that didn't stop him. On the contrary, he escalated. He established entire legacy zones across the Middle Belt, massive vaults of his work scattered across the stars. To date, 5 such zones have been discovered, each one filled with priceless artifacts, and every single one rigged with traps. Even the treasures inside, energy pearls, talismans, relics, were booby-trapped. Azramad may have been the most flamboyant of the Lords of Truth, known for his glittering arrays and over-the-top constructs, but he was also the eternal symbol of bitterness and greed. A genius consumed by the fear of being robbed. A master whose greatest enemy was sharing. Chapter 1350. In response to the outrageous accusation hurled at him in front of the entire auction plaza that holds millions of the Midbelt monarchs, Lord Morval parted his lips and replied with a voice sharper than steel. Lord Dreathan, are you truly implying that we would stoop so low as to kill one of our customers over a mere handful of billions? A wave of silence fell for a heartbeat. But then, the stand stirred, not with noise, but with narrowed eyes and sharp, offended glares. A handful of billions? Had he just called them poor? Was that really necessary? I stand by my words. Lord Dreathan did not flinch, his voice rising with the authority of one accustomed to command. Who crafted this martial art? Which one of the 5 great chosen is responsible for it? Where was it discovered? How can we be sure it was not secretly created by Azramad? Each of the 5 has a style, distinct, refined, and unmistakable. I have seen enough martial arts to recognize their signatures. Let our own experts have a look and they will declare it, when you are ready to hold a legitimate auction. Lord Morval narrowed his gaze, the glint of irritation shimmering like a dagger unsheathed. There is no need for such posturing, he said, his voice lowering but laced with quiet steel. The creator of this technique is not one of the 5. The architect of Breath of the Ages is here, with us, now. And with that, he pointed, deliberately and confidently, toward a single direction. Whoosh, whoosh. The response was immediate. As if time had frozen, the necks of millions snapped in the same direction. If the auction hall existed in the physical world, the collective turn of those countless heads might have generated a storm. All eyes fell upon one man, and then, a silence deeper than any void. Robin did not move. He did not need to. All the pride he had forged through centuries of hardship, every drop of confidence he had tempered through fire and war, now held him steady. Even though millions were now watching, planetary emperors, ancient bloodlines, heirs of immortal clans, he remained still, eyes wide with disbelief, others skeptical, some glittering with admiration, a few with barely veiled hostility. But Robin sat, legs crossed, spine straight, as if none of it mattered, as if this was beneath him. Lord Dreathan's eyes flickered to cloud number 100, the same cloud that moments earlier had captivated everyone's attention and was now again under the light of scrutiny. He clenched his jaw, then returned his focus to Lord Morval. Have you lost your sense of proportion? This goes beyond reckless. But Lord Morval only raised a hand, silencing the chamber once more. What needed to be said has been said. His voice rang with finality. Anyone who wishes to continue bidding, let them bid. As for the rest, go home. The Soul Society is prepared to make an immediate purchase, for no less than 7.5 billion pearls. And like a wave crashing against stone, the silence shattered. Uproar. Disbelief. Shock. Lord Human is capable of crafting a martial art of such depth and complexity already. Could it be? Has he become a great truth chosen? Nah, he needs to make something of the sixth stage first. Impossible. A true truth chosen only appears once every 15 million years, sometimes longer. There is no way such a figure could arise in our age, our cursed, unfortunate generation. This is history in the making. No, a miracle. Suddenly, a voice thundered across the auction floor, slicing through the noise like a guillotine. Lord Human. It silenced the room instantly. Is what Lord Morval claimed true? Robin's head turned slowly to the right, locking eyes with the one who spoke. It was Lord Zarian. It is true. Robin's voice was calm, too calm. Breath of the Ages is entirely mine. Another explosion of uproar followed. Lord Zarian did not look away. His sharp green eyes studied Robin for several long seconds. Then, in a deliberate motion, he gave a nod, once, then again. Then allow me to be the first, he said, his voice clear and strong, to publicly support the future great truth chosen of our generation. He turned toward the platform and raised his hand. 7.6 billion. And as though he had fired the first shot in a great war, the other voices followed in quick succession. 7.7 billion. 7.9 billion here. 8.1 billion pearls. Robin left the crowd to their frenzy, letting the storm of voices swirl behind him. He did not need to hear what was said. He had already made his decision. He turned his head toward Lord Zarian and gave a respectful nod. Thank you. His voice was low, but laced with genuine warmth and deep appreciation. Lord Zarian responded with a casual wave, a grin stretching across his face, sharp teeth peeking through. I am sorry I cannot go further in the bidding. This is beyond my current reach. Robin's eyes did not waver. You have done more than enough, truly. I will not forget this favor. He dipped his head again, this time with an air of solemnity and respect. Haha, that is good to know. I feel reassured now. Lord Zarian laughed, clapping a few times, pleased not only with Robin's words but with the effect his actions had caused. And indeed, the ripples of his actions had spread far. His presence, his voice, his bold bid, everything gave the auction back its momentum. But more importantly, it gave it legitimacy. For the first time in the history of the Grand Auction, the name Human had risen. A new contender on the cosmic stage had arrived. No one knew what his past was. No one cared, because now they had proof. A lord of one of the great powers had shown faith in him. And so, the numbers began to rise again. It did not matter anymore who ended up taking the technique home. What mattered was that the world had learned a truth: Human had created Breath of the Ages. And from now on, his name would be mentioned in the same breath as legends. The origin of Lord Zarian's confidence was not entirely clear. Perhaps it came from seeing Robin defy Lord Hedrick earlier. Or perhaps he just saw something no one else dared to acknowledge. But it did not matter. Goodness, when given, should always be returned in kind. 9.2 billion pearls. Up in the higher rows of the auction clouds, Lord Morval glanced toward the bidding screen. He closed his eyes for a brief second, and then spoke. Thank you all for your participation. His voice was calm and commanding. On behalf of the Soul Society, I place our bid at 11 billion pearls. Gasps echoed across the arena. Eyes widened. Voices fell into stunned silence. They are taking it that far. 11 billion. Even for the Soul Society, that is massive. Several cloud-seated nobles exchanged glances, their faces stiff with tension. The numbers were reaching absurd heights, borderline madness for most powers present. But just as silence began to spread, another voice rang out like thunder. If you represent the Soul Society, then allow me to represent the tyrant galaxy of Intiras. Bam! A thunderous slap struck his thigh as Lord Dre then stood, full of fire and conviction. He raised his arm toward the stage. I want it. I bid 12 billion pearls. The arena erupted. Tyrant Galaxy Intiras is joining the war now. This is serious. This just turned into a power struggle. Lord Morval's brow twitched ever so slightly. Did you not just accuse us of fraud and deception? Why bid now, especially with such a number? Robin, standing quietly, turned slightly toward the hovering fairy near him and whispered, Is there tension between Dreamer Morpheus and Tyrant Intiras? No direct hostility, but they are fierce rivals, she replied. Both the Soul Society and the Tyrant Galaxy are the richest factions in the universe, and both are fighting for dominance over the Middle Belt's resources. One prefers diplomacy, the other brute force. The Tyrant does not negotiate, he takes. He was given that title for a reason. So it is a war of influence. Fascinating, Robin mused, raising an eyebrow in thought. Back in the arena, Lord Dre then stood tall, his expression cold and firm. Kindly remember your role as auctioneer. My decisions are mine alone. He then gestured casually toward Lord Morval. Feel free to keep bidding, if you must. But I have made my choice. I doubt my father will be upset over a bit of pocket change. Lord Morval stared at him for a long moment, then shifted his gaze toward Robin. Robin blinked as his auction console blinked to life again. A private message had arrived from none other than Lord Morval. I can outbid him if I want. But Dre then, like his father, never forgets a grudge. If he loses your work, he might fixate on you. I will follow your call. What do you want me to do? Robin stared at the message in silence. It was clear now. This was more than strategy, this was a moment of choice. Wealth, or peace. And Lord Morval was offering him the chance to choose, not just for the auction, but to do him a favor as well. Robin let out a quiet sigh. He closed the console gently. Then, he looked back at Lord Morval and gave him a silent nod, followed by 2 graceful waves of his hand. The message was clear. Lord Morval turned back toward Lord Draythan. His expression did not change much, just a faint, unreadable smile that did not quite reach the eyes. Then allow me to be the first to say congratulations. He gave a small bow. Breath of the Ages is yours.